all to today's workshop on Excel and Power BI. The first session will be by CA Saran Kumar sir. Sir, welcome sir on behalf of SIRC. I request members to rise for the ICI motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रदब्रह्मा तदब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Yeah, I request all of them to join this WhatsApp group. So sir will be sharing the working material in the group. So I request everybody to join this WhatsApp group. Before we begin, I also like to have a brief summary of Saran sir. CA Saran Kumar sir is a chartered accountant with over 14 years of experience, having worked with global organizations like Microsoft and Credit Suisse. He also holds multiple prestigious certifications from ICI, including Information Systems Audit and Forensic Accounting and Fraud Detection. He has developed deep expertise in areas such as automation, data analytics, dashboards, process audits, and forensic investigations, and has been providing consultancy services to a wide range of listed and unlisted companies. His practical insights and solutions have helped organizations streamline operations and enhance efficiency. He is also a regular faculty at ICA and also at various other institutions like CAG, NASIN, etc. His YouTube series Thursday for Technology is widely appreciated for bridging the gap between finance and technology. Sir, I welcome you on behalf of SIRC of ICA, sir, and thank you for accepting our invite. I now request CA Ganesan sir to hand over the memento to our Saran sir. We are eagerly waiting for your sessions.
A very good morning, all of you. Very happy to see all of you here. Weekend on Saturday morning to learn something which can save our work day to day. How many of you are attending my session for the first time? Okay, most. Okay, great. Anyone watched any of my video in YouTube for the bank audits or Excel? Okay, no worries. So let me give you little expectation about my session, because did they given you any material that this is what I am going to talk? No. The title is, workshop on Excel and Power BI. It's like an ocean. Okay, what do you want to learn in that ocean? Maybe I can simply say some function and I can leave. Okay, so let me give you a little introduction about my topic. I'm going to talk today. We are not going to talk on Excel, because for the second part and third part, when they talk about the Power BI, the very important aspect of Power BI is the transformation. So in Excel, there is a tool called Power Query. The same tool is there in the Power BI. The same tool is there in the online Azure. Okay, so if you can learn Power Query, that can make your work much, much easier. Though today, for my next 2 hours, I'll be in MS Excel only, but I'll not talk about the regular functions. In fact, we all are aware of the regular functions of Excel. Yes? Are we aware of regular Excel functions? How many of you doesn't open Excel at least once every day? How many of you does not open? No, everyone. In fact, that is what one tool which makes even people talk about, let it be even augmented AI. But once we go to the office, what we bother, let me just open my Excel, the financial statements, let me look into. Okay, chartered accountants are the people least bother about what is happening in the world. At the end of the day, the same trial balance, balance sheet, P&L that has to come into the Excel format, and we should do the adjustments in the same Excel. You cannot ask ChatGPT, could you please tell me what adjustments to make it, right? So at the end of the day, in the same Excel file, we do the adjustment and we make our work complete. Even our article students, every time, they may be opened Facebook or Instagram or ClickBuzz. Suddenly when they know that their principal is around, they'll do Alt Tab. In the Alt Tab, you know what will be there? A huge Excel file where lot of data is there. That's what the connectivity of Microsoft Excel with all of us, right? What is your favorite function of Excel? Function I said. Pivot table is not a function, it's a feature. XLOOKUP, okay? VLOOKUP. I may ask the question, okay? You must be very careful while telling. Whatever the function you say in that, I'll ask one question. XLOOKUP, how many said XLOOKUP? One. VLOOKUP? Mini? Tell me anyone, what exactly the syntax it displayed? Don't touch your system. I'm sure by this time you might have written VLOOKUP function hundreds of times. When you put equal to VLOOKUP, I'm sure there is a small syntax which display in the little yellow color, light yellow color. Okay, I'm sure you all might have seen that. Could you please tell me what it is exactly? Anyone? Okay, VLOOKUP, open bracket. Tell me exactly. Cell value, comma, table array, comma, column reference, hundreds of times you might have seen till today, no one in the class is giving exactly what it displayed. Leave about VLOOKUP. Some function, how many times you might have used? Don't say that I have not used, because you may be thinking this fellow will ask some question. You know some function, right? At least some function while you are writing, there is a syntax. Tell me, anyone if you can tell me, sir, don't touch your Excel. If anyone tell me exact syntax, okay, that is a great thing in the class. Anyone, exactly what it display? Why I bother, sir? Equal to some open bracket, I'll just select whatever it is there. We least bother to see what it display. If you can see the syntax, equal to some open bracket number 1, comma, in the square bracket number 2, comma, dot, dot, dot. If you could have observed, then a question will come into your mind. For number 1, there is no square bracket. For number 2, there is a square bracket. Why? Then you will go a little further, you understand yourself, oh, number 1 is not in the square bracket, means if I want to use the sum function, minimum 1 argument is required, so first argument is a mandatory argument. Number 2 onwards, square bracket is there in the sense, it is an optional argument, even if I don't enter, that is fine. When I ask VLOOKUP function, oh my God, you have given your own language. VLOOKUP function, how many arguments are there? How many? 4. All 4 mandatory. If I don't enter 4th argument, what will happen? If I entered only 2 arguments, what will happen? Which error? Oh my God. 4 people answered 4 different answers. Reference, name, value, something else. See, my question is, there are 4 arguments, sure? If I don't enter 4th argument, just entered 3 arguments, entered, will I get my answer or not? Will I get? Why? 4th argument is the optional argument you will find in the square bracket. It is a range lookup. Sharon, you want me to look into the range or you want me to exactly match? Even if you ignore fourth argument, by default it looks into the range. So there is no problem, it will give you the answer. Right? For example, I have entered only two arguments. Lookup value, table array, close bracket, enter. Now what will come? Now what will come? Error. Okay, for the time being, some error, whatever it is. Is it? No. Excel will give you a pop-up message stating that, Sharan, please use your brain. I told you, minimum 3 arguments are required, but you entered only 2. You are asking me to process. How can I process? I cannot process. It will give you a simple pop-up message stating that very few arguments you entered. Error is also an answer. After the processing, error will come. When error will come, instead of a number, it is asking a number, I entered a text. Then Excel will process it. In the process, it will get an error. Sharan, I asked you number to enter as a third argument, but you entered text. I am sorry. I cannot give you the correct answer. The answer is a value error. But in the earlier question, in the VLOOKUP function, I entered only 2. I went into the Flipkart website. It is asking me to give the phone number and password. I just entered the phone number and I clicked login. Do you think it will go to the database of Flipkart and check my phone number and come back and stating that password is missing? Why? It will not go. The reason is, both are mandatory. You entered only one. Once you enter, it will simply give a pop-up. Please enter password. So when I just entered 2 arguments, it will give you a pop-up message stating that, Sharan, I am sorry, I will not process at all first of all. Because to process, I need to have the inputs. I don't have all the inputs. I asked you 3 inputs minimum. You did not see the syntax at all, though you are using Excel for the last 10 years. It's not my problem. So what I am trying to tell you, Excel should be your friend. Thickest, closest friend. In fact, your friend, if you ask help, your friend will support you. Excel will support you without even asking. When you are trying to write a VLOOKUP function, immediately Excel think my friend is writing a function, I don't want this fellow to be into trouble, let me give the syntax. But we are having a lot of ego, we don't even see that. I know everything. Okay, if any error comes, we think it is an Excel problem but not our problem. Many people call me, Sharan, I am getting an error, I think something Excel there is an issue. I said it's not about Excel, it's about you. You might have written something else. Okay, Excel is having a preset of conditions, functions and everything. That's the way you need to learn the tool. Some function, number 1, number 2, if that concept you understand, any function is same. Now you go to any function henceforth from today. Okay, anyway, this WhatsApp group will be active. Every function, the same rules. It's going, let's say in the VLOOKUP function, I have given 5 arguments now. 4 arguments it is asking, right? I have given extra argument and I closed bracket, entered. What will happen? Will it give you error? Or will it stop you? Tell me. It's going to stop me. Earlier what it said, Sharan, you have not done the action where I asked you 3 minimum, you entered only 2. Now it will stop me again stating that now you are doing overaction. I asked you maximum 4, you entered 5. What I can do with that 5 or 5th argument? I don't understand at all. I will not process at all. Right? Whether you go to Power Query, whether you go to Power BI, whether you go to any application for that matter, function is what? Function is set of program lines. Otherwise, to sum the values, what I need to do? Go to A1 plus symbol, A2 plus symbol, A3 plus symbol, A4 plus symbol and so on. What Microsoft done, Excel, the people who built it, these all are 400, 500 common problems people has. Now what I can do, I know that these people are having a common problem but which takes a lot of time for them to calculate manually. Let me write a small piece of program for them. Let me give them this program directly. I can't execute the program because I don't have a programming knowledge. So they have given a name for each and every program called sum, VLOOKUP and so on. So when I am taking a sum, it is actually I am executing a function of sum. That means I am executing a program. If you want to run the program, for program there are inputs required. Those inputs we call it as a arguments. But those inputs has to be in the sequence. You can't put it in whatever the way you want. That we call it as a syntax. If you know the syntax properly, if you know how a function work, any tool you can learn in this world. Let me tell you. Many a times, many people call me, Sharan, can you tell me where I can learn advanced Excel? Where I can learn advanced Power Query, Power BI. My fundamental basic question for them, are you sure about what is there in the basic? We all are trying to learn something advanced. It is nonsense. In the application, there is no concept called advanced. We all has to go to in-depth basics and learn it, then you can solve any problem. Because many a times we don't understand the rules, logics, principles on which the entire tool work. When you doesn't have that basic understanding, obviously you fail. Because it's not about great learning VLOOKUP function. It's about understanding a function. If you fail at understanding a problem, whether it is a VLOOKUP or sum, you fail. There is no doubt at all. You know, with the sum function, there is a fraud which can happen in the company. Just a sum function. Let's say 10 is there, 7 is there, 30 is there. If I put in the sum function, what is the answer? 10, 7, 30. 40 are error. 10, 7, 30. Don't put in your Excel. Just tell me, because you are using sum for the many years. 40 are error. Or pop-up. No pop-up because range is one argument, sum is asking one argument. So error or 40? Not 10, 7, my name. 10, 7, 40, I asked. Error? Is it? Acha. Let me do. Since how long you are using sum function? Okay, anyway, just introduction. I'll go into the main topic because I want you all need to set yourself. Okay. Everyone is saying error? Which error? Some error. Okay, even I don't want to keep you into that level. No, this is fine. What I said, 10, 7 and 30, right? Yeah, this is 10. You know why I opened Excel before you? Because after my sessions, always there is a complaint that Saran came up with his own Excel. That's why which is working in my system, it's not working in his system. Okay, don't worry, this is the same Excel what you use. Now can I use the function? Sum. What is the answer? Don't say that error. The answer is 40. Okay, if the answer is 40, if I am a fraudster having a little mindset, then what I can think, oh, now it is giving me a rule that sum function ignores the text. What I'll simply go here, I'll put in single quote 20. What is the meaning of single quote 20? If you want to convert any number into a text, it is single quote 20. Then do you think the answer will be still 40 or something else? Rule is a rule for all. So when text is there, it's a 40 only. Now, if this is the case, 20 looks a little odd because it's a left alignment. I'll now make it right alignment. If this comes into my mind, I am a little accountant in the company. I am presenting some data to an auditor with some figures. Okay, this is some random data I wanted to give. The sum of this is this actually, but I know that I don't want this figure should be part of my final total. I'll simply put single quote before that. I'll also put single quote before that. Now I'll keep as if nothing happened, everything into the right alignment. You as an auditor came to my office, I have given this data to you. You poor auditor look into that sum function. The function is absolutely correct, looking into the correct range, but the total is wrong. To make a small fraud, I need not to learn, cyber hacking, ethical hacking, nothing. After all, a simple sum function, right? As an auditor, how do you know that? You can't take a calculator and put all these numbers and cross-checking whether this total is correct or wrong, obviously, right? These all you fail because you don't understand the basics thoroughly. Henceforth, from today, I request all of you, if at all you have a chance, I recorded all the videos of Excel, start from very basic, including these concepts, till advanced, and kept into my YouTube video, and even in the Vijayawada branch of SIRC, where at the lockdown they did a great work. They asked me to take 25 sessions every day, 2 hours on Excel. Either you can go to their website or my YouTube channel is there, the Excelism. The entire course is there, which is free. Ask your people to watch whenever they have a time. Their first video, if you are failed to watch, you cannot learn anything, because I might have covered very basics, but that is more important for all remaining videos. First 3-4 sessions are the complete basics. Okay, ask your article students at least weekly 2 sessions of it. Ask them to watch it, right? So that they'll understand the basics. If they have a thorough knowledge on the basics, anything on Excel which can be solved, right? I was talking about the Excelism. You can just search for the Excelism in the YouTube with my name, or directly Excelism, you'll find it. You can go to the playlist. In the playlist, you'll find the entire, okay, course. Fine. Let me come back. I was talking about the function, right? Now, Microsoft thought these all are the common things people does. They have given a function. I know tomorrow this application will be used by the chartered accountants. They may need to calculate NPV, net present value. So why they need to calculate manually, discounting every value and finally totaling that? Let me give a function for them called NPV and so on. Excel has given so many functions. Can I build my own function? Possible? Yes. How? What? This Excel and these all applications are the architecture. I have given you 4 floors, Sharan, because I know that you are having good extended family. At least 4 floors is okay for you to stay. Basic needs. But Sharan, my foundation is very strong. On top of it, you can even build 100 floors. Excel is saying that. Now on top, you can build anything. Now, for example, is there any Microsoft Excel function called financial year, which can give me the any date into the financial year format? Let's say, for example, there is a date. I want to convert into the financial year, FY 23-24. Is there any function in Excel which can give me in the financial year format? No. But you can get the year, calendar year, using a year function. But is there any function called financial year? No. But we chartered accountants always need the financial year function. But how you will get the financial year if there are dates? You are understanding my question? There are dates in Microsoft Excel. I wanted to get the financial year. How to get the financial year? Let me have some random dates here. Okay. Rand between is one important function of Microsoft Excel, through which, especially for the tax consultants, I hope the session is not recording. Okay, it's recording, okay. Sometimes suddenly your client gets notice, okay. You may need to upload some 100 returns, 100 entries into the system, some random dates. Then what you will do? Okay, within 1 minute you can do that. I'll just create some random date with a date function. Now let me have from 2010, 1, then date of, yeah, thank you. Date of, I want till 2024, 12, 31, right? I have taken 2 dates. I kept in the rand between function, so that it's going to give me randomly the dates here. 1 second. Yeah, I think I have given 2 times date here. Yup. I can simply copy paste, take this data, convert into the date format. Because it's a random, it will keep on change the dates until you make it as a, okay, let me copy this, paste special value. What I'm asking now is, what is this financial year? Can anyone tell? FY space, can you tell me? 2012-13, right? This one, 22-23. But this type of requirement, how I can solve in Microsoft Excel? Is there any ready-made function? No. Then I have to write a very lengthier function. What? FI space join with, use the if function, extract the month number. If the month number is less than 4, last year extract hyphen 2 digits of this year. If the month number is more than or equal to 4, then this year hyphen 2 digits of next year. How lengthy your function is? But Microsoft has not given this function because they think, okay, this only Indians may be using. Can I create my own function? Now earlier, probably I could have, if this session, if I was taking maybe 2022 before, then I may ask you to learn VBA. Now, VBA is not required. What I can do, you know, I'll just go to my ChatGPT or any AI tool for that matter. What is the prompt I can ask for? What is the prompt I can ask for? You are an Excel VBA expert. Why this line of the prompt required? In the prompt engineering, the very, very important thing is the role playing. You should tell to the AI in what role it has to fit into now, right? Now I am asking a question. Please create a custom function. Custom function in the sense this function is already not there. I am building it customized. Custom function names. I am also giving the name of that particular function. FY, right? Which can extract, which can generate date into the financial year format. Financial year format. Example, right? FY 2021-22, right? What should be the input for this function? Date should be the input. So please create a custom function names FY, right? Okay, which can generate date into financial year format. A simple function, yes or no? Now let me enter. Now what it is saying, here Saran, this is what I understand. But in your AI, it will not ask you like this. Every time when I give a prompt to the AI, my AI asks me, this is what I understand, Mr. Saran. Is it yes? Why? Because I have given to the custom instructions. I went into the, where is the custom instructions? 1 second. Yeah, I gone to the customize ChatGPT. In that I have given the custom instructions. What I told to ChatGPT, before asking, please make sure to confirm what you understood. That's the reason every time it is asking, and also every time it is calling me Mr. Saran. I like it more personal. I already told there, don't call me like a anonymous person. My name is Saran Kumar. Let us be friends. Every time we have a friendship conversation. That's why it is giving me this. Now I'll simply confirm yes, because it understood correctly, right? Yes. Now what it does, oh my God, it has given a VBA function. I'll simply copy this. I'll go to my, in fact, it has given even instructions for you what to be done with this. Okay, I'll go here. I'll go to my developer, Visual Basic. In this function, I'll right click, insert, module. Even you can ask ChatGPT, it's going to give you Control V. I don't even understand what it has written. Close bracket. Okay, close the VBA. Now, if I put equal to FY, do you think there is a function? FY. Yes, there is a function. Now, what is the argument? Date is an argument. Let's take the date. Close bracket, enter. Now let me copy and paste it. Wow. Now, this financial year function, I can take it and save it into my ribbon menu. Every time I can use it. Now, if this is the case, in my income tax, at how many places I do the calculations? N number of calculations. Okay, for new tax regime, if I want to do a calculation, a lengthy if function equal to if cross check if it is less than 3 lakh, then this the amount. If the less than 7 lakhs, then 10 lakhs, and so on. Right? Instead, what I can do to the ChatGPT, this is all the instruction. Okay, could you please create a custom function with the name called IT new regime? Then, what is the input required for the IT new regime? Simple, taxable income. One argument, if I select the taxable income, close bracket, enter, it does the entire process and give me the result. Why I need to bother? 234 A, B, C. Why I need to depend on the Winman? Who is Winman? When I know it, I can do it. Right? Now it is your job to identify in your day-to-day work how many calculations are required for which you are looking for a lengthier functions. Let's say you have a specialized client where for that client to do a process some 30 steps are required. Every time you have to go do those 30 steps in Excel one after other. Why can't I make for all these 30 steps into one single function? Of course possible. The client name, the task is a function name. Then open bracket, select whatever the inputs. Even you can have n number of arguments. Here I can have second argument. Maybe this function I want to use in some other country. Maybe their financial year starts from the month of March. Then why I need to restrict my financial year function only from April? I can ask now, I want to give a second argument. That argument is nothing but a month in which it starts. Then it will ask you the second argument. If I put 4, it takes from 1st April. If I took 2, it will take the financial year from 1st February and so on. You can customize it in whatever the way you want. Otherwise, why I need to have 2 functions for old tax regime and new tax regime? Simply I can have IT open bracket, select the taxable income, comma, second argument in the double quotation if you put N, it understands it's a new tax regime. In the second argument if I put O, it understands it's a old tax regime. So at the back end it's having both the calculation. If it is O, do this calculation. If it is N, do this calculation. Job is over. You are getting my point, what I am trying to tell. Right? These all you can understand if you know the basics once again, let me tell you. Okay, now henceforth don't ask anyone, please teach me advanced. Okay, first go understand the basics, thorough basics, in-depth basics, then that is nothing but your advanced. Let's go back into our important topic for today, that is Power Query. With this introduction, I'm sure you can learn much better. Right? I am going to give all these files to you, though these all files I may cover in 2 hours or may not, but I feel these all are important, so that's why I'm just giving all these. And before going into that, let me give you very quickly, if you want, many people ask me, Sharan, if you want to go into this domain of automation analytics. In fact, at Hyderabad, I have taken many sessions, how to build the practice in analytics and automation domain. In fact, I don't do traditional practice at all. We do it, my wife is CA and we have partners, very limited. But most of my practice is into the automation. Most of my practice is into the analytics. Saran, what is automation? Very simple. In any of the organization where there is a process for which they are taking a lot of time, we go, understand what tools are required, we build that entire process, we automate it and give them a solution. Right? Sharan, is the coding required? Not required. Because most of the assignments we do on Excel, Power Query, Power BI. I have taken so many sessions at Hyderabad and other branches on how to build the practice into these 2 domains. To do that, they always ask the question, Sharan, if I want to start learning, where I need to start? Suddenly today, for today's sake, Power BI is okay, because you will get a fair idea. But that's today, if you can learn Power BI, tomorrow can you accept an assignment of Power BI? No. The reason is, there is a structured way of learning. You can't just like that. Many people say in the WhatsApp groups, because WhatsApp, anyone can share anything. Okay. Suddenly some people tell, start learning Python, otherwise you will be out in the world. Why Python is required for me? Python may be required for me. I am not saying no. But I cannot learn Python because to learn Python, I don't have that maturity level. To get that maturity level, there is a structured way of learning. If you ask me, don't just believe the people. People may say Alteryx, people may say NIME, people may say different applications. If you ask me, this is the approach you need to follow. First than anything else, learn Excel. Till you are comfortable with the basics of Excel, don't touch anything. What is basics? What is basics? What is basics? VLOOKUP function, basic or intermediary or expert? Sorry. VLOOKUP function, is it advanced, expert or basic? XLOOKUP function, index and match function, offset function, it will fall into basics or intermediate or advanced. Sum function, offset function, advanced. Since we doesn't know something, advanced. Whatever we know is a basic. Whatever apparently visible on the ribbon menu for which no other person training is required for you, everything is a basic. Whatever I am telling, every function is a basic. Because the function is there, syntax is there, it is saying this is what I do. Why you need a training from any other person? Everything which is there in the ribbon menu is a basic. How many of you know there is a feature called Consolidate in the Microsoft Excel? Consolidate. Oh my God. In the data tab, if you go to the data tools group, there is a button called Consolidate. You may be thinking this may be new feature. I don't know. That's the reason, right? That is there since 1999. In the data tab, there is a feature called Consolidate. If I have 12 months of data, I don't manually need to copy it, paste it one below other. I can just click that button, go to the reference, select the first data set, add. Second data set, add. Third, add. Fourth, add. Finally, click OK, you will get the consolidation. This feature is there for how many years? For the last 2.5 decades. You least bothered to see till today what is there in the ribbon menu first. Honestly. Whatever there in the ribbon menu, everything is a basic. Advanced is what? Excel has given me VLOOKUP function, also indirect function. Combining these two, I can solve another problem. Right? Learning individual things is a basics. Combining 2-3 items together and solving a small problems is the advanced. Expert in the sense where you can measure the time. Earlier this process used to take 1 hour. With my Excel skill, I made it 15 minutes. Then you considered you are expert. Right? If you ask me, I may be at the advanced level, but I am not at the expert level. On 0 to 5 scale, if you ask me to where I stand, probably I may be around 2 to 3. Because I am still learning. Right? When you are at the advanced level, then you can start learning the basics of Power Query and Power Pivot. Power Query is what? Let's come to the point. What is Power Query? Power Query, is it a new tool? Is it a new tool? Yes, it's a tool. But is it something you need to download anywhere? No. It is there in your Microsoft Excel itself. Where it is there in Excel, if you go to the data tab, are you finding there is a group here called Get and Transform Data? First tab, this entire tab we call it as a Power Query. Right? When you are at the advanced level of Excel, then it is a time for you to start exploring the basics of Power Query and the basics of Power Pivot. Let's try to understand what is the Power Query. I'm just going into little basics, right? Power Query is an ETL engine. ETL engine. What is the meaning of ETL? What is the meaning of ETL? It can extract the data from any source. T means it does the transformation. Finally, after the transformation, it loads the data back into your Excel. Right? Extract the data from any source in the sense, what are the sources? My data could be into the text file, my data could be into XML, JSON, folder, another Excel, web file. Even if my client is using an ERP, that ERP backend is a SQL, I can ask the login credentials of SQL and I can directly connect into my Excel. That means if the client data gets updated into SQL, if I come back to my Excel and refresh, in the real time the data will get updated into my Excel. That is what the power of ETL engine. Because if the source gets changed, the final destination result will automatically change. through the connection of Excel to the ETL engine, that is what Power Query, right? Power Query is used in Microsoft Excel. It is also used in Power BI. It is also used in SSMS. It is SQL Server Management Service. It is also used in the data flows. Power Query is almost there in most of the Microsoft applications. If you learn in Microsoft Excel Power Query, it is a bonus for you to learn Power BI easily, right? In Excel, where you can find it, you will find in the ribbon menu, data tab, get and transform data. Till 2007 version, there is no Power Query. 2010, 13, 16 version, 2010 and 13 version, Power Query is available as a download. Don't worry, I'll give this file. 2016 onwards, it is part of your Excel already, right? If you want to get the best of your Microsoft Excel, I request all of you to get the latest version. That is Microsoft 365, right? The advantage of Microsoft 365 is, because you are paying every month or every year, right? Any update is there, it automatically comes into your Excel. It's not like olden days where 2009 version, till next version comes, every feature is same. Now it's not like that. Microsoft is rolling every month at least one new functionality, right? So from 2016 version, it is part of your Excel. Now let us try to understand how this functionalities is. Now in Excel, you have a workbook. Excel workbook is a separate window. Can anyone tell what is a workbook? This entirely is a workbook. Yes or no? Workbook is having a ribbon menu. This is what the ribbon menu is on the top. 1 second. Let me enable my Zoom it application. If anyone in the trainings, probably this is one application, very free download from Microsoft, Zoom it, so that you can zoom anything automatically, right? So that people can easily see it. This entirely is a ribbon menu. In that, these all we call it as a tabs. In each tab you will find the group. Could you please tell me what are the groups available here? Tables is the group, illustrations is the group, and so on. That's what it is. But in the Visual Basic in the sense, earlier we went to Visual Basic where to copy paste the financial year code. If you go to Visual Basic, this is another window of Excel itself. But this is in the drop down menu style. If you go to Power Query, how to go to the Power Query editor? Very simple. Go to the data. I said this entirely is the Power Query. Get data. Are you finding there is an option here? What is this? Launch Power Query editor. Once you click it, a new window will get open. This is what the Power Query editor. Now nothing is there. Why? Why? I did not get any data, right? Now, there is one more thing called Power Pivot. What is Power Pivot? Power Pivot is a modeling tool. Is it something I need to download? No, it is already there in Excel. What is pivot table? Can anyone tell? Pivot table? If there is a transaction data, if I want to summarize the data, I use the pivot table. Agreed? Yes. Power Pivot, what is an advantage? Now let's say there are 4 tables. In the first table, okay, vendor ID is there, vendor name is there. In the second table, orders data is there where vendor ID is there. And in that I want to get the third column into the first column. In Excel, what function we use? VLOOKUP function. In second table, whatever the column, if I want to get into the first table, VLOOKUP function. If only 2-3 columns you want to get it, you can use VLOOKUP function. Let us understand a situation where there are 20 tables. Each table, only one common column is there. Remaining 9 are not there in the other tables. That means there are 10 tables, each table having 10 columns, one is only the common column. That means how many columns are there? 100 columns are there. If I want to get all the 100 columns into one single table, how many VLOOKUP functions I have to write? 100 VLOOKUP functions for 100 columns. How much time it will take? In that case, why I need to go to VLOOKUP function and so on? The core difference between Microsoft Access and Excel, can anyone tell? Access is a relational database. Whoever recently qualified people, Anyone qualified in last 7-8 years? 5-6 years at least? Advanced ITT and ITT, where we talk about Excel access. Access ROs on that day they might have closed. Okay, till today no one open. Because only it's there in the syllabus, we open it, we'll see it. Access is a very good, simple relational database. You can relate one table to the other table. But Excel is not a relational database. Excel is a flat table. Because of that, Excel could not solve many problems. Thanks to the Power Pivot now, let the 10 tables be there itself. I'll simply click one button called Relate Tables. I'll take the first table common column, then second table, then third table. I'll not manually merge it. Let the tables be there, but at the back end one virtual table will be created. My pivot table I can run on top of it. That is what the meaning of the Power Pivot. I need not to merge all the tables manually. Let the tables virtually merge at the back end with a click of button. Then I'll select what is a common column. Then now my virtual table is having how many columns? 100 columns. Then I can use a pivot table by taking any of these 100 columns. Still my final result will come. That means if any table changes, my pivot table will automatically change. Though without me manually merging the data, that is the concept of Power Pivot. Now let's come to the Power BI, today's session, where the other two faculties are going to talk. Power BI is what? Power BI is a visualization tool, right? But if you want to visualize the data, first you should have a data, right? From where you can get the data? So any source, that could be again web data, that could be XML, Excel, SAP, okay, Tableau, anywhere. Excel, text data, JSON, SQL, MySQL, Azure, AWS, Salesforce, you say any ERP in the world, Power BI is having a plugin for that. Meaning, without me logging into SAP, I can just use the credentials of SAP into my Power BI, I can see the data. That's the meaning of it. But do you think whatever the data available there, can I directly consume into my Power BI or Excel? I cannot, because let's say I wanted to do some data manipulation using the screener website. In the screener website, there is a data. I'll get into my Excel, there is no problem. But I may not use that data directly because my requirement is different. Then what I need to do, I should do transformation. Transformation in the sense, I'll remove unnecessary columns, I'll remove unnecessary rows, I'll do some filters, I'll do some summarization, I'll combine 2-3 tables together. Finally, I'll get into a data which is required for me. That is what finally load. I load the data for my either visualization or for analysis. If you do in Excel, you are loading for the analysis. If you do in Power BI, you are loading for the visualization. That means in the Power BI, what is important? ETL engine is important. Could you please tell me what is the ETL engine in the Power BI? Power Query, same Power Query. Okay, but in the Power BI, again there will be a problem. The data is there in 10 tables. How I can combine all the tables together? In the Power BI is a relational datasheet management. Meaning, it is having a Power Pivot already inbuilt. So even if the data is coming from 10 different sources, I need not to merge it manually. Using a common column, I can merge the tables together. That is nothing but a model we called. In the Power BI, you can create a model. This model tool is what? Power Pivot, right? So once you get the data ready, then visualization is the last part. That's the reason I always tell to the people, sorry, I'm really sorry. That's the reason I always tell to the people, many people just rush for learning Power BI thinking it's a visualization tool. But visualization is the last part. Before visualization, you should know what is Power Query. You should know what is Power Pivot. That's nothing but a model, right? Let me go back to my, learning path. That's the reason I have kept here. First, you need to start learning the basics. At the time of Excel basics, don't touch anything. If you are at the advanced level, now this is the time you need to touch the basics of Power Query and Power Pivot. Don't touch anything till that point. Then when you feel you are at the expert level of Excel, then this is the time you can start learning about Power Query Advanced. Once you are at the advanced level of Power Query, automatically Power Query, Power Pivot, if you learn Power BI, 66% is over. The only part you need to learn is the visualization, right? When you are at the advanced level there, now that is the time you can start learning the VBA, SQL, and once you are covered with the VBA and SQL, then that is the time at last probably you can start learning the Power Tools. Power Tools includes the Power Apps, Power Automate, and so on. What is Power App? What is Power App? Power App is a very small tool, drag and drop. You can build a small mobile application for your client. Do any of you know App Sheet? App Sheet. APPSHEET. No? Okay, you are missing a lot of things. For your client, if any client asks you, leave about the client. At my office itself, if I want to have a to-do list, we go for Pepilio, we go for any odd, so CA dashboard, so many websites. Quickly you can build your own website. You can build your own mobile application. That is what through the App Sheet. APPSHEET. Saran, how I can build? Very easy. Okay, within seconds. You want me to build the App Sheet? Let's go to App Sheet. Sorry, let's go to. Do you all know the Drive? Google Drive? Yes, right? Now what I'll be doing, I'll just go to my new, right? I'll go to my Google Sheet. I'll give the name as, okay, SIRC app. This name is SIRC app, right? What do you want here? This is what the date, this is what the client name, this is what the process, okay, service, right? This is what the stage at which the client, okay, work is pending at my office. Now what I can do, I'll select this, I'll go to the tools, I'll go to the extensions, I'll go to the app sheet, I'll ask Google Sheet to create an app for me. Once it clicks, it automatically takes me to the app sheet, right? Let me give continue, don't worry, even app sheet is also Google's one. Now it is creating an app for me. It is creating a small application for me. How to tell you? Okay, this is the way. Now, this is the way it is. My app is ready, right? In my app, what is there? As of now, nothing is there, right? Now, in my phone, the same app sheet, I can take it, right? Let me just go to my phone. 1 second. Let me log out this. Let me log into my Gmail. I'm just saying, these days, getting the things are very, very simple. We just need to only having little patience, right? Now what I'll be doing, I'll go to my sheet. Yep. I downloaded app sheet from my phone. Now I'll give this phone to all my, this app to all my people. 1 second. Oops. Yep. If I can go here, in the recent, are you finding there is a SIRC app? Yes, right? In my phone, this is like mobile application. I'll just click this. As of now, are there any entries here? No. But to enter an entry, okay, there is a plus symbol. Now I'll just click this plus symbol. There are 3 fields. What are they? Date, then, okay, client name, service, and what is the stage. Now I'll just select the date, today's date. Now I'll just select the client name. What is your name, sir? Surya, right? Then service, okay, IT return. Then the stage is done, completed. Right? Let me just submit. Save. What happened? In my phone I have done. What happened? That is there in my Google Sheet. Now I can connect this Google Sheet into my Excel. Right? I'll just refresh in my Excel. Done. This app, I'll ask all my staff to do it every time, whatever the work. In the Excel, I'll simply refresh, my work is done. How much time I built a small mobile application? Less than 2. Now you can customize it. I want in the drop down only the clients which are there available for me. I can have the status what are 3, and for which, these all we call it as a no code applications. Code is not required. Learning basic functions are required. Again, app sheet is having the functions, date function, year function to extract the year and so on. Right? From here, I wanted to send a hi to my client. Then what I do, here I'll put a small WhatsApp. Once I click it, automatically a message will go to the client. Possible. Okay. Simple way I built the small application. You start exploring with the intention that this year at least I want to build one mobile application, not for you, for the client. And I want to build on this 1 lakh at least. I'm sure you can learn. Then only you can learn. Wherever I told about this app sheet and I have asked them to go back to my, I take Thursday for technology sessions. These days I'm not taking because it's little occupied. Every Thursday I talk on technology in the YouTube. It is there in the same playlist if you go to the channel. 30 weeks I took the session, right? There I've spoken about different technologies where chartered accountants can use. And many people called me and said, Saran app sheet we were not even aware. Now we started exploring. And because once you know how to make it, then you can go and slowly build your own application. And I built one application for the client. Client is very happy and so on. Okay, now I ask first you start building. Then you will have a motivation to learn much better. Once you start building it, then you can go to the next level into that application. Right? So this is Google's one, right? If it is a Microsoft one, it is a Power App. Okay? So that's where we disconnected. Now anyway, let me close this. Let's come back. Yep, so this is the learning path if anyone wanted to learn. Now let's do the now Power Query where we are. We are in the, introduction, right? This introduction is done. Let me go to the first transformation in the Power Query. But before going into that, I wanted to tell you couple of small rules of the Power Query. Now we are talking about the Power Query. What is Power Query? What is Power Query? For what I use Power Query? If the client data is there in the SAP or any ERP for that matter, at the back end the database is SQL or MySQL or MongoDB, whatever the database it is. If I can have a login credentials for me, for read only, what I can do, I'll go to my Excel, I'll go to my SQL, I'll give the login password, then it will read all those tables into my Excel. I can do the transformation and I can get my final result. Let's say I wanted to do some analysis based on the screener website, NSC website, BSc website. What I can do, I know the tables in the NSC, BSc, screener, money control are same. Generally those tables will not change. If that is the case, I'll connect to the money control website. Whatever there on the first table of every time it is changing the Sensex or maybe NSE, then I'll get that into my Excel. That is what the Power Query is. Power Query is an ETL engine where you can extract the data from any source. But there are a couple of rules in the Power Query. What are the rules? Power Query is a case sensitive. Saran uppercase, Saran lowercase are not same. Right? So in Microsoft Excel, if I put in one single cell Saran lowercase, in the second cell Saran in the uppercase, do you think both are same? If I put equal sign, equal to first Saran, then equal to second Saran, do you think answer will be true or false? You understood my question? Saran in the lowercase in one cell, Saran in the uppercase in the second cell, in the third cell I have written a formula equal to first cell equal to second cell. Do you think my answer will be true or false? Something either true or false, sir. 50% we are correct. It is true because it's not a case sensitive. But there will be a problem when you are trying to cross check with the reference IDs where case sensitive is important. That's the reason Excel has given one important function for me called exact. In Excel there is a function called exact. Okay, if you give first argument, second argument, if both are exactly same, then only Okay, it's true, otherwise false, right? But in the Power Query, just 2 minutes, okay? Power Query, Saran and Saran are not same. For every transformation, we do transformation, right? Transformation is nothing but a step. First I get the data. I wanted to remove unnecessary rows. That means based on in the column, if wherever text is there, I'll remove it. For which it's a but the step how it will store the Power Query, the Power Query store it as a function. In the VBA code, but in the Power Query function. That's the reason Power Query is a function based language. VBA is a programming language where I need to write a program. But here it's a function, right? That means if I do 100 steps, could you please tell me how many functions Power Query will write at the back end? 100 functions. For every step, one function, right? Then, transformation in the Power Query can be done in 2 ways. Either you can use the ribbon menu for the tools, or if you know what is a function for the tool to use, directly you can write the formula. Those functions we call it as a yum functions. Yum means, you are getting my point, you can do the transformation in the Power Query either using the ribbon menu, that's a user interface, or writing an M function. M function in the sense, M means mashup. Very good. Okay, M function means mashup function. For every step in the Power Query stored as a variable. Obviously, because it has to be stored as a variable, so that variable it will use in the next step. If you could see here, these all are the steps. Step 1, extract the table. Step 2, duplicate the column. Step 3, split the column. Step 4, rename the columns. Step 5, sort the first name. Step 6, insert index column. Step 7, rearrange columns. Step 8, rename column. These all are the applied steps you can see there. For every step there is a function at the back end, right? Power Query stores all the variables in the let-in statements. Finally, if I wanted to see for all these steps what is the code, this is what the code is. You can see it. It will store in let-in statement. Let means generally what we say, let's say in the sense it's a variable, right? Let source is Excel current workbook TB full name table. Then I'll duplicate the column using a function called table.duplicate column. Then I'll split the column using table.split column. Then I'll rename the columns with a function called table.rename column. Finally, I want the result of this, right? Let statement will be like this. Let statement, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, last step in step 5. Let in are in blue color because those all are the reserved words. Everything is the black color. Text is there in the red color, right? If variable name is a single word, it will give you same automatically. These all you can learn later. The now what we'll do, we'll take a quick break. Now post break, now we just given you the introduction in first 1 hour, a decent introduction. Now we'll take a small transformation. We'll do the assignment. Then if slowly we'll go to the next level. If let's say my Excel is having 10 sheets, how I can combine all the 10 sheets together? Then you may ask the question, Sharan, if 10 Excels are there, having each Excel 10 sheets, how I can all the items consolidate together? Sharan, 10 Excels are there, each is having 10 sheets, these all are there in one folder, like the 10 folders are there, I want to combine all these Excels, all these sheets together, no problem, you can do that. Let's say if 10 folders are there, each folder is having 10 subfolders, each subfolder is having 10 Excels, each Excel is having 10 sheets, don't worry, you can consolidate all those things with just click of buttons. Not just click of buttons, small things you need to write. Obviously, when you want the solution for the complex problem, you need to do something there. It's not like click a button, you will get the result, okay? Don't worry, in the second half, we'll learn it. Thank you, we'll have a quick tea break and we'll come back. Actually, but where I have covered all these instructions, whether I'll be covering today's session or not, but that's a good material to read at least for you. When you open that link, it may ask you to download the Dropbox. Don't do that. Below skip download. then immediately you can see the folder. Yeah, open in browser. Yeah. Yes. Now you can download all the files together. That will get into zip format. Otherwise, individual files in whatever the way you want. Is that fine? Have you got the files? Great. Okay. So I was talking about the rules of Power Query. Let me go a little further. In the Power Query, for most of the cases, Control Z will not work. That means if you do a mistake, if you mistakenly delete a step, gone. Okay. Control Z will not work at n number of instances in the Power Query. That is very, very important thing. And in Excel, Control Z work? Everywhere? Everywhere. What are the instances where in Excel Control Z fail? If you have a data in the sheet, mistakenly you have deleted the sheet. There are 10 sheets in my Excel. One sheet mistakenly I have deleted. I saved. Gone. You cannot get it back. Deletion of the sheet, no Control Z. Once you run the macro, no Control Z. Delete something in the data form, no Control Z. Right? Scenario manager, no Control Z. In Excel, n number of instances, Control Z will not work. That's the reason while you are deleting a sheet, if it is having a data, you will get a pop-up message in Excel. What is that pop-up message? Not are you sure? The deletion is permanent. Do you want to still delete the sheet? 99% of Excel users, not 99, 99.99% of Excel users, whenever a pop-up comes, they'll not see it, they'll click OK. Okay, they'll not even read it. Right? Many a times Excel is giving you a pop-up with a helping hand, but we don't bother, we don't see it. Right? So, many a times we record macro. Earlier I have given a macro, right, for financial year. I closed it without saving. Otherwise, if I want to save it, I cannot do simply Control S. What is the reason? Let's say I got the code from the ChatGPT, I kept into my Excel with developer and I saved it. What will happen if I save it? While saving, I'll get a pop-up message stating that, Sharon, the Excel you have opened is a .xlsx. But in the .xlsx you kept a code, right? That's a VBA. I'm really sorry, .xlsx cannot store the VBA. If you want to store the VBA, please save the file type as a .xlsm. This is what it's going to display. If you still wanted to say yes, what I'll do, I'll erase the entire code. As usual, we don't read it. We click yes. Gone, entire code. So make sure that start reading the pop-up messages. Right? Nothing will come to, in fact, viruses are very well behaved people in the earth. Why? Viruses are very well behaved. Because virus will never go to any system without their permission. Virus always come, knock the door, we only open the door with a sleeping face, please come inside. Virus will never go without the user permission. Suddenly tomorrow one message will come, I'm going to crash your entire system. We don't read it. Enter, gone. Okay, please read the message what your tools are giving so that you can safeguard. Now let's come to the Power Query. Now Microsoft Excel can store only values. In the Excel, what I can store? What I can store? Numbers, text, Boolean values, array. Array in the sense ARRAY. Array means collection of values. That could be number, text or Boolean again. It could be more than one value. These all are the only 4 items you can store in Microsoft Excel cells. But let me tell you, Power Query can store any of the following. What? It can store the number, it can store in a cell text, Boolean value, date, time, It can store a list. In one single cell, I can store one column. Imagine, in one cell of Power Query, you are having another column. That means it is storing it as an object. When I expand it, for example, there is one record. 3 items are there. 4th item is a column. One column stored in one cell. If I expand the 4th item, that 4th item is having again 10 rows. If I expand 10 rows, the below 3 values belongs to all these 10 rows again, right? Then what will happen? The 4th one, when I expand, it will expand to 10 rows. The first 3 values will automatically get repeated one below other, right? You can even store the record in the Power Query cell. I can store one entire row also in one single cell. I can store one entire table into the Power Query cell. I can even store the files also into the Power Query. That's the reason Power Query is such a best application. In one cell, you can store value, column, row, table, even object. That could be binary, anything, right? Just to understand this, let me take this to little next level. This is a Power Query table one, very plain table. What is this table? What it stored? It stored all the numbers. This is the second table. It stored all text values. This is the third table. It stored number, text, date combination. Power Query table 4 is the best example for you. It stored the numbers, it stored the text, it stored the dates, it stored the list. List in the sense, each list is nothing but another column. For example, this list is 10 values, 20 values, let's say 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. If I expand this, all the list values, how many rows will come? Can anyone tell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 into 10, 80 rows will come. Yes or no? When 80 rows are coming, could you please tell me for the first row, this one will come. For remaining 9 rows, the same value will come. For the first row of this list, these 3 will come. For the second row, third row, the same values will come. So remaining all values will expand. Okay. And it can even store a record. Record is like this. List is like this. List is nothing but a column. It will even store a table. Okay, one cell can have another big table. Now imagine how great transformation you can do. This small basic concepts are important if you want to go to the next level. Now let me close this. This entire rules, I made it very structured. You can just go through whenever you have a doubt. Every problem you can solve using there. Now what I'll be doing, I wanted to do my first transformation. Till now we have not used Power Query. There is a file. Now what I'll be doing, I'll just go here. This is fine. There is a full name. There are a couple of names. Harshavardhan, Saran Kumar, okay, Ruchir Agnik, Amit Shah, Ram Charan, Narendra Modi. There are some names. I wanted to split this into first word, second word. Very simple transformation. In Microsoft Excel, if you want to split something into first word, second word, what you will do? Sorry? Text to column. Text to column is not a function. It's a feature. What is the difference between function and the feature? If it is a function, I'll use in the formula. If I change the source data, this data will automatically change. Feature means that point of time, whatever the data, you do it. That's all. Okay, text split, there is a function. You know that? Which is almost equal to the text to column. Filter, there is a function. You know that? Filter feature used to be there. We all know. On top, you will have a drop downs. You will select the filter. But filter, do you think it's a dynamic? No. If I add a couple of rows below, will it automatically filter? No. Again, I have to unfilter and again I have to do the filter. That's the reason they introduced a function called a filter. So, if you change the source data, this will automatically change. Sort is a feature or a function? Sort. Feature. Also, they have given a function now in the recently. I can even sort the data automatically using a function. If the source data changes, this data will automatically sort. Okay, there is a function called unique. If I want to remove the duplicates, normally what we do? we'll go to the data tab, remove duplicates, right? Don't do that. Henceforth, use the unique function. Why? Remove the duplicate till that point of time, whatever the data. Unique function, every time the source data changes, your unique will automatically change. So these all are the dynamic array functions. What is the meaning of it? In one cell you will write a function, it's spilled to the other cells and other rows and other columns. Thanks to Office 365. Office 365 if you use, these all are dynamic functions are available. VStack, HStack, text split, text join, right? Unique. These all functions are available in the Office 365. This I can solve using that, but instead what I can do, let me use the Power Query now. Everyone please concentrate. I'm using the Power Query. Let me do Control C. I'll put here itself. Control V. If I want to read this data into my Power Query, I cannot directly read it. When you want to read the same Excel workbook, in the same Power Query read only the objects of tables, defined names, then dynamic arrays. Is this a table? Is this a selected one is a table? No. Is it a defined name? Did I create any defined name for this? No. Is this a dynamic array? No. It is neither a table, nor a defined name, nor a dynamic array. So if I want to use this in the Power Query, first I need to convert this into table format. How to convert any range into the table format? Control plus T is the shortcut. Otherwise, go to the insert, go to the insert, table, anything is fine. Now let me click OK so that it automatically converts this into the table. Now it is in the table format. How do you know that it is in the table format now? Sorry? How do you know that it is in the table format? Lines by default is coming. If you don't want this style, what you can do, on the top are you finding table design? Go to the table design. I want a style of this one. For the user it looks like a range, but it is not a range, it's a table. How do you know that? Because on the top there is an extra tab called table design. Okay, when you keep the cursor outside of this, you will not find it. When you keep the cursor here, there is a table design. It is an indication that this is a table. But what is the difference between range and the table? What is an advantage of using the table? In the range, if you put any data below the data, let's say 10 rows are there. Now I added 2 more rows below that. Wherever you used this range in the formulas, will it automatically update to 12 rows? 10 rows are there. Now I have added 2 more rows. I have written a function there, sum of 10 rows. Now I added 2 more rows below. Do you think that sum function automatically update to 12 rows? No. But if it is a table, if I put 2 items below, automatically table will expand. Henceforth, I am not calling it as a column name called C and D. I will call with the table name, table column and so on. So wherever the table is there, automatically that will expand. And also filtering in the table is very easy. You know the slicer? Anyone? Slicer? What is the slicer, madam? In the pivot table, generally we use it. Instead of me going into the drop down and selecting an item, I'll click the slicer so that buttons will come in a very good format. I'll click the button, automatically entire pivot table will change. Here in the tables you can use the slicers. N number of things are there. The advantage of the tables, let me not going into that. Now now I converted first into the table format. This table, let me give the name as TB, full name. TB full name. Henceforth this table is called as a TB full name. TB in the sense table. Now let's go to the data. I'm using Power Query for the first time. Please have a look. Let's go to the data. Now I want to get the data. Get the data from where? From the table or a range in this Excel. I'll click this. Once I click this, that data will go and load into my Power Query. It will extract the data into my Power Query. Now if you could see it, you can see the data. TB full name is the query name. The entire data is here, right? The best part of Power Query is All the steps, whatever you do, that will record in the right side. Now what is the one I need to do now? I should split the column, right? Now I'll click the split column by a delimiter. Now, before even going into this, once I get the data into my Power Query, this is the source step. By default, first step is always a source, right? Now when I expand, for the first step, whenever I select here, in the formula bar there is a function. Yes or no? What I told you, in the Power Query, every transformation, Power Query will write a function for that. If I want to get this table directly in the Power Query, what is the function I should write? Excel.currentWorkbook is a function name. TB full name is the name of the table in that particular current workbook. In that you please get the content column, right? Now, okay, I'll explain this little later. Now let us do the work. Now I want to go to the next step. What is the next step? Click this split column by delimiter. I wanted to have a delimiter is a space. Am I correct? Yes. Once I click OK, could you please tell me what will happen? Their applied step, second step will be added. For the second step, a function will be created. Let me click OK. Wow. Now right side, are you finding there is a second step? Yes. What is the second step it has written? Split column by delimited. What is the function it has written? Table.split column. For which what is a feed? Whatever the source earlier step, that result you take it as an input here, then you please do the needful. That is what it is saying. Now, I want, headers are not correct, full name dot 1, full name dot 2. I wanted to change it as first name, then middle name, right? Okay, this one, it's not middle, yeah, middle name this is, middle name, then this one, first name, right? I changed the titles of the column. Again it has given one more step. What is the extra step name? Renamed columns. It has again given me one more function called table.rename columns. That means, could you please tell me how many functions may be there at the back end in the Power Query? There are 800 plus functions are there, right? For every work what we do, it create a function. But let's say my problem is not fit into any of these 800 functions. Then what I do? Then I'll combine all these 800 functions, whatever required, 2-3 functions together, I'll get my result. These all are independent functions. Then if I can mix these functions together, then I can create another, solution, right? So now what I need to do now, I will insert a index column. I'll go to the add column. I'll insert the index column. My index column should start from 1. That's nothing but a serial number. This I wanted to get here, right? Now, before this step, I'll remove this step. I wanted to select the first name. I want to sort this first name. How I can sort? Z, A to Z. Automatically one more step got created. My first name is always into A to Z. Now, I'll go to the add column. I'll add an index column. Index column is nothing but having a serial number. Then I wanted to get this index column as a first column, but index is generally the name, we don't keep it, we keep it as a serial number. See, to have one single column, how many steps I had? I got the data, that's a source, then I split the data, second step, then renamed the column headers, third step, then I sorted the data, fourth step, then I added an index column, fifth step, then I rearranged the column because index was the last column, I made it as a first column, yes, then I renamed the column of the index as a serial number. Now, my transformation is over. Now I want to get this data back into my Excel. I'll go back to the home, I will load this data. Load to. When I said close and load, directly it will load as a table into new sheet. When I click close and load to, it will ask me, Sharan, where you want to load this data. Now I wanted to load this data. Do you want to load this data into the table format? Or do you want to load this data in the pivot table? Or do you want to load it as a pivot chart? Or do you want to just create as a connection? Why last one is important, tell me? Because many a times, whatever the data which I get from outside, I don't need in my Excel. Why? Because I want only the analysis. Why I want to get entire data into my Excel? Let's say I am taking from the SAP server 1 lakh records. Those 1 lakh records, why I want in my Excel? Unnecessary data. I'll just store it as a connection. Why? Because that query I'll use in some other query. So you store it at the backend, that's all. Don't get into my Excel. Unnecessary, I don't want to waste my data. In those cases, I'll store it as a connection only, so that your data will not come here, it will store at the backend. Now in this case, I want to store it in the table, in the existing place. I want to get here, click OK. My data gets loaded here. Excellent. Right side, you get all the queries. Now fine. But Sharon, to do this, why you want to do those many steps? Why, I'll tell you. If I go and change here, Varun Agarwal. Now what will happen? It will not automatically change, obviously. What I'll do, I'll go to the data, I'll refresh. What happened? Now immediately when you click refresh, it will go to this Power Query, all the steps it will does the work and it will get it. It will take this source. Now I have added one more, let's say Rahul Gandhi, just as an example, don't mind. Automatically my table got expanded. I'll just go here, data, I'll just refresh. How much time it took to refresh the data? Quick. Now understand the situation. You have a GSTR2 in Excel format. I have taken for the client all the 12 months. B2B I wanted to consolidate. So first what I will be doing, I'll select the folder, I'll read all the 12 months data, I'll append everything one below other, I remove the subtotals, then I'll summarize the data in the pivot table. Right? Now I have done the analysis, I saved into some other Excel. Now the source Excel is still there. Now in the folder X client data is there, right? Now I'll delete those 12 months files. Y client data I'll put it there. Now I'll come back to my Excel pivot table. I'll refresh. What will happen? Now the data got changed. It will come here, it will change everything. It will give you the data finally, right? Now I'll put third client. Come back, refresh. Third client analysis is there. If I am even wanted to go to the next level, why I wanted to do each one separately? Let's say if I have 100 clients, I'll put all the 100 clients data in every folder, right? I'll do all at a time append. I'll do the pivot table based on each selection. So into the pivot table, I'll filter the first client, I'll get the analysis, second client, I'll get the analysis, because after all, it is a data from the source it is reading. You are getting my point? What I'm trying to tell? I'm just giving you the visualization, how this powerful tool can be used into the next level. Obviously, when we talk about Excel, when we talk about Power Query, Power BI, these all are ocean. We can't just cover in 2 hours. I can't give you end-to-end knowledge in 2 hours. I'm only just widening your thought process, where this can be used at my office, in what level. If I can tell you today, I told you consolidate feature. Till now you are not even seeing it. Now I told you a case study. Now you will go and start exploring it. Always it is required in the technology field, because every tool I may not know. If I know there is a tool, then I'll go and explore it and understand better. My job is here just to make you explore the things which are helpful in your work, right? Now first transformation is done, everyone. Okay, just to make the justification for the workshop. Okay, from 10 a.m. you all are just listening. Many people are just opened Excel, done nothing. Now you do one thing, take the same data which is already there in my file. Otherwise you create your own small data. Do your first Power Query transformation. And if you are using 2007 version, my suggestion, don't try, because Power Query is not there. If you are using 2010 and 13 version, you have to go to the Microsoft website to download it, but even don't do that. Many features are not there. It is one of the old one. 2016 version onwards, you can attempt it. Okay. You have to download as an add-in. 2010 in the sense, how many years we are back? 15 years. The problem of chartered accountant is always, when we started using 2003 version, client got upgraded to 2010 version. When we slowly moving towards the 2007 version, client is upgraded to 2016. See, when client is above than us, it's a risk for a chartered accountant. Right? That's the reason I request humbly all of you, subscribing for all these tools, don't consider as a cost, it is an investment. Recently I took one seminar at Trivandrum. The title of my topic is how AI can replace at least 5 article students and 1 full-time chartered accountant. These days, if you have a proper utilization of AI with the tools, articles are really not, because there is a problem of article students everywhere. I don't know at Chennai, but Hyderabad, very rare we get the interview candidate for the, articleship. So how to overcome that problem? Everyone we ask, our ICI, what are you doing? What ICI will do if students are not joining? ICI has to promote it, of course they are doing it. For which what we need to do? We have to use the tools. Though article student is not there, I can still do my work. ChatGPT and these all AI tools, ChatGPT for which I am paying 2000 rupees for the plus version. My wife always, tease me. At least leave that ChatGPT now. You are almost getting the 20,000 worth of work from the ChatGPT. Because for almost things I use it, because I know how to use it and so on. It's not about using an AI, you should also know how to use the AI. That is very important. It's not like a Bangalore advocate recently, I'm sure you all heard the news. What is that? In the tribunal there was a case where one advocate, obviously people like me might have given a seminar, he was very impressed with that. Then immediately he went into the ChatGPT and he asked the question, for this particular facts, could you please give me recent 5 case studies? And ChatGPT has given 5, AI has given 5 case studies, out of which he took 1 case and he presented the case before the judge, before the judiciary member in the tribunal in a fantastic way, and he also appreciated, but still in the back of my mind of the judge, I don't know where is this case, but he confidently with the facts and figures he explained, maybe I could have missed, and he has given an order based on that case study, and the judge went back and after a couple of days, 2-3 days, he went back and trying to see where is this case, nowhere it is there in the world. Then he called that fellow, you come to my office, tell me where is this case. No sir, I went into the AI and asked this case. Then judge said, okay, let me recall that order. Next time when you come these type of things, I'll kill you. Okay. What that fellow might have done, he might have went into the Copilot or any of the AI. That AI could be basic, advanced or balanced or creative. Right? Generally what we think basic means, okay, low class of AI, I don't want to use it. Balanced means, okay, intermediary level. Creative means advanced AI. That fellow might have clicked creative. See, obviously when you click a creative, it's going to create the things for you. The meaning of basic there means, basic means I will not use my brain, Sharon, whatever the data, I will pick it and give it to you. Right? In this case study, I have to use basic because I don't want that creativity, I want the facts. Balanced means I'll take the facts for your requirement, I'll do little modification. Creative means don't worry, even if it is not there, I'll create for you. This fellow thinking creative means advanced. He clicked creative and created a case study. That means a basic understanding where to use, what model to use for my cases, then obviously you fail. It's not about AI mistake, it is your mistake. You asked AI to create the case study. And AI is having a hallucination. What is the meaning of hallucination? Telling the lie with a lot of confidence with facts, as if there are facts. AI will always tell you blunders, but with a lot of confidence. Even if you ask where you found it, I found in the New York in this journal. New York is not there, journal is also not there, but it will give that much confidence. That is what a hallucination. It is into a world, right? You must need to know when AI is responding, at what stage it is into hallucination, at what stage it is into, okay, reality. That is very, very important. Okay, just this one transformation, everyone please complete quickly, then we'll go into a small case study. Hmm. Different types? Obviously, sir. You, yes, because it's a GPT. Every time, why it will, let's say same prompt I have given, same prompt SAR has given, same prompt SAR has given. All three will get a different answer. Because it is not retrieving the answer for this question. It's not a bunch of FAQs of lags. For this FAQ, this is the answer if it is standard for everyone. For every question, it is going to create it. When it's going to create it, answer cannot be same, sir. It cannot be same. So, use the AI very, very carefully. And in the recent bank audits, I told everywhere, many people called me, sir, can you talk on AI? I'll better talk how not to use AI in the bank audit. Because you should know where to use, when to use. In the bank audit, using an AI is a nonsense. Why? Why? Tell me. Anyone? Why you should not use, especially in the bank audit? Because it doesn't have that much data at the back end to analyze the data in the bank related cases. We all are such a lazy, in using AI. AI is such a simple tool. Let's say, what is CA? What is CA? Chartered accountant. Why you said chartered accountant suddenly? Because your brain stored chartered accountant word thousands of times for the last many years. Now with this intention, I went into AI and I asked, what is CA? Thinking that it's going to give me chartered accountant. Then suddenly it has started giving an answer, CA is a very beautiful city, that is a California in the US and so on. Then I said, this is nonsense, doesn't know what is chartered accountant. But don't think what do you think AI is going to give the answer. Probably AI brain is having more data about the California than the chartered accountant. That's the reason that data is overriding your CA data. Then I have to make it little prompt improved. What I need to do? I was thinking, okay, OpenAI companies belongs to US, maybe California, that's the reason it is taking a biased. Now I'll ask, what is CA in India? At least thinking chartered accountant will come. Then what it is giving? CA means current account. In every bank, current account offers with these features and everything. Then again, I think it's a nonsense. Then I ask, prompt a little more, what is CA in India when it comes to education? At least thinking chartered accountant will come. Then it is giving computer application is one of the beautiful course and excellent course in the BTech, that this, and it has given everything. Then I improved my prompt again. What is CA in India in education when it comes to the commerce? Then there may be a chance chartered accountant will come. Provided there is no other course in the country with the same short name called CA having more data in the web than a chartered accountant. Right? That is what a prompt. Every time when you ask a question, it filters the data, finally it narrow down the data, it's going to give it to you. If I ask, what is the large advance borrower as per LFR? It gives blunder. Why? Who will have this data in the web? Only people who talk about the bank audit, either ICI or banks or RBI or the speakers like me. Do you think a Facebook influencer, Instagram influencer talk about the bank audit? No. That means at the back end storage in the AI, bank audit data is not even a negligible. When it is having not even a negligible data, when you are asking a analysis out of it, it will give you blunders. It is as simple as it. Why English language? It will give you excellent. Because obviously the entire data got stored at the back end is in English. Okay, that basic sense is required when we wanted to use AI. Anyway, let's come back. My topic is not that. I'm little deviating here and there. Everyone done this? Done this? Great. Now let me close this. The second speaker already reached. Deepak sir. I got the time only till 12 o'clock. Exactly reached at 12. Deepak sir, can I take another 10-15 minutes? Yeah, with your permission. Okay, let me close this file. Now, let's go back. How many of you have done bank audits? Sorry, forensic audits? Many people. Yeah, 1, 2. Generally, when we go for a forensic audit, if you get the huge data, they give only, sir, take your own time, but give the report in 2 days. That's what the statements generally they use. Okay. So in 2 days, if we even get their hard disk, that may be having some 20,000, 30,000 files, even to go to each and every folder will take a lot of time. Opening a file will take a lot of time. Then how do I know exactly what files are critical, what files are important? Okay, what we do, now I have given one file here, one file here, one folder. Now let me open Excel. I'll go to my data. In the data, I'll go to get data from the folder. I am planning to read the data from the folder. Now I'll, which folder you want me to take, I'll take the desktop, otherwise downloads. I'll take the downloads data, right? I'll click OK. That means you are trying to extract the data from the folder. First, what it will read? First, it will read all the files in the folder. Only the files in the folder are subfolders ka files also. All the folders, subfolders are the subfolders. It will go to the last file. It will read everything. Now, what I'll simply do, I don't want to do anything. I'll skip the transformation step. Because transformation, if you want, you can do it, otherwise you can ignore it. I'll directly click load. Now what happened? All my downloads, in the entire downloads folders, all the files are came here, right? These files need not to be into directly download, subfolders of downloads also. Now I can start filtering the name, right? Now I'll start putting a filter, adjustments, personal, don't touch. Is there any file name with the name called don't touch? Because we want to touch that first, right? So very funny names people created. CEO files, CFO file, final file, draft file, further income tax department. Now filter is there. I can start searching for the keywords. At least out of, let's say 1 GB data, maybe 10,000 files are there. Instead of me going into each and every file, I'll get all the file names. Not only file names, date accessed, date modified, date created. I'll simply go to date modified. Before me coming into their office, last 2 days, what all are the files has been modified. Simply I'll take it. Otherwise, you go to your hard disk and try to check. It takes a lot of time, right? Because that could be in n number of places. Now everything is there in one single source. Now these all files, even the extension is different. Now what I'll be simply doing, I'll simply make a pivot table on this. I'll just go to insert, I'll do the pivot table, I'll take date modified, I'll do Control Z, I don't want any grouping. Now I'll simply take it, right click, I'll group it, I'll take year wise, quarter wise, month wise, day wise also, right? Now I'll just take it, how many files are there? Now I wanted to keep this into the table format, right? I don't want any subtotal. Let me remove all the subtotals. Now you got date wise, month wise, year wise, how many files got created, right? Last download was there 20th May. Okay, this is for 2025. Now if I can go to my folder of download, if I can just go here, right click, I'll create an Excel file. Let me take my friend name Deepak, okay, Deepak PBI. This file I created now, where in the downloads. If I go to here, till now how many files are there? 750. If I right click and refresh, if I go to the data, refresh, what will happen? Refresh all. Okay, what will happen? Right click, refresh, 751. You see, today I created one file. This file is also there. It's a real time. That's what an advantage of Power Query. If we change the source, the final data will automatically change, right? Now this, you cannot consolidate these all files. Why? These all files you can't consolidate because each file is a different format. Some are in PDF, some are in Excel, some are in text file, some are in just Word document, some may be PPTs. These all I just took it because I wanted to understand what these files are. Now imagine a situation, if I am taking a folder having all the files almost into the same format. Now can I consolidate those files? Of course, now I'll just close it without saving. Now I'll open this. Now let me take one case study, this one. Now are you finding there are 4 months files here? January, there is a table with the data. Then February, there is a table. Let me close this. February, there is a table with the data, and so on. Now 4 months are there. Yes or no? Clear? Now I'll go to here. I'll go to data. Get data from Excel file or folder? Folder. Which folder? I wanted to go to a folder where in this folder, first one, click OK. Now how many files are there? 4 files are there. I don't want to get these files data because I don't want this. I want to transform data. Once I click, where it will take me? Power Query Editor. Now in the Power Query Editor, what columns are required for you? Name column, content column. Other than these two, I don't want any other column. Right click, remove other columns. Why? Because I don't want those columns. I told you what? Power Query can store list. Power Query can store rows. That's nothing but a record. Power Query can store a table in a cell. Power Query can also store a binary, nothing but a file. Now this is a file. But what you will do with this file? What you will do with this file? Power Query is what? Function based language, as I told you. Now I have to see in the Power Query, is there any function to extract the data from this Microsoft Excel? There is a binary, right? Binary is nothing but your Excel. It is stored as an object. In this object, is there any function which I can extract? Of course, in Excel, in Power Query, there is a function. Now, how to add a function like Excel? I'll go to add column, custom column in the sense I want to create a column. Like in Excel, how you will go to the last blank column, write a formula. Now I'll write a formula here. There is a function in Power Query called Excel dot. Are you finding third function? What it is? Workbook. I always tell you function will always have arguments. Arguments are nothing but the inputs. Inputs which are required to calculate that particular function. If you are saying Excel dot workbook, it is immediately asking you to select the workbook. Where is the workbook? Where is my workbook? Can you tell me? It is there in the content column. I'll simply select the content column. Comma. There is second argument. It is optional argument, right? Use headers. Do you want to get the headers? Yes. I will just take it true. Close bracket. Now I'll click OK. I have used which function? Can anyone tell? Excel dot workbook. Do you remember earlier from the same Excel I have taken the data. Now which function it has written? Do you remember that? Excel dot current workbook. Difference between Excel dot workbook and Excel dot current workbook is what? Excel dot current workbook in the sense, in the same workbook if you want to get the data, Excel dot current workbook. But if you want to get the data from outside Excel workbook, you are going to use a function called Excel dot workbook. When you take Excel dot current workbooks, it can only read what? It can only read what? Tables, defined names, dynamic arrays. If you are trying to take outside Excel workbook into the Power Query, then it will only read two things: tables, sheets, right? But normally in the sheet itself table will be there. That means the duplicate data will be there. Okay, try to understand. It will read tables and sheets together. Don't worry. Now what I'll be doing, I will simply click OK. But can anyone please tell me, Excel dot workbook final result could be what? This function will give you the result, a table, because it's going to give the entire data of that particular binary into a tabular format. Let me click OK. This is an example. Today I told you. What I told you? A Power Query cell can store a table. Now what it has done, for every Excel file it got the table. Now if I wanted to expand this, what I need to do? Are you finding there is a small button called expand? Click this. When I click it, it's going to expand this. When it expand this, do you think those 4 rows also will get repeat for the respective rows? Yes. Now earlier it was 4 rows, now it is 8 rows. Can anyone tell me the reason why 8 rows came? Because it read the table, it also read the sheet, both, right? In one Excel, 2 rows are there. What are those 2 rows? One sheet is there, one table is there. If 10 sheets are there, 20 rows will come for one table. If 100 sheets are there, 200 rows will come, provided every sheet is having one table. Let's say there are no tables, only 20 sheets are there. How many rows you will get it in this table? 20 rows you will get it. Okay. Now, which data you want to take it? Do you want to take the table data or sheet data? I want to take the table data. So I'll go to the item, I'll select, everything starts with TB, because for every table I have given a proper name, TB, Jan, Feb, March and so on. Now I'll just click OK. Now it has written one more function on the top. What is that function? Table.select rows. Now all columns are not required for me. Why? This column is required for me. Now this column is required for me. Remaining columns are not required for me. Now I'll select those 2 columns, I'll right click, there is an option. What is that option? Remove other columns. Now see, Excel workbook is a binary object. When I extracted, it has given me an outline. Sharon, it's having, this is the name, this is the type, and this is what the data. That data column I kept here. Now data column is again having table. If you could see earlier step, my cell is having a table. In the table, one of the column is also having a table. Now you can visualize, you can even deep into n number of tables, right? Now if I can expand this data, now let me just keep anywhere in this space. See, is this my data which is there in that particular table? Yes. Now every table is having the data. Now if I wanted to expand, what I need to do? I'll click this, I'll click OK, all the rows will come, expanded. Now if 4 files are there, I got 4 sheets ka data one below other. And one observation, the file name automatically got expanded. Why? Because obviously when 10 items are there for that particular file name, when I expand those 10 rows, the file name also will come to all those 10 rows, but it looks little odd, right? Having .xlsx and so on. Now what I'll be doing, I'll go here, replace values, .xlsx with nothing, right? Now I'll close and load. Now this entire data will get loaded at the backend, all the 4 files. Now this is not the fun factor. What is important? Now I'll copy this data, I'll paste here as a 5th month, right? This name of the file is a May month, right? Open. Now this table, I wanted to keep it TBMAY, May. And I wanted to keep the data just to keep it understanding. Sales, let me use the name called, let's say, Jatin. I am using the name called Jatin so that I can understand from my final data whether the same data is really coming or not. Let me save it, close it. Now if I refresh, do you think that 5th month, is it already there 5th month? No, only 4 months data is there. Now if I go to the data, refresh, what will happen? Can anyone tell? Once I refresh, first step is what? Go to the folder, read all the files. Now how many files are there? 5 files. Now it will take the binary. From each binary, it will take the table. In the table, it will only take the data column. No, it will first filter for sheet, then, sorry, tables. Then it's going to take the data column. Then it will expand. Then it's going to create the first column, replacing .xlsx and so on. It will does all the steps. It does all the steps. Now let me click refresh, boom. Don't worry, your May month joined, right? Now imagine a situation, let's say, like this 10 folders are there, those all 10 folders are part of one parent folder. Now you will read which folder? Parent folder. Now how many files will load? Each folder, if 10 are there, or 100 will load. That's what earlier example of downloads. Now steps are same. Yes or no? Now for example, each sheet is having 10 sheets. Each Excel workbook is having 10 sheets. Now like the 10 files are there in one of the folder. Like the 10 folders are there. These all 10 folders are there in one parent folder. Now when I read the parent folder, all 10 subfolders files will be loaded. How many files will be loaded? Each subfolder is having 10 files. 10 subfolders total, how many files? 100 workbooks will get loaded. Each workbook will get objects. What are the objects? It will read the tables and the sheets, right? Let's say each workbook is having one sheet and one table. Now I wanted to take the table. Now 10 sheets are there, 10 tables are there. Now 100 into 10, 1000 tables it will load. These all 1000 tables I'll expand together. Now I load back into my Excel. My data is automatically get ready. Right? Now imagine a situation. You can go and make a layers. Now PDF. The best part of if you want to do the R&D. In fact, that's what the research which I have done, I'm doing for the last 4 years. It's not a research. It's only a data analysis. Sir, last 5 minutes, sir. Last 3 minutes. Done. For every bank audit, I always present the, data. How many files are there, how many people are getting the bank audits, how many people are not getting the bank audits, and so on. From where I am getting this data? If you go to the RBI every year publish all the 12 public sector banks who are the auditors with the auditor firm name, UCA number also in the PDF format. Now what I have done, I took every year, if you could go here to my data, 2021, I took branch allocation data of 12 months. I took RBI list also 12 months. RBI list is having what columns, It is having serial number, UCN number, firm name, firm address, district of the firm, state of the firm, category of the firm. Right? Now, branch after allocation, it's going to give UCN number, firm name and address, how many number of branches allotted, what is the branch name, what is the branch address. If I can combine these two columns, what I'll get it? UCN number, firm name, category, firm number, what are the branches got allotted. Now they are given for 12 months. Now this data is standard. Now I combined all these 12 months data. But instead of just taking 1 year, I took for 4 years. Now 4 years, each year 2 folders, each folder is having 12 banks. Now how many files are there? 4 into 24. Now I combined everything into one Excel using Power Query. Now I started analyzing the data. That's the reason I could always tell this year in this bank only these many vacancies are there. How? Simple. Same UCA number was continued 4 years in the same branch, in the same bank. That means he is retired. Let's say this UCA number continued only for 2 years. That means he is still continuing. That is the reason I could get even the statistics every year, how the number of firms are going down, how the total number of branches are going down. This entire assignment and exercise I have done just by using the Power Query. If you want a best practice, go and do this. Okay, you yourself will get to know whether you need to wait for the bank audit henceforth, or you can retire from the bank audits and you can start focusing on the other domains. This is the way the consolidation can go to the next level. That could be used in the GST files, that could be used any of the files where huge bulk data is there. As other faculty is already waiting, I don't want to make him wait more time because he is such a good faculty on data tools and everything. I want you all should listen from him. Thank you so much once again for, sorry? I'll summarize what I covered. Okay. As the faculty is here, so that repetition should not be there. Sir, today I covered about introduction to the Power Query. Before even introduction to the Power Query, I have just given them little gyan about if they want to learn from the Excel till the advanced application, what is the learning path. Then I have given the introduction to the Power Query and Power Query work, and we made a basic first transformation. And I have given little introduction to the Power Pivot, what it does, though I have not given a demonstration. Okay, and Power Query what it does and Power BI what it does. and we have given the first transformation, and we consolidated with this case study, right? This is what I covered in the last 2 hours. Once again, I thank SIRC for giving me opportunity every time, believing me, and I thank all of you for having your patient hearing for the last 2 hours 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir, for this eye-opening session. Actually, every time we attend your class, sir, the time keeps running out, and we want to learn more and more from you, sir. So, thank you, sir. Sir, next we have our second session by CA Deepak, sir. Sir, request you to come to the stage. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Before I start, just want to take a. How many members over here have been using Power BI or heard Power BI? Anyone over here has used Power BI? Heard Power BI at least? Okay. Any idea where it has been used or something? Okay, that's my area of practice. I moved from Excel. I still do Excel and also do some Power BI automation reports for clients. Okay. Where have you used Power? I mean, heard Power BI?
In data analytics, they use it for data analytics. That's all I know, sir.
Or have you seen any Power BI reports? Have you seen any Power BI reports, something like that? How many members over here are from industry? Anyone from industry or only from practice? You're from industry. What is your profile, sir? Finance control or something like that, or? Finance. Okay. So you will get generally MIS reports to you. Okay. And team will prepare and give it to you. Generally, how much time they spend for any MIS? Couple of hours. Really? Or couple of days or couple of hours? Okay. See, I spent more than 10 years in corporates, okay, handling larger entities, example, multi-location thing and multi-product and multi-customer practices, okay. Invariably, they spend close to 2-3 days to close the books and then to get some MIS, okay. Anyone else from industry here? You're from which?
I'm coming from Resens. So I'm handling inventory and costing part. Yes. So I will take 2 days for a summarized report.
So after this class, do you take 2 days?
So I'm more excited. So I have some doubt for first section. So separately I asked.
You should ask him. Okay. He's there in the group. Okay. He's also a management committee member for Hyderabad branch. So any point he can reach out to him. Good. He's also from Microsoft, previously from Microsoft. Okay. So more than me, in depth he'll be well. I'm more from a user perspective over here. Okay. Why I'm telling this is, see, I started the career where I have to handle large data. Okay. When large data, it will be more than lakhs or 10 crores or something like. Okay. The recent largest project I've done is only 22 GB of data. You have to analyze, and I have to give the report only in Excel, because the end user only understands Excel. Okay, CFOs, other people, PowerPoint, Excel is what maximum they can do, and one email. Okay, so but 22 GB of records, multiple crores. Let's say 3.5 crores of line items. How do you analyze the data? It's a GST data for sales invoices for multiple line item. So you have to analyze by product category, geography, or customer, like that, and then move on. Okay. Since he spoke about inventory, I'll just take one Excel reports. Okay, understand the Excel report, and then I'll also show the flavor of Power BI. Then I'll introduce what is Power BI. Okay. Even people from practice also can use it. This is actual report of an entity. Okay, which has almost like 10 locations. So let's say this is one of the planned location. and they have the type of inventory. So the inventory can be finished goods or raw material, something like that, or consumables. For each inventory, we have given the aging. Aging is available over here. Against the aging, we have the numbers for past month and the current month. Okay, and then we are given the month-on-month variance and also the percentage. Okay, so let's say they have 10 particular location, 10 plant location, or let's say 20 plant location. Now I'll have multiple sheets for each sheet for one location, then one consolidation sheet. Is it correct? Are you able to understand this report? Now, as a CFO or a finance guy, you want me to understand domain knowledge, you want me to understand Excel, master Excel, whatever you know, I should be knowing more. You should have been at least 20 plus of experience, sir. Now he has to get updated with recent Excel, not possible. Okay. Now will he toggle multiple sheets? Most of the reports, in my experience, I'll just tell you, we'll send the reports, they will not even know how to open the report. That is the reality. Okay. If I don't get a query, 3 months, 4 months, I'll just stop one report. Okay. I want to check whether this guy is actually opening the report or not. So, I mean, once in a year, I'll just stop one particular month. Report will not be sent. I'll want them to ask for a report, and then I'll send the report. That is the practice I follow to ensure whatever efforts I'm putting for the creation of the report is valid. Okay. So in this report, if I had 10 sheets, 11 sheets, and toggle between multiple sheets, I will not be able to know the names. I mean, numbers in a perspective. Now, if I want to know how much is the stock for finished goods across all plants put together for 180 days, what should I do? Across all plants put together for 180 days and above, only FG, because I can monetize the inventory quickly. What will I do? It's in 10 different sheets. It is in 10 different sheets, not one single sheet. 10 plant locations, sir. You are from which location, sir? Chennai. I just want to give an example. Sarana Stores has multiple locations. So each location you'll have inventory. If I want to consolidate. Is it good now to do analysis, or what should we do? Consolidate, okay. So I'll use Power Query. Next. Let's assume 5 plant, each person is a plant head, 5, 5, 10, okay. I need individual data, I need a consolidator, okay. This is over. These are location heads. These are, let's say he's a head of finance raw material, he's a head of FG. I need to see at FG level also, I need to see at location level also, multiple things, okay. 45 minutes of meeting will need all the data. That's a practical difficulty, okay. Now this report, I was not convinced, because this is what I also created almost like say 12 years before. Okay, before knowing Power BI, this is a report created by me only. I moved from Excel to a little bit also automation. Okay, now the same report, what we did, we just tried to build in Power BI. We suggested you have to use only 2 sheets, complete the meeting within 2 sheets. Okay. Now, how will you analyze this report? Let us say if you are the MD or CFO, what all you will analyze? Just give me some points, what all you will analyze. If you want me to zoom, I'll zoom in. Just see the data, let me know what all you will analyze. And let us see whether those points are there in the Power BI or not. What all data points will you analyze? Non-moving items total. Okay, and in that you want to understand how much is by plant, how much is by type of the material. Okay, one. Anything else? No, let us go always start. Whatever is available, with this what will you analyze? Or variance is there. How will you know that? See, you are given the current month November and you are given the October month data. So, how will you understand which month of inventory?
Between the last month and the current month, whether the aging has been, whether the aged inventory has been sold. Clearance of inventory.
So, just correct me if I'm wrong. With various types of inventory, if there's an increase, you want to understand which aging bucket has increased. Increase or decrease, either way. Okay, okay. Anything else?
how much of the stock is moved from WIP to finished goods? Okay. Yeah, the clearance thing that I want to see.
Okay, I'll just summarize. You would like to know what is the total inventory of each, I mean, as a company as a whole, by plant, by types, okay? And then you want to understand the variance. The variance also you want to understand by numbers, percentage of increase or decrease. And you would like to understand by some waterfall charts also, okay? The same report, what we try to do is, is this report visible to you? So it has a number of inventory, I mean total count compared with previous month, compared with March. The same number for slow moving items which is more than 6 months. You have by aging over there, aging wise number is available, that is the current month value. We also have versus previous month number difference, variance, and the percentage difference over there. Here we have by type of material, we have by plant, okay. Now let's say I am discussing on 180 days and above, how much is the value. So let's say 180 days and above, the value is 36 crores. Here also 36 crores. I can click over here. Every other data table will change to 36 crores. So by plant wise I can see 36 crores. By material also I can see 36 crores. Clear? Are you able to follow? Now let's say I want to understand by FG. I can click on FG. So FG we had 22 crores. FG we had 22 crores. The same 22 crores split by aging, split by plant. Now you can address in the same slide, you can ask any questions you can ask, or any way you want, whichever fashion you want to analyze, you can analyze the data, and it is within the single sheets, okay. Let's say you are comfortable with numbers, you can proceed with this slide, or else you can go to another chart called waterfall chart. Okay, if I want to do a chart kind of thing. So this is the number for the last month, what has led to increase, what has led to decrease in the stock, and then I have a closing value. This is by plant, that is by type of material, and the third one is by aging, okay. Let's say I want to understand what has led to increase in the stock for more than 180 days. I can click on more than 180 days over here. Okay. This is because of the raw material. This is because of the raw material. You can click on raw material to understand which plant has contributed to increase. Okay. Is this way better than the Excel report? Okay. One-time creation is there. I mean, the Excel report, the team was supposed to spend close to, for 10 location, they will be spending close to 2 days. This report, hardly 10 minutes. I mean, I can reduce 10 minutes also. Let's say what I said, spoken about Power Query. We automate the process because the process is rule based. The process is rule based. We automate the process by Power Query and then visualization. So one portion he spoke about is Power Query, where we extract the data, clean the data, and then load it. The second part is the DAX part, which is Power Pivot, what is mentioned as Power Pivot. We try to give some formulas to analyze the data. Good. With this background, can we start on Power BI? Is it interesting before the lunch and post lunch? Can we start? Okay. To me, the purpose of Power BI or any other BI tool, it can be Tableau or something else, okay. The purpose is to move and automate our process of reporting, okay. So I don't want to just see the numbers, let me see the analysis behind it and let me see the narratives behind it, okay. So as BI is termed as business intelligence, okay. This is a Microsoft product, It will connect to data types. We also can do the same report in Excel, but why do we need a Power BI is we can handle larger data. We can handle larger data and multiple types of data. Let's say in Excel I can have 20 types of data connections. Here I can have more than 100 types of data connection. Let's say in Excel, so over here we can just go and connect the data over here. So I can have a flat file or something like Excel CSV or something like that. In Power BI, I can connect to multiple ways or forms of data over here. Okay. So here, let's say even if I want to connect to Zoho or Tally or something else, I can connect the data over here. So in similar fashion, in Power BI, we can have multiple modes. Let's say here, these are the ways I can connect the data. Sorry. So in Excel, we can connect the files over here. Either we can connect to Excel file, CSV file, or PDF, or from a folder, or XML JSON file. We can also connect to databases. Okay, we can also connect to web or tables. In similar fashion, here in Power BI, if you can see here, we can connect to multiple ways data to Power BI. Okay. And why do we need is, let's say in CS, let's say 4 lakh CS are there in India, at least 2.5 are there in industry. Okay, 2.5 are there in industry. Either person can move from industry to practice or practice to industry. I mean, both the ways. If you are given a finance control role or something else, you will end up doing MIS. Okay, MIS of various forms. This can be much more useful for you. You can also share the data with business stakeholders. If they want to analyze the data in their own way, they can analyze the data. Think Excel just like a next level of Power BI. To me, I'll just say next level of Power BI. I may not need to know a much more detailed coding. Okay, some amount of no code language is required. In Power Query, I don't think you would have done any coding over here. Okay, at least 80% of your work can be automated. 80% of your work can be automated. Next 5%, if you're able to follow the code, you can still fine tune your codes, or you can use the help of any of the chat GPTs. Further, if you are able to do something, I would say you can spend at least 30 days or something else to upgrade your knowledge on Power Query. So we support, most of the corporates where they use Power Query, they do financial MIS. Example, once the book close is happening, you download the trial balance, you can build your P&L and balance sheet. Okay, or they can go next level of comparing with budgets with actuals. They can prepare the aging report for debtors, creditors, inventory. Okay, those are the ways they are analyzing. These are regular financial report. If you want to go on a business finance perspective, okay, analyze the data from a sales head perspective or a MD perspective, then you can analyze which sector is contributing, which sector is not contributing, which product is contributing on margin. All those things you can count. So why are people moving from Excel reports to Power BI reports? In Excel, let's say any report which you want to prepare, you may download some 30-40 reports, okay, 30-40 Excel files from any of the ERPs, okay. You have to manually copy into Excel sheets, or you can now use Power Query to get the data. Now the challenge over here is the file size will also increase. If the file size increases, your processing power will also decrease. Here you can have larger amount of data, you can have larger amount of data. Let's say Mr. Ratnagiri had a chartered account. He has done almost like 150 GB of processing. His Power BI file itself is of 4 GB. His Power BI file itself is of 4 GB. Okay, why I'm telling you this, you can have huge data. If you're going with Tableau or something like that, let's say companies like Flipkart or Amazon, they will use Tableau software like that, which will have real-time input feeding, okay, across millions of records. It has a larger data compression facility available. Unlike Excel, which can compress the data, most of you are almost like 20 years old. Okay, in past, before 2003 or something like, we used to have a file and then we used to right click and then say, boss, zip the file. Okay, the idea is to compress the data file. Okay, are you trying to do the zipping now also? In any last 10-15 years, did you ever try to compress the file? And did you find any tangible difference? Not much. Okay, so this compression is already inbuilt in the Excel and Power BI. So Power BI has larger amount of data compression. Here you may not need multiple files. You may not need version 1, 2, 3 like that. It's a single source file. Okay, and it can be a single data. Multiple stakeholders can access. Example, if I'm only the head of South, the same report you can give me access only for South. If someone is for the entire India, he can access the entire India. You need not create multiple versions of the same report for multiple stakeholders. One single report with different access can be permitted. So this is what I was referring to. No user level security is available. Here I can provide row level security. So example, if I'm the head of South or head of a particular product or a category, you can just give me access only for that. Okay. We need to create one file for one month, which is not required over there. I can use the same report for multiple months. I can use the same report for multiple months and then slice and dice it over. Have you all downloaded Power BI? Everyone? Power BI desktop. Okay. Okay. So Power BI desktop version is free. That is where you create your reports. Okay. You can publish on app.powerbi.com. Okay. You can upgrade to Pro and get user access, restriction. Okay. It has to be on a not on a personal email ID. It has to be on a business email ID. You can also create the same Power BI for mobile, also for a web. So over here, if you can. Over here, if you can see, this is created for a web, okay, for a laptop screen. You can also change to mobile screen and realign your elements. On the left hand side, it is available over here. So you can change the screen size and then also the elements over there for each screen what you want to show. So how do we generally use Excel? I'll just start with Excel, then I'll just move to Power BI. If at all you want to do a financial report, let's say you want to prepare a P&L account, what do you generally do?
Extract the trial balance. We extract the trial balance. So then we put it in the respective formats.
Just give an example.
Tally, for example.
So he's extracting the trial balance from a tally.
Yeah.
Is it in a formatted way or not formatted?
No, mostly not formatted.
So what do you do?
So we use the formulas to extract from there to our already pre-filled.
So first challenge in Tally, when you download a trial balances, you will know the number. The formatting is there. It will have debit and credit. Okay, but you will not be knowing using a formula. You will not be knowing whether it's a debit or credit.
Correct.
Did you ever share this formula? So Tally in.
No, carry on.
So when you download a trial balance from Tally, you will find within the cell it will have a formatting. Okay, but you will not be able to, when you filter, you will not be able to identify this debit or credit. Okay, this is one challenge. Now what do you do? So you do a basic transformation from the Tally to a grouping, and then okay. So how do you do that? No, this is a practical problem.
Yeah, most probably we'll have us already preset, because since it is if it is a continuous, we are doing the previous year also we have done. We'll have the set things. So we extract the data.
You will open
Previous year file. We'll take a copy and then we will extract, and from there we will link it to all the Excel.
So I'll just repeat. He has a previous version, that is previous period, either previous month or previous quarter or previous year. He will have a file which has a mapping. A particular ledger name, he'll map it to, let's say, for a subschedule, let's say salary, he'll map it to employee cost. Employee cost will go to P&L. Clear? That is what the mapping got done in the previous file. So you download the same financial trial balance now. You will open the previous file. You will do VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, water format, and then get mapping. Correct? Clear? A quick question. Why are you not having a mapping as a separate sheet? What is preventing you from not having a mapping sheet in the same file? Just a mapping sheet. If this is a ledger, you need to map it over here. Why should I open the previous file? Format is okay, madam. I'm just saying this is a ledger name. This ledger should be mapped to employee cost. That's all. This 4 or 5 columns can be a mapping. Why can't I preserve the mapping as a separate sheet? Why should I even open a separate file? You may have some ledgers this month, this year or this period. You may have in some last period. I can have a simple master table in the file. No? Why should I open last file? This is a general problem in most of the clients we handle. They will always open last month file. I don't understand why can't they create another sheet and then do a mapping table. Clear? Good. Okay, so first challenge is transformation of data is manual. Second, mapping is also manual. Okay, these two things we are trying to understand. Now, after you have done this, what will you do? Once you have done the transformation, what is the next process?
So the format should be already linked.
Huh. Let's say you're doing for the first time. You're doing for the first time.
First time we will do the
Linking manually. Okay. So you have you will visualize what you want to present, or you will discuss with the stakeholder what he wants to see. Based on that, you will prepare the report. Clear? So you understood from the stakeholder what you want to understand. You understand what is the data available. You are trying to summarize this data with this particular report. Agreed? Any? So same thing over here. We are trying to connect. We are just downloading the flat file. We are connecting. We are not opening the file. We are just reading the file and importing the data. We are just reading the file and importing the data. We use clean in the sense we use Power Query to do the transformation. We use Power Query to do the transformation. Okay, I can identify what is debit. I can identify what is credit, like that. I can also use a master table. Example, he said I will do a XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP to identify this ledger has to be grouped under employee cost. So I will prepare a mapping table. Okay, I will prepare a mapping table. I will not do VLOOKUP. Why will I not do a VLOOKUP? Why will I not do a VLOOKUP? May I know your good name, sir? Triven Kumar. Okay. Let's say I ask him to go from here to that end, okay, without holding a bag. Okay. What will be his speed? Let's say how much time will take to reach there? 45 seconds, 1 minute. Now I'm asking him to carry 2 bags of laptop and then move from here to there. Same, less, higher. He says same. No, same or lesser? More. Is everyone saying more or lesser? Is everyone saying more? Why? Increase in data, increase in size will decrease the performance. Simple. Okay. By doing a VLOOKUP, let's say, for example, I'm doing a bank auditing. I have 1 lakh records, 1 lakh customers. Okay. For 1 lakh customer, if I add one more column, called mapping table, let's say this ledger has to go to this one. Will my file size increase or decrease? Okay, increase. If my file size increases only for one column, what will happen? Clear? So performance automatically. Okay. Now, if I don't do lookup, then how will I get a summarized value? I told I'm not going to do lookup. Then how will I do the summary by a particular subschedule? Okay. That's where data modeling comes into picture. Okay. The first part is your Power Query, which is nothing but data transformation. ETL, extract, transform, and load. The moment you load, I need to do a data modeling. By data modeling, what we are trying to say is there will be 2 types of table, 2 nature of data. Okay. Let's say SIRC of ICA has booked this particular hall. SIRC of ICA has booked this particular hall on 24th May. Let's say for example purpose, we have paid a rent of 50,000 rupees. This is a transaction. Okay, this is a transaction. How can I analyze this data? Who is my customer here? I am between your lunch. Just cooperate for 10 minutes. Okay. Customer. Who is the customer? Okay. Product. What is the product here? Hall. It can be hall. It can be room. It can be hall or it can be room. Okay. Do you want to understand the period when it was booked? Okay. So first is the customer. Second is the product. I want to analyze by product. I want to analyze by period when it was booked. Okay. Third, is this the way you analyze or is this a number? It's a number. What is the number now? Amount. What is the number? 50,000. Okay. It can also have additionally number of days. It can also have additionally number of days or number of hours. Okay. The number of hours or the amount has no meaning unless I read with customer, product, or the period. The number has no meaning unless I have to analyze the data. who has purchased 50, I mean, whom should I go and pitch for a hall? Whom should I go and, then I'll say, boss, I have to go to SIRC of ICA to book for more number of days. Okay, unless I don't read this number with the data. Now, will customer name SIRC will keep on changing? Will it keep on changing? Yes, no. Do you guys have membership number? Okay, does the name keeps on changing frequently, very frequently? No, okay. Now, your master data for you, from your perspective to ICI, your membership number, name, gender, the date in which you become a member, are the static data or will it keep on changing? Static. Should I have to keep as a master or something else? Okay. Now, when you enroll, you punch only the membership number. From the membership number, I go to the master and fetch your data. Correct? From the membership number, I go to the master table and then fetch data. I can fetch your name, location, when you become member, when are you SCA, FCA, all those things I can fetch. Okay. Now, what is the transaction data over here? Transaction is the date in which the transaction happened and the amount or the quantity at which I bought. Correct? So, data can be classified into two things. One is your dimension and the fact table. Dimension and the fact table. Okay, dimensions are those where I wish to analyze the data. How I want to analyze the data. Facts are nothing but on that particular day what the transaction happened. So it is for the 2 days. On 24th I booked it and the price is 50,000. That is a fact for that particular transaction. That's all. For the next transaction it can change. Clear? I can analyze the data only by dimensions, the same measures. I mean, I can only analyze the data of the fact by using the dimension. Without dimension, I cannot analyze the data. So the process remains the same. We will connect the data. We will also try to clean via Power Query. Post lunch, I'll try to do practicals. When we say modeling, we are just trying to create relationship. We are just trying to create a relationship from the fact table to master table. From the fact table to master table. When we say analyze, how do you want to analyze? Okay, let's say I want to see this month's sales, last month's sales, those things we are trying to analyze. And how do you want to present? You want to present as a number, you want to present as a chart, those things you can decide. Okay. And then later on you wish to share the report, the same report you wish to share with multiple stakeholders, you can decide to share. Okay. So what are my facts and dimension? My facts are nothing but quantitative data. So you can have number of days, you can have percentages, you can have value, example numbers, any numbers which you want to aggregate. Dimensions are nothing but qualitative data. So you can have customer, product, region, something like that. Who bought it, when they bought it, how they bought it, like that. Without dimension, your data has no story. Without facts, the story has no substance. Okay. So think of dimensions: who bought it, what they bought it, where they bought it, and when they bought it. Clear? Who, in the sense, SIRC bought it, what they bought it, they bought the hall, where they bought it in Chennai, when they bought it, 24th of May. Okay. Date is also a fact as well as a dimension table. I will classify as a dimension table because from the date we can derive month, we can derive quarter, we can derive financial year. So similar example I just quoted over here. In case you have a hotel bill, in case you have a hotel bill of 12,000 base, the type of the room becomes a product. Who stayed, customer becomes a customer also become who. Okay, when, the date, which, the branch. So how do we link the master table to is the tables visible over here? Clear? So there can be one or multiple fact table, one or two fact tables. Facts are nothing but transaction table which I download. You can create your own dimension table. You can create your own dimension table so that I want to analyze the data in this fashion or that fashion. Okay. The fact table will remain at the center. We are trying to connect. Let's say there's a plant over here, there's a plant description over here. Okay, I have connected this table over here. This table will have master data which will be unique, Let's say my membership number becomes a unique. I will connect this data with this particular fact table. Okay, how do I connect? You can just drag and drop a particular data. Let's say I'll just double click on this. It says the plant code over here and the plant code over here are same. I have mapped it. Okay, it's a many to one. This particular data has multiple options. This particular data has only unique data is available. Okay, so this is where I create a relationship, and then if I want to analyze, I can analyze the data. We'll do one Excel problem, then I'll move it over here on Power BI. I think on Power Query they would have already spoken on how do you import the data. Okay, off late I just understood one challenge. I'll just ask the same thing. Okay. Anyone apart from Tally use any of the ERPs? Any ERPs for you? SAP. Okay. What is the general challenge you have? Just share your challenges.
So same like I download the data in SAP, so I convert to my format.
What is the challenge? Biggest challenge? Size is the challenge.
Size, locations. Hello. We have the 54 sites we are
54
handling.
sites are there. Okay.
So we are the head office. So we submit the report for all sites, summarized report.
Okay.
So I download the data.
How many times you download? Every time? I mean, all the 54 separate reports or single report?
All the 54s in one dump.
One single dump. Okay. What is the file size? General file size?
I'm not checking.
Okay.
I'm not giving exactly.
Any other challenges?
No, we generally download the dump. SAP. We generally download the dumps and export that in. Sorry?
Nature of data?
It's for MIS or even for TB or.
Trial balance.
Yeah.
Okay.
TB I'll be taking a dump from the thing, and the formats will not be as like a perfect one. We need to.
Apart from trial balance, any other data we download? Let's say inventory report you have downloaded, inventory or.
No, not inventory, but MIS dump I'll be downloading.
Which what will have the nature of data? Let's say datas or creditors data have you downloaded invoice wise?
Sales register.
Sales register. Okay, I'll just ask you a question. In the sales register, you also download a sales register. Okay. It will have how many columns, madam, in the sales register for SAP or any other ERP, even for Tally also? How many columns will be there, and how many columns are relevant and how many columns are not relevant?
There will be almost like.
In SAP, when you download, you have 20 columns. All 20 are relevant to you? By default, you don't want. By default, you don't want. Okay, so the same paste. I mean, same answer.
Relevant only four or five columns only. Rest of things are not relevant.
When you download, how many columns you get?
So minimum 20.
Minimum 20.
Yes.
More than 20 only.
Yes.
And the number of line items are.
Yes.
Why and how much are relevant is only 4 or 5.
4 or 5 based on cost center and profit center as well as amount and reference as it is. That's
okay. So why do you download?
That based on layout sector.
Can the layout be changed?
Yeah. Yes.
Then why it not been changed? So one biggest problem, most of the people, not only on Tally, even in other ERPs, when they download, it will have more than 20-25 columns. The relevant columns are only 5 or 6. Relevant columns are only 5 and 6. Habitually, either we are not aware how to go and customize the report, point number 1. We may need, okay, today we are not aware the relevance of other 15 columns. May not be, we are not aware. We want to group it. We want to aggregate and group it, but we are not aware. Some point of time, example, when I download sales data, okay, sales register, my requirement is only customer code. I don't need customer name because I will have customer master. I will have customer. I don't need GST number. I don't need PAN number. I don't need state. But some other analysis, how much I sold for particular state, I have to analyze only by the state code of the GST number. From the state code of the GST number, okay. But whether you want to analyze by customer name, all the state put together, aggregate, I am not aware. Okay, during the meeting, what question you will ask, I have no idea. So you want to analyze by entire all the states put together for one particular customer, or all the customer for that particular state. Both the way you can ask the questions. Clear? Now this data, when I get it from sales register, it will be an independent column. Clear? When I load the data to any, whether Excel or Power BI, first step itself I have to reduce all the columns. Only the relevant column I have to take it up. Point number 1. Okay. Point number 2, I can create a customer master. Okay. Why I am telling this particular challenge is, one client gave almost like 109 columns. Okay. Sorry, 167 columns. The biggest number of columns I had. And I need only 14 columns, nothing else. 14 to 15 columns was the only requirement, nothing more than that. Now the moment I load, he said Excel.current workbook. Okay. The next step is you can draw the column names. You can tell whether this column is required or not required. Then you can load the data. Till such time, don't even load the data. Clear? One advantage of Power Query is, I need not. I told you that client has given multiple crore records. I never load the data into Excel sheet. Okay. Why will I use Power Query is, in Excel I can have only 1 million records. In Excel I can have only 10 lakh records. Okay. Then how can I analyze more than 10 lakhs? I cannot create multiple sheets. So what I do is, I will load the data only in my Power Query. It is there in the backend. I will just create a pivot table. Okay. So the data is there in my memory. Only on refresh it will just go and click to my database and then get the data. Only the summary has been printed over on the Excel sheet. Okay. So I can create a summary in Power Query itself and then load only the results, not the entire data. Understood, guys? So you have each invoice wise data not required. You can just have a customized summary and then move on. So one biggest thing is, in Excel you also have in Microsoft 365 a formula by name choose columns. I don't know how many have used choose column. The speaker in the evening will cover this point. Okay, Mr. Srivathsan will cover choose column, by which you can remove you can only select the data which is relevant to you. You need not have all the 20 columns. One important thing in Power Query and in DAX is to identify the nature of data. Okay. A particular column of data should have only one type of data, whether it is a text or a number or a date and time. Clear? So one learning I just want to share here. When you take an invoice, you have invoice date and time. Should it be together or separate? When you go to any hotel or a store like Sarna stores, they will print invoice date and time. It will be stored in a particular column. Okay, so date and time together it will be stored. Should the value date and time should be in single column or separate column? Date separately and time separately. Why? Then how will I merge? Does it so much relevant over here? This has eased out almost like 80% of my file size. That's why I'm telling this. Okay. See, Power BI uses something called as tabular format. Okay, tabular database. So what will happen is, it will go to each column. Identify only the unique values. It will go to each column and identify only unique values. Okay. In case if I decide to have date and time together, in a year, how many dates are there? 365 days. Clear? Any doubts here? In a day, how much times can I have? How much timestamps can I have? 24 hours into 60 into 60. How much, sir? For one particular day, I can have 86,400. Okay. Number of days we told is 365. If I multiply both, this is my unique records I will have on date and time. Now this will create unnecessary data load. Instead of having 3 crore records, unique records, I can split date separately, I can split time separately. Okay. This we have done for a broking company when they are having a transaction and also for account opening. This we also had for a store similar to Sarana stores. Okay, store similar to Sarana stores, not in Chennai. There they gave the date and time together. We just split the date separately and time separately. When the moment I loaded the data, okay, it will reduce my data model file size also. It will reduce my Power BI size also, and it will ease out my processing. Okay, because each one will become a unique value. The moment it becomes a unique value, it will increase my file size for you. So whenever you get the data, whichever ERP or softwares you have, please split date separately and time separately. Okay. So we spoke about, so we have in Power BI, there are only 3 modules for me: Power Query, Power Pivot or DAX, and Power Visuals. Okay. Have you heard Power Pivot before? Have you heard Power Pivot before? Yes, no? No. It was introduced in Excel in 2010. Now you can tell. It was introduced in Excel, for Excel in 2010. Okay. Are you able to see the data here? Are you able to see the data? Okay. So we have invoice number, invoice date, customer code, customer name, item code, item description, quantity, price, sale value, cost of goods sold. Okay. This is one data. But I do not want to analyze. I do not want to analyze by individual customer. I do not want to analyze by individual customer. I want to analyze by the state from which the customer is belonging to, the industry from which the customer is belonging to. Okay. Point number 1. I do not want to analyze by each of the individual SKU. I want to group it. Let's say I have a notebook over here. I want to combine notebooks to, all the notebooks of multiple pages together, all the pen drives of multiple size. Let's say 128 GB pen drive, 64 GB pen drive. I want to combine together and then see the sales. Okay. For this, what we have done is we have a data over here. So each of the code has the name and then it has been grouped over here. Each of the code has the name and it has been grouped over here. Okay. And we also have customer wise, whether it's a large cap and what is the industry and what is the geography, what is the head office over here. This is also available. If I have to understand how much has been sold for each of the state, what will you generally do? If I have to do an analysis by state wise, what is my sales? What should I do? In my data, there is no state. So you do XLOOKUP or VLOOKUP and then get the data over here. Correct? So this data has, let's say, 1400 line items. So will it increase the file size? Okay. Can I do the VLOOKUP now? Have you guys ever used something called as tables? Or even that is out of syllabus? Are you aware what is tables? Saran sir, you spoke about tables to load. He would have spoken about tables, no? So what is tables? Share something. It has defined rows and column. Okay. Is it good to have tables or not to have tables? Yeah. Why?
As Sarvan sir said, it is a dynamic one. If we have a...
He told whatever he knows.
Okay. That's what I answered. If I have some formula, if I keep on adding my records, the formula also keeps on including it in my data table. It will be helpful, and it will be having a header also. That's it. That's it, sir.
I am sure you are used to the word structured referencing. Dynamic array is a different concept. So the data comes in a structured format. Okay. So one column will have one single data type. So how do I create a data table over here? What is the shortcut key? Okay. So I'll just repeat 2 minutes over here. So when I scroll down, are you able to see the headers? No. Okay. When I come to the right and I want to give a formula, please tell me what is this 3 bill? What is this 3? Three means what? It is referring to I31. What is I column? From this data, are you able to understand what is I column? Or I have to go left, right, center? I have to go once again, waste time, go left, go top, see the heading, come back once again, come back here. Even 10 seconds waste is waste. Okay. So you are not able to identify from this particular location, what is the nature of data? From this particular location, you are not done. Okay. And what our friend told is, when you do a formula, it can replicate down. It can replicate down. Clear? And if at all you have to do a filter, how will you do a filter? Let's say I want to do a filter for pen drive. You will come here and then do a filter, correct? Yes? Is this a manual way of filtering data? So what should I do now? Next. This is a manual way of filtering, no? You guys have moved from 3310 to smartphones, no? Then you should also change here. No, I'm asking filtering data, not summarizing data. Filtering data only. So what is the difference between 3310 and smartphone? You see the icon and then you click on the icon. Okay, it can be an app or something else, you click on icon. In similar fashion, we can have a filter by having slicers, okay. So I'll press Ctrl T. It is asking for 2 data points. Where is my data and whether the data has headers. I'll click OK. The moment I scroll down, you are able to see the headers on the top. The moment I scroll down, I am on the 61st row, still you are able to see the headers on the top. If I come out, somewhere here, I am just saying equal to same, I am just going and linking over here. The advantage over here is, when I give the formula, I know I have referred to table 5, a particular column by name, sales value. I need not refer to the left side to identify the column name. Clear? Like I have a name, I can also give a name for this particular table. Let's say I'll just come back here. I'll go to table design. I'll just say this is sales data. So fact table underscore sales data. So when you are on the table, there's a menu by name table design. When you are on the table, there's a menu by name table design. On the left hand side, you have table name. You can just write name without a space. Name without a space. Clear? Now if I come to the right, now what is my formula here? FT underscore sales data. So it is saying, boss, you are referring to the table name, also the name of the column. Example, we are there in the Vestin Park. On the 8th floor, we are there in the conference room. So it will identify which column you are referring to and which data. Okay. Now if you want to filter the data, in tables, you can just go to table design. There's something called a slicer. So you can click on slicer. Let's say I want to analyze by item description or by customer name. I'll click OK here. So if I want to see only 128 GB pen drive, click on 128 GB pen drive. You will find the data only for 128 GB pen drive. Can you see here? Okay. This is a new way of filtering the data. You can have the slicer for pivot table also and for tables also. Clear? So why do we need a tables now? I'll just introduce why we need tables. So the traditional method of having a summary is, I will go and add an additional column. Let's say state. My data is available over here. So I have to do either VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP. I'm doing XLOOKUP. What is my lookup value? Is my customer code. My lookup value is my customer code. Where I need to look up, I will go to another data. I'll select only for this particular column. Clear? And what I want as output, I want the output as state. Good? This way I got the states. Now I can create a pivot table and analyze the sales by state. Good to go? Any doubts so far? So you are expecting me to add almost 5 or 6 columns extra. You're expecting me to add 5 or 6 columns extra. Okay. Now instead of this, what I can do is, I'll just go to insert pivot table. You would have by default click OK and then went to next step. Okay. So the first step is, where is the data and where you want the pivot table. There's a point by name, add this data to data model. So this will open up Power Pivot and load the data to data model. So I'll click on this particular data and add this data to data model. So it will open up a Power Pivot window. 1 second, I'll just show it to you before. I'll do a regular pivot table and then I'll do a power pivot, okay? So when I do a regular pivot table, you're able to find only columns or table of only one data, one particular source, okay? For a pivot table, only one source is the data. All the columns of particular data is been visible over here. You are not able to see other data types, okay? You are not able to see other data. So this is the traditional way of creating a pivot table. If I want to understand, I will just create 2 more examples. If I want to understand how many products each customer has purchased, how can I do that? How many products each customer has purchased? Let's say there are 200 customers, each customer will purchase 2 items or 3 items, 2 or 3 unique items. How can I create that? Example, if a customer is taking only from TDS filing services or income tax filing services, okay, even for our data, how can I identify for each customer how much is the nature of products he has created? In this particular data, I want but let's say Bajaj Finance Limited. So Bajaj Finance has availed the services of 6 products they have purchased. Okay, for each of the customer, I want the unique products they have purchased. How will you do it? Pivot table, yeah. It will give count. It will not give unique counts. If you are taking the SKU to the values, it will give the count of repetitions. It will not give unique count. I am looking for distinct count of SKUs you have purchased. I hope you understood the question. If I drag and drop the SKU, you will get how many times he has purchased, how many times line items it has appeared. The requirement over here is how many products you have purchased, unique products you have purchased. Did you get the question? Is it a requirement or we can skip? Huh? No, is this a requirement? We'll solve it. Is this a requirement or we can skip for lunch? Lunch yaru solliya. Okay. So there are some there's limitations in pivot table. Example, I'm not able to see multiple tables. For pivot table, I need to add multiple columns of master data. And to do some complex workings, it is having a limitations. Okay. Now what I will do is I will load this data once again to Power Pivot. Power Pivots were introduced in 2010. 2010 and 13 versions will have a add-in, Excel add-in. 2016 version onwards, it is a by default version available. Okay. From Excel 2016 version onwards, it is by default available. From 2010 and 13. Post lunch. I'll just share. For 2010 version and 2013 version, there's an Excel add-in available. I think 2010 was a trial thing. 2013 onwards is a little better version. So on the top you can see Power Pivot for Excel. Currently I have not loaded any data here. So I'll just go to this particular data. Okay. Go to data menu. There is something called as this green color icon will enable Power Pivot. So I can have additional menu called Power Pivot menu. Clear? B on the data, you can just go add to data model. Just create on add to data model. This data will get added to my Power Pivot window. Are you able to see a sheet here? There's one sheet of data which is having sales data. Similarly, I'll just go and add other master tables. Let's say I want to add customer data. So add to data model. So now I got customer data also together. Maybe I'll just rename the table and load it. I'll just delete it. So I'll write this table name as, it's a dimension table. So D underscore customer master. And similarly, I have product table. So I'll rename this table as D underscore product. I'm loading both the data to Power Pivot, to the data model. So whatever you learn for Excel, the same concept applies for Power BI, but we'll have a different. Okay. So we have three different tables. We have three different tables in the Power Pivot window. Good. Now I need to do some summary. So currently we are in the data tab. So you have a home screen, design and advanced. So on the left you can see data view, diagram view, show or hidden and calculation area. Okay. This particular area is called calculation area where I can write formulas. This particular area is called calculation area where I can write formulas. This is what the data is available. I can add additional column. Like your VLOOKUP, I can add additional column and then say relate and then get me data. Okay. Avoid as much as possible to add columns. Add a column because it will increase the file size. You can use this particular area. Whatever formulas you write over here will become dynamic based on the filter context you will create, based on the filter context. Okay. Currently, if I add a column, this is my master data. Okay. So I have to now create a relationship between my master data to transaction data. Clear? So please click on diagram view. All the three tables are available over here. Keep the master table on the top. Keep the fact table on the bottom. So just drag and drop here. Good. Now what I can do is I have to identify item code over here, drag and drop to item code over there. Okay, this will create a relationship. It says one to many. It will create a relationship. It says one to many. So this particular table has unique item code. Against each item code, we have given a product category. Similarly, I can just create for customer code over here to customer master. Okay. I have assumed in the current table the headers are same. If the headers are not same, what I can do is I can go to design view. There's something called as create relationship. I want to create a relationship, or I can just go to manage relationship and then create new. So on the top, I have selected sales data. So I'll select customer code. In the bottom table, I'll just go to customer master table. I'll select the customer code. So this way I selected both the table. I can click on OK. Good. You want me to repeat how to create a relationship? When we are doing practical, I'll just try to cover. Okay. Now, the moment I create a relationship, I can also write the formula on the bottom, or I'll just go and create a pivot table. Clear? The pivot table we require is by product category, what is the sales? By product category, what is my sales? Currently, we do not have in this particular data product category. In this data, we do not have product category. Okay. So when I go here, you can find here active tables as well as all tables. All the tables are listed. So I can drag and drop any column from any table and then any other column, values. Okay. So we have product category in which table? We have product category in the product table. I'll drag and drop to rows. So we have got the product category. Where is the sales value available? Sales table. So I'll just go to FT sales table, drag and drop sales value to values. So we have used two columns, one data from one column, one more data from another table. Okay. This is a way where we can use pivot table, Power Pivot, and minimize the file size. Okay. You got the understanding here? Without adding the column to the base data, we can still create a summary. We'll create one more table for customer master so that. Okay. I did ask you each customer how much is the product, and each product how much is the customer. Okay. I need customer-wise product also, product-wise customer also. Now what I can do is I can drag and drop customer code from the sales data. Drag and drop here. Clear? Right click and then say count. So I have 1400 line items. It is not customer. I have 1400 line items. That is what it is mentioned. But I need a customer code. Okay. So in a regular pivot table, you don't have something called as distinct count. In a regular pivot table, you don't have something called as distinct count. Right click here, summarize value by distinct count. So this report gives, I have 200 unique customers. I have 200 unique customers. Adhesive is purchased only by 3 customers. Is this a better way to analyze the data? Not audible. Energy downer, lunch downer. Little bit. Okay. Now I'll just copy and paste it here. Now I can drag and drop from customer master office state. Remove product category. Okay. Remove product code. From the sales data, I'll drag and drop item code. Summarize value by distinct count. So we have totally 42 unique SKUs. We have totally 42 unique SKUs. For each of the state, how much is the SKU we are trying to sell? By this way, I can try and sell, cross-sell other products. Try and cross-sell the other products. Is this a good way to analyze the data? If you little louder, please. Then we can break for lunch. Okay. Can we come back at 2 o'clock or 2:15? 2:30. A choice is yours. I have no idea. I mean, I'm okay with 2:30 also because already one speaker has taken 15-20 minutes. Your accounts receivable report, you will have the date, reference number, party name, bill amount and the pending amount. Bill amount, the pending amount. It has debit and credit available over here. Okay. When I go to the particular cell, if you can see here, you can only find the number. Okay. But when I refer to this particular cell, you can find debit and credit. Clear? This is there as a cell formatting. This is there as a cell formatting. When we go to control 1, under control 1, you can find a debit and credit. Clear? Now the challenge is, I need in one particular column to identify whether it's debit means I'll put multiply by +1. If it is credit means I'll put multiply by -1. Good. This is a requirement. Manually, I can't go and do filter like this. All debit, go and type debit. All credit, I will put credit. That is not the way I work. Okay. The code is very simple. You can't do it via Excel formula. So we are writing a function. I'll share this file. No need to copy. I'll write a function. Just boss, you can give any name. You can just give any name. So currently I've given a name called get cell formatting. Okay. My input to this particular formula is that I will give a range. I'll just give a range. It is a particular cell. Okay. So this, whatever I will provide you, I need the output as a string. So what I'll tell you is the range you select. From the range, you just give me the number formatting. Okay. So I will call the formula. The formula name is get cell formatting, which will select the range. For the range, I need to give the number formatting. That's all. This code, where will you copy and paste? This code, where will you copy and paste? Anyone is aware of macros or no? So whichever file you are downloading tally output, you can right click on the Excel sheet, go to VBA code. Under the VBA code, go and insert a module. In the module, just copy paste over here. Clear? So it's already copy pasted here. So under module 1, you can find the code here. The code is already visible here. Okay. So when I go to Excel sheet, so I'll write get cell format. I need to give a range. So I'll just go and select this particular range. The moment I give a range, it says this is the debit balance. Good. I'll share this file. Maybe you can use it over. Okay. I have shared the Excel file on WhatsApp. You guys have downloaded. There are some sheets available in the front if you want to come forward. You want me to do in Excel or you want me to do in Power BI? You want me to do in Excel or Power BI? The same data analysis, what? Sir, 3 o'clock next speaker will come, sir. I have only... Okay, because Power BI is ocean, I'll just try to do. Maybe you will not be able to practice. You can stop me wherever it is faster, okay? We'll try to do in Excel, Power Pivot, and then I'll move to this one. Okay. So there's some data available over here in sheet number 2A and 2B. Is the file available with you in the WhatsApp group? Have everyone downloaded? You need time to download or can I proceed? Yeah, please. इधर आ जाओ भैया. Sir, mobile Power BI view la irukku. The desktop version illa. How many members here are using Microsoft 365 license? Okay. Offline only. 2021. Anyone lesser than 2016? Anyone lesser than 2016? Are you guys aware how to check the version? Are you guys aware how to check the version? Anyone who needs to understand how to check the version? Boss, half an hour you can get humiliated, that's okay. But once you go out, you'll be proud that at least I know something. How many of you need to know how to check the version, Excel version? You need to know, okay. So whichever Excel file you are having it, go to the file menu. Under file you'll have something called as account. You can check here. Clear? A recommendation, please upgrade to Microsoft 365. Not that I want to promote the product. A lot of things can be automated. Things which you are spending for 1 day or something else can be done in a few minutes, few seconds. That's all. One time formula is there. Okay. Like she told and Madam was telling, they will just keep on pasting the data one below the other. Clear? File menu, account. 2011, 13. So the version 2007, what was the difference between 2007 version and prior to 2007? Any idea? Difference between 2007 and prior to 2007? The number of line items increased, okay. 2010 was when Power Pivot and Power Query was introduced. 2010 was a beta stage, something like that. 2013 they introduced a add-in for Power Pivot, okay, that's what we are going to see now. 2016 onwards, this was stable Power Pivot. 2013 was the Power Query was introduced. 2013 was Power Query was introduced. Now it is very stable. Microsoft 365 has some dynamic array formulas, which is easing a lot of time. If you analyze the nature of work which you are trying to do, any nature of work, you will try to get the data, you try to filter the data what you want to use. Correct? This is a major time you spend is what is the data I want to filter and then use. For that you are using a manual filter, yes or no? Huh? Why it can't be automated? So example, can you just give an example of filter? What nature of filter you do? Can you explain for them?
Yeah. So we file TDS Q4 quarterly filing for all the clients. So the filters what we'll be using is that from the main data we'll be extracting whatever the relevant data we have, because the software will be dumping everything like the date of joining, date of birth, not many relevant data that has to be filtered out and then extracted into the format which is required as per Form 16. And then also matching all 3 quarters gross salary what we have declared, so that Q4 can be adjusted with the final gross salary as per Form 16.
I'll just pick up few points. You download the data in some format and the reporting format is different. Point number 1. Point number 2, he has to filter the data. It has too much of data. He wants to filter only the data which is relevant. Example, I'll just take 2 people example. They want only matched items. They want only unmatched items. Okay, these are 2 filters. Now every time is the data going for a change? Yes or no? So every time the data goes for a change, will you go and manually filter and then change it? That's where you are spending a lot of time. Okay, so filter has been always manual. Sort has been always manual. Sorting, whether ascending order or descending order, has been always manual. These 2 formulas are available, and including the choose column. To change the format, I want the first column something else, second column something else. This can be done with the choose column formula. Clear? One more, members who are from corporate here. Any members who are from corporate? 2 king bagi. 1 2 corporate 2 king ya ninga avanga paakringa. MS pandringla. Salary, who all is doing salary processing, payroll processing? So you'll have basic total, you have to do HRA total, you have to do other allowances total, like that you have to do a total. Clear? Can I have a different formulas everywhere? Maybe I'll just tell you a point here in this particular query. If I need to do a quantity total, if I need to do a sales value total, and if I want to do a total of COGS, my range can be different. Okay. Now if I want to put one formula and then do audit, how will I do it? See, my query over here is, I have selected some range. I selected some range over here. The range is from row number 6 to row number 2805. Okay, I don't like Rakesh. Okay, he has scolded me yesterday. Rakesh is one colleague here. He has scolded me yesterday, so I want to take revenge. I am reporting to him. Okay, so what I do is, I underreport sales. I'll reduce the rows to. I reduce the number of rows. This is very common in corporates. Okay, don't get. Very common. When someone gets angry, they'll try to give a wrong report, and then one small thing they say, sorry sir, I forgot. That's all. Now one more column if I do, I want to do, let's say this is for 2700. Now how can I do an audit whether the formula is consistent for all the columns? Out of syllabus. How many columns, madam? 20 columns. So you will go and check all 20 columns. So then that column is correct. No, next column only wrong. So then you are redoing the work. You are trying to redo the work. Why will you redo the work? Clear? So these are all practical problems which is there in the corporates. Okay. Now what I want to do is, if at all I do a sum, the sum has to be consistent across all columns. Okay. I want to do a by column total. By column total. This is available only in 365. By column total. Okay, it is asking me to select the range. So I'll select, generally we'll select only H column. Now I'll select from H to K. Done. The nature of aggregation I need to do is sum. Nature of aggregation I need to do is sum. Just a moment. If you see on the top, members who are sitting on the first row, members who are sitting on the first row, is this formula visible to you? Is it grayed out or bold black color? Is it in black color? This formula here, black. I'll just go to the next cell. Is it grayed out? Okay. I have written the formula only once. If I type something here, I'll get error everywhere. Boss, you are blocking my way to spill the results. Boss, you are blocking my way. You are not allowing me to spill the results. Okay. The moment I delete this, it will spill my results. Good. Now I'm writing formula once or multiple times. Is this a starting point of automation? Clear? I am recommending Microsoft 365 because there are so many formulas available which can ease out a lot of work. Okay. Let's say you want to filter something. This is not my topic, but I'm just helping you out. If you want to filter something, there's a filter function available. I can just go and filter here. I selected the data. I want only sales which is more than 1 lakh. I wrote only formula once. Okay, you can see the formula here. I wrote only the formula once and it is spilling the results. Clear? You want to change the column, you can change the columns. So idea is you just select the data and give the condition. It can be one condition or multiple condition. Good. Instead of doing a manual filter, now let's say my data goes for a change. My data goes for a change. This first record I just change it to 1,05,000. Clear? Now you can see the change in the output. I don't need to do the next time filtering. I will not do the next time filtering. Okay. For inventory, something like that, you will have data on both the sides. The moment you punch the data, it will just get removed from the matched or unmatched item. Clear? Any doubts here? So there are multiple formulas available in Microsoft 365. XLOOKUP is one of them. Filter, sort, choose columns, by row, to row, swap, sequence. Okay, those things can help you to minimize a lot of time. Good. Have you guys downloaded the file? Can we move on? Okay. The first step to use Power Pivot is to convert the data to tables. So you can press Ctrl T, select the data, and then ensure the table has a headers. Click OK. Once you convert the data to tables, it is our duty to give a right name to the table so that we can identify the data. The table is available in sheet number 02A. Sheet number 02A. If anyone wants me to go slow, let me know. The step number 1 is to convert the data to tables. Step 2 is to give a name. Anyone needs assistance here? Be on the data, press Ctrl T. Be on the data, press Ctrl T. It will ask for 2 inputs. Is the data selected? And the second input is whether the data which is selected has headers or not. Can I proceed? May I proceed? Yes or no? Yes, okay. So second step is to give a name. Be on the data. On the top you will have table design as a menu. On the left hand side it will have table -numbers. Okay. Just write some name. So we will identify the data into 2 forms, whether it's a dimension table or a fact table, whether it's a master table or a transaction table. Currently in this case is a transaction table. Okay, so transaction table is called as a fact table. So I'll write ft underscore sales data, ft underscore sales data. Good to go, guys. Okay, names are not allowed to have any space in between. So even the name ranges and the table name will not have any space. Underscore is just to identify both this word is separate and that word is separate. Not mandatory. If you can have a single word also, it's okay. Or you can have a camel case name. It's only for best practices generally followed by most of the Excel experts. So I'm just sharing with you. So dimension table are told DT, fact table are told as FT. Anything else? Can I proceed? Okay. So similarly, can you go to 02B? Okay. You will have product category category. Just delete that category and then say product category. For this table, you can write DT underscore product category. So there is one product table, there is one product table, there is one customer table. So here we will write DT underscore customer. So three tables we are given names. If we are given a table, how do we undo a table? Bringing back to normal ranges. They are told about tables. How do we undo a table? Middle one is not required. Left and the right one. Currently we have a table format. If we want to undo a table format, what should we do? Huh? Close the file, reopen the file. Okay. So on the top, can you find convert to range? Second block. Second block of data. Second block, convert to range. So if you don't want the table, you can convert back to ranges. Clear? Formatting will be available. You can do the unformatting. Coloring you can remove. In case it is not getting resized, you can resize the table here to increase the range, or you can convert back to normal ranges. Convert back to normal range. Okay. Good. Can we proceed? I don't know whether it is covered, but I'll still cover because this is critical. I'm in some other sheet. Okay. See, when I entered this building, I asked the parking person, where is the SIRC event happening? Okay, he told 8th floor. So everyone is aware there's a conference room available in the 8th floor. You just go to that particular zone. So they know the name. They know the name and they are referring over there. Okay. I'm in some other sheet. If I want to know the sales value, okay, do I need to refer to the particular sheet or can I just use a formula here? See, generally we'll just go to that particular sheet, select the column. That is what we spend a lot of time. Okay. Now let's say I want normal sum of sales value. I can just say equal to sum, just a total value. Okay. Equal to sum. What is my name of the table with where I have sales value? So just keep writing FT underscore sales table. Is the name available here? Press tab. Do not press enter. Press tab. Just see here. Then you can do it. Press tab. Just see here. Okay. But this is the entire table. I want a particular column. How do I select the column? This is the entire table. You also have cost of goods sold. You also have a quantity and all those things. Okay. Ha. Adamba eppadi varum. Correct. Correct. So clap hands for him. Okay. So you can press a box bracket. It will list down all the columns. You just go and select the column. Sales value. Okay. Once it is selected, press box bracket. We have selected the entire column. Close bracket. Enter. Now without even going to the data, I am able to get a sum. Without even going to the data, I am able to do a sum. Okay. Good. So for members who are trying to do a balance sheet or a P&L account from your raw data, okay. Let's say you will try to do a subtotal like that, no, sum ifs. Let's say I copy this 32 GB pen drive here. I want to compute 32 GB pen drive sales. Which formula I have to use now? I want to compute sum ifs. Correct? If I need to learn two formulas, one formula.
Ifs will be multiple.
So I have to learn one formula or two formulas. Which formula? Ifs. Sum if is an old version, which will have only one condition. Sum ifs has multiple. Multiple includes one also. So learn the recent formula sum ifs. Clear? So can you help me with the formula? So equal to sum ifs. The first syntax is argument is which column you want to add. Which column I need to add? If you guys had lunch, let me know. Still we have some lunch time available. You can have lunch and then speak. Okay, FT underscore sales table, box bracket, sales value, correct? So I am telling Excel I want to add this column provided the condition. What is the condition? In the item description, the description should be 32 GB pending. So I have to go to item description column. So FT underscore sales data, box bracket, item description. In this description, I need to find only 32 GB. Good. The moment I press enter, I get only this value. So without going to the data, we are able to do a sum ifs. Okay. See, even toggling between the sheets is a waste of time. Even toggling between multiple sheets is a waste of time. Without going over there, we can get a summary here. Good? Understood, not understood? Huh? Or you want to try, you can try this one. You can try this one. Visible? Visible? So first, there are 3 arguments, okay, 3 or 5, multiple of 2's. So first argument is which column you want to add. Second column is which column you want to provide the condition. Third argument is what is your criteria. So we have selected the sales value column. Then we have gone to the item description where we want to filter only for 32 GB pen drive. May I proceed or you want me to wait? You can come on the front. May I proceed? Okay. Okay. The idea is to tell about the advantage of tables. Okay. The table is the starting point for using Power Pivot, nothing else. Okay. I just deleted this sheet. Now we have created the table, we have renamed the tables. Now we have to load the data to Power Pivot. We have to load the data to Power Pivot. Okay. So be on the data. In case you have Power Pivot menu, then go to the Power Pivot menu, click on Add to Data Model. 2016 version onwards, it's a default menu available, excluding 2016 Pro version, excluding 2016 Pro version for business. Okay. If you do not have data add to Power Pivot window, just go to File, Options. In Customize ribbon, just see whether Power Pivot is available and then enable it. How many members have Power Pivot? How many members do not have Power Pivot? You have or do have? How many members do not have? Do not have. You know. Can you go to which version of Excel, madam? 365. Can you go to File, Options? Under Options, you have to go to Customize ribbon. Enable this Power Pivot. Which version? 16 क्या? Pro में challenge है. Options. 21 it should be available. Customize ribbon. Power Pivot will there. Close. Can you close this? Go to Data menu. Click on this Data menu. Manage Data Model. Okay, enable. Okay. Any other friends who need help on enabling? Which version, sir? Let's see. Inga vanga killa. Killa. Ilya. No, escape. Data. The green color icon. Manage. In the data menu, there will be a green color icon. Enable, sir. Illa, sir. No. Okay, just close it. I'll just. Friends, can you go to data menu? Just go to data menu. Members, just try this one. Just go to data menu. Click on this manage data model. It will ask for some enable. Okay, just try this one. Only one Excel. Any other friends need help? Can we proceed? Okay. So can you load all the 3 tables? Can you load all the 3 tables? So be on the data, go to that Power Pivot and say add to data model. Just click on add to data model. This is first method. The second method is go to pivot table, go to insert pivot table. On the bottom it will say add this data to data model. So either of the method you can do it. If you're not able to find the Power Pivot menu, you can go in this fashion. Just go to insert pivot table. The last option is add this data to data model. Either way you can just try to create a link. Guys, in Excel we can have only 1 million records. In Power Query and in Power Pivot we can have 1 billion records, 1B. Okay. Good. So we have loaded. Have you loaded all the 3 tables? Row 1, table number 1. This side. Anyone needs time? One is your sales data, second is your item data, product data, third is your customer master. So 3 tables loaded, yes or no? Everyone? Now we have to create a relationship between our master data dimension table to fact table. We have to create a relationship, okay? Please always ensure the master data, that is a dimension table, should have unique items. If it has duplicate values, then it will get, all the rows will get multiplied accordingly. If it is, the number of records are 2 times, then the same value will get repeated 2 times when we are doing a relationship. Okay. So we will do in a manual method. Go to design tab. We have something called as manage relationship. Click on it. We will create something new relationship. Sales data. Select on customer code. In the bottom, select another table called customer data. Customer table. Select company code. On the design menu, click on manage relationship. Just load. Rename particular. I didn't understand. 0 to A. Yeah. Be on the data. No, go there. Be on the data. Click on the data. Add to data model. Can you click on manage? Only once, madam. So we have sales data customer. Can you add a item, madam? Item master. In the 2B, left hand side you will have item master. This is customer. On the left hand side is item master. This is item master. On the 2B sheet, on the left hand side you have item master. On the right hand side you have customer master. Yes. No. You have added only one table. No, you should add other tables. Only then you can create relationship. You should add multiple. Yeah. Please tell me. Add to data model. Item master. On the right hand side is the customer master. Solve, sir. Design menu. Design. You have something called as create relationship. You can click on manage relationship. On that you have create. Now select 2 tables. On the top you can select sales data. On the bottom you can select master data. Understood? Any doubts here? Sir, any doubts here? Okay. Sir, select the respective columns. Code only. Top customer code, bottom also customer code. Clear? You can click OK. So any help is required? Done. Any help, madam? 1 second. So careful. You have sales data, table 5. You didn't rename the table, madam. Can you rename the table? Then you can. I just delete this. 1 second. 1 second. Madam, Excel in the table ku வந்து பேர் குத்துறீங்க madam. இது பேர் குத்துறீங்களா? Item master சொல்லுங்க. DT underscore item master. Okay for you. Now go to design menu. Design menu on the top. I'll repeat the step. First step is to create 3 tables. Second step is to rename the tables. The first table name is called sales data, item master, product master, item master, customer master. Okay. Few people have not done the second step. So redo the second step. Third step is to load the data to data model. Load the data to data model. Fourth step is to create a relationship. Manual way is to do it like this. क्या हो सर? If the headers are the same, there's a setting available. Do you want Excel to auto detect? There's a setting available. If it's enabled, it will auto detect and do it. If the headers are same, I by default do it. I will disable it. Otherwise, it will create too many things. It is better to disable it, and what is relevant, you can just do it. See, you are seeing only 2 tables, sir. In real life, you will do only 30-40 tables. I'll just show some client data with 30-40 tables. You will get mad which table, what data. There will be on GST master, there will be on customer master, there will be on location master. Okay, which sales office you are gone, which customer. So multiple things are there. So if you had seen, I have taken only the left table and the right table. Middle table you didn't ask me. That's a unique table for category. Even if you want that also, you can upload. Guys, you are done till here? So far okay? Can I proceed, yes or no? Yes, okay. Now this is a manual way. Other way is you can go to diagram view. You can just go to diagram view. On the home menu, there's a diagram view. So you can click on item code. Always drag and drop the fact table in the bottom and keep all the master table on the top. Keep the fact table on the bottom. Okay. So item code, just drag and drop. Item code, just select here, drag and drop it to product code. It will create a relationship by itself. Good to go. Just drag and drop. If you are doubtful, just click on that particular line. If you are doubtful, just click on the double line. You will see item code over here. Okay, guys. Can everyone respond, please? Yes. 1 second, just tell. Madam, select the column. Okay, let's say I selected the item code. Drag, drop on the item code. Madam, just here. Just drag and drop. It will create some relationship. Some relationship it will create. Okay. There's a line available. Just double click on the line. You will find the relationship. If you feel the column as selected is correct, then click OK. Else you can select it. Has both the relationship created, customer and the item? Any doubts? See, the data is flowing from the top to bottom. Not all customers would have given sales order to you. That's a master table. Transaction table. So only those customers can only give transactions to you. So all the customers will be on the top. All the master will be on the top, so you can find it easier. It is called star schema. So we will generally keep the fact table in the center, surrounded by all the dimension table. It is easy to see the flow, no? May I proceed? Either way is okay. Either way is okay. Either way is okay. It doesn't matter. See, it will have one to many or many to one. That's all. It will have one to many or many to one. Either way, the flow will happen only this way only. Master table will have unique value. Fact table will have fact table will have multiple values. Good. Now can we create a pivot table? Just go to home screen. You will have pivot table. On that, can you click on pivot table? On the home menu, in the Power Pivot for Excel, in the home menu, you will have something called as pivot table. Click on pivot table. You can see on the screen. You can see on the screen. Can you click it? Now you know what to do. Do you want me to proceed on this or how? Good to go. Clear? I'll just show you 2-3 items so that. So generally what we do is we from the customer table, I'll drag and drop, let's say company name to rows. Company names to rows. I can drag and drop from sales data, item code to values, sales value to values. Good. I want to understand which customer is buying how many products. Which customer is buying how many products. So on the count of item code, right click and say summarize by distinct count. Summarize by distinct count. Anyone needs help here? So on the item count, right click on the column, summarize value by distinct count. So for each customer, how many products he has purchased. For each customer, how many products he has purchased. Good. Anyone needs help? Let me know. Done, sir. Anyone needs help? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So from the item master, drag and drop. Sorry, okay. From the customer master, drag and drop the customer name to rows. From the customer master, drag and drop the customer name to rows. From the sales data, drag and drop item code to values. Drag and drop sales value to values. Single sir, innachi master பண்ணிங்களா எங்கேயோ போடுங்க சார் பரவாயில்ல ட்ராக் பண்ணி போடுங்க ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை சார் பயப்படுறதுக்கு ஒன்றும் இல்லை போடுங்க எங்கேயாவது போடுங்க இப்போ டபுள் கிளிக் பண்ணுங்க டபுள் கிளிக் ஆன் தட் நவ் செலக்ட் த கரெக்ட் காலம்ஸ் item code to item code. Now it is correct. That's all. Boss, first do it. Nothing will happen. You already paid the license fee. They will not ask you again. Okay. Yes, sir. So right click and say distinct count, sir. Not count. We don't want count. We want distinct count. How many products each customer is buying? Good. Guys, one best way to learn is keep doing. Okay, I'll just say what all I learned. My boss has been always lazy. Okay, I was blessed with a lazy boss. He taught me tally in 2 minutes maximum. Enter na ulla pono, exit na veliya varano. All the mujibach. Okay, you keep exploring. You want to see something? Please keep on pressing enter. Go to that menu. Please keep on pressing enter. You will see something. If you don't like it, please keep pressing escape. You will come out. That's all. It's up to me. It's my creativity. How much depth I want to go and how much I want to come out. Okay. Even in Excel, what is Excel used for? Typing and all those things. Okay. If I write a wrong formula, will Excel scold me? If I write a wrong formula, will Excel scold me? No. Correct? Na? Nothing. Na? It will give NAS error. NA error. That's all. No. If I delete a sheet, what will Excel do? It will alert me, boss, wake up, are you in the mid of the sleep or something else? You are trying to delete a sheet where data will get lost. So anything which you are trying to do against the system, it will give a pop-up. Anything which you are trying to do against the system, in general policy of using the software, you are trying to do against, then any software will give a pop-up. Clear? That moment you just get alert. So when you gave a mapping, you gave a wrong column. So what did the Excel gave? Boss, I'm not able to find a mapping. There is a zero mapping. You didn't read the error message, but just telling you, okay? It just gave you are trying to connect some two columns. There is zero mapping available. Now, please double click on the column, that line, you can correct the columns, that's all. Clear? Is the next speaker around? Just sorry. I'm sorry. 5-10 minutes. Okay. So right click here. Show value as, I'll just say distinct count. Okay. So we are aware now how many people are buying how many products. I can cross sell. Total number of products we have is 42. Someone is buying only one product. Do I need to sort this? Do I need to sort this? Yes or no? How to do the sorting? Sorting by value or sorting by product? Sorting by value or sorting by product, number of products? Number of products. So click on the click on the arrow mark. More sort options. Just see here please. Okay. Descending. In descending, please select the number of products. Click OK. So out of 42 products, the best customer has purchased only 7 products. I still have scope for 35 products to sell. Out of 42 products, the best customer has purchased only 7 products. Okay, I still have scope to sell another 35 products. This is how we can do cross-selling. Similar fashion you can create for pivots. Similar fashion you can create for products. Let's say, let me do copy paste the data. Let me copy paste the pivot table. Guys, just in the interest of next speaker, I'll just borrow 315. Okay. I'll just copy paste here. I'll remove company name. I'll drag and drop SKU, item description. I'll remove distinct count of item, drag and drop products, item code. Sorry, customer code. Clear? Right click customer code, summarize by distinct count. So we have totally 200 customers. I'll sort this data. Drop down, more sort options. I'll click on descending. In descending, I'll click on distinct count of customer code. So the best product is 8 GB pen drive. Even the 8 GB pen drive, only 77 customers have purchased. That means another 123 customers yet to buy. Clear? My best flagship product also only 77 customer. I can drag and drop once again item product category. So you can see here. Adhesive means Fevi, Bond, Glue Stick and Fevi Sticks. So there are 3 products available, 3 customers. Only 1 customer per each product. Only 1 customer per each product. Clear? So you can look and analyze this data and then try to improvise. Improvise means increase the sales or manage the customer better. Clear? Any doubts here? Yeah. You have doubt or? So you can check out in YouTube, in general YouTube, okay. There's a OBDC connectivity available. So similarly, you can also learn Tally language. So they'll tell which master you have to download. Clear? The moment you collect data over here via OBDC, it will first list down all the master tables and also the transaction table. So you can select those tables which you want to import to Excel. Clear? By default, you can, like when you go to Tally, you can go to that ledger creation master. No, that itself you can download. Whether you say print and then export print to Excel also, or you can directly connect to Excel also. Any other doubts? I have not shown any Power BI. So whatever you learn in Excel, Power Query and Power Pivot, these two are the core engine for Power BI. Okay. Maybe in the interest of time, I'll just show it to you. See, advantage and disadvantages over here is, so this is my Power BI window, okay, Power BI desktop. I'll just go to Excel. Let me say, I am importing this sample data. So this will open up, let's say table 1 and table 3 or whatever tables which I want to import. I can just click over here. Transform data. The moment you import the data, it will open Power Query window. Okay. So what is the advantage and disadvantage of Power BI is, in Excel report and Power BI is, in Excel I can go and put formula wherever I want. Some formula I don't like, I'll say minus 1000, plus 1000 somewhere. Okay. That is what we generally do in financial, here you can't do such things. In Power BI, the moment raw data is coming in, you have to put some formulas, and the formula will be universal for everything what you select. Now, if you see here, I have a table here which has pen drive. There's another table available, table name, which is here. Okay. New source Excel, sample data, customer name, product name, sales data. Good. So 3 tables we have selected. Click OK. I'll delete other tables. Once you feel the basic transformation, which all data you want, whatever filters you want to apply, you can apply the filters. Example, you don't want to have some columns, you can right click and remove columns. Example, I don't want customer name because I already have a master. Why do I need to have a customer name? Okay. In the morning they told about select and remove columns. Here I'll select, I'll go to choose column. Which all column I want, I'll just select. I don't want customer name, I don't want item description because it's a duplicate data for me. I'll be referring only my master table. Click OK. So what all transformation I need to do, I have done the transformation. I now need to close and load. I need to close and load. So we have loaded the data. Now what is the second step? We have to create a relationship. Clear? So on the left you can see, this is my report view, this is my data view, this is my relationship view. Okay. So go to the third option. You can find here all the tables. You can find here all the tables. You can find all the visuals over here. Different types of visuals. Now I'll go to relationship view. Since the description is already matching, it has already created a relationship. So let's say I want to say company code to company code. Good. Done. Now I'll go on the top. This is my visual. This is my visual. I'll drag and drop customer name, office state over here. This is my office state. Sorry, I don't want the map. So I'll just click on bar chart. So I want office state wise sales data. Is the visual visible now? I'll copy this visual once again and paste it on the right. I'll paste, now drag and drop the category. Is the visual visible? Maharashtra wise pen drive. Okay. Let me click on Maharashtra. What is happening? It is, maybe I'll just go once again. Just a moment. When I click on Maharashtra, automatically my other table will also get filtered. If you want to do by customers, now you can see a different color coding over here, okay. The moment you select a state, other two tables on the same screen will get filtered, okay. The idea over here is to load the data properly, clean the data, and then currently I have used implicit measure. You will have to write some DAX formulas. Okay. Now what has happened over here is in the backend, some formulas have been written. I can use this formula or I can write my own formulas, okay. So what I'll do is, if I write here formula, generally to add which formula will you use? Some formula. So you can right click here on any table, let's say click on new measure. My formula will be, let's say I have to give a name. I can write total sales. My formula will be sum. I have to refer the column and the table. I have to refer the table name and the column name. So FT underscore sales data, and my sales value is the table name and the column name. This is called as a measure. You can just find on the bottom here total sales with a calculator kind of symbol. Okay. Instead of using an implicit measure, you can write an explicit measure, which will this is called as DAX formula. So whatever Excel formulas you generally use, no. Like example, sum, count, average, and all those things, the same formula will be available. One additional formula which is mandatory to learn is calculate. Okay, if we want to recalculate the same number for some conditions, we can use calculate formula. If I drag and drop, the same value will come. Can you see the color coding for each of the customers? Clear? So for Power BI, there are three modules to be learned: Power Query, Power Query, DAX. DAX is nothing but Power Pivot, and the third one is Visual. Visual is not that mandatory. Based on the audience and the stakeholder, you have to decide the visuals. So there are close to 200 plus visuals available. You can select whether you want a table view or a chart or something else. You can just select it. Okay. Thank you. I'll just give 2-3 minutes for any queries, then I'll wind up. Next speaker is already there. Thank you for the opportunity. Any queries or something? Okay, this is a need-based learning. Okay, when I say need-based learning, each stakeholder manager will have a different way of seeing the report. Point number one. Okay, ICA DAP committee already has a Power BI virtual. In the library, it's already having a 3-day course in Power BI. For learning, you can go to Microsoft Learn. There's another YouTube channel by name SQLBI, SQLBI.com. Guy in the Cube is also another guy where you can learn. Guy, GUY in a cube. First one is Microsoft Learn. Second is SQLBI. Third one is Guy in the Cube. From Indian perspective, you can also follow Mr. Chandip. All these three people are Microsoft MVPs. Microsoft MVP is a title given to people who contribute to the community, who will always create contents and then publish it. Okay. So one good thing about Mr. Chandip, who is an Indian, okay, he also does a podcast. He will invite people from who are experts in Power BI to his podcasts, and they have to share the tricks. Okay. So it's something selfish. So I will not say this is my trick, I don't want to share. So everyone is trying to outdo the other person and giving a tricks so that you can minimize your work. Nothing. Something which will be a 10 lines code can become 1 line code. Chandip is the name. I think I'll just message the YouTube channel name. Goodly, sorry. Goodly, Goodly. In YouTube, you can search for Goodly. He also has some paid courses available. I have found the language reasonably, he's starting from basics and then going to complex. Okay, so it's good for Power Query, it's good for Power BI also. You will not find much content on Power BI. You will find content only for DAX and Power Query. So once the data is ready and the formulas are ready, then you just dragging and dropping. Anything else, Ma? Thank you for the opportunity, Ma. Thank you all.
Sir, thank you for this insightful session, sir. I now request the Tyagarajan sir to give away the memento to Deepak sir. Yeah, sir.
Sorry, sir.
No, sir.
Third session is by CS Srivathsan sir. To have a brief summary of Srivathsan sir, he was a chartered accountant, cost and management accountant with also diploma in information systems audit, and he's been practicing since 2012. He's also the founder and director of Hridaya Adconsur Private Limited and a respected faculty member for leading government and professional institutes. He has also lent his expertise to academic and training programs under the ICAI as well as international courses like CIMA and ACCA. He has been faculty for accounting, Excel, Tally, Data Analysis, Income Tax Act and Goods and Service Tax Act with Apex Institute of the Government of India and Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invite and being here with us today. I now request C. Chandrasekhar sir to give over the memento to the speaker as a token of gratitude. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Sir, the stage is yours, sir.
Yeah. So, good evening and thank you, Vishnu, for the introduction. I'm humbled. So, I said I'm going to start with tables. Tables காத்தலேருந்து நிறைய பார்த்துட்டீங்க கரெக்டாக டேபிள்ஸ் சொன்னோடனே என்னடா புதுசாக சொல்ல போகிறானா அப்படின்னு யோசிக்காதீங்க. Some of the basic things that you need to understand why tables are important. Okay, you would have done pivot tables, correct? Pivot tables பண்ணும்போது என்னெல்லாம் challenges இருக்குன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, when the data is added, what do you do? Refresh won't work. You need to change the data source, then you have to refresh. Then when you are trying to recall which column has what data, that is a trouble. When you are applying a formula in a normal spreadsheet, you have to copy paste to all the lines. If it is not a dynamic array formula, see there are now dynamic array formulas which we can use. If it's a traditional formula that you are using like sum or count or whatever, you have to apply this by copy pasting or by doing a control D or doing a sequence filling. So this would take a lot of time. Majority of our time would go into only formatting, right? So this formatting can be done automatically, and that automation helps us in doing all those petty things which consume a lot of time quickly. Then that makes a difference, correct? Yes, we all agree on that. Now look at this. I've given you the sales data, right? I'm just creating a copy of that sheet just for our convenience purposes now. Okay, I'm converting this data into a table. So I am selecting this entire data. Yeah, once the data is selected, control T. Control T. Now it asks you whether your table has got headers. If you don't have one, system will add one. Column 1, column 2, column 3, like that. It will give it a name. Later on you can go and change it. Yeah, now I have them, so I am asking the system to elevate this into the header. If I don't have one, system will create it. Now because I have one here, I am just keeping that tick mark alive and I am proceeding. Now just take a small difference, no? When you are in a normal Excel sheet like this, if you go down, you will not know what is the heading, correct? Look at this part now. Can you see the first line is promoted to be the column names? look at the top line now, where we used to get A, B, C, D column names. Now are we getting those column names as A, B, C, D? The column labels are gone. It is replaced with the table headers. So this way you don't have to freeze panes anywhere. You don't have to freeze panes at the top, because generally that is where we'll get the problem, right? So when you're converting this into a table, half of your job for freeze panes is removed now. First point is done. Second thing, just look at this. We have some data here, which is like the GST rate is there. I'm not sure whether this computation is correct, because this is a number, okay? Let's say I want to do a reapplication, right? So I'm going to insert a column here, right? I'm inserting a column, and it is given the name already as column 1. Can you see that? So I'm recomputing. So I'm calling this CGST. I'm not giving the amount and all there, okay? I'm just doing the multiplication, this into this. Now if you look at the formula over there, all those cell references are removed. It is replaced with table value and CGST rate there, right? I have not yet pressed enter here now. Just take a look at this. When I press enter, yeah, leave the formatting, but look, the formula has been applied to all the cells. The formula is applied to all the cells. This way, whenever you are doing a recomputation, or when you want to add a new column to the table, you don't have to, reapply the formulas in all the cells, take time. At times when it is not in the format, no, what will happen? You will not know what is the last line. To go to the last line, control N will not work. Yeah, because we would have deleted some rows or columns. So this control N will lead us into more confusion, which is my last line. Yeah, so that way you will save time there. And at the end of the table, okay, I'm going to the end of the table, okay, I'm going to the end of the table. And if you look at this part, can you find a small inverted, mirrored L over there? Yeah. When you're adding a new column or a new row, okay, you just drag this. You can either drag columns or rows at a time, not both, okay. It will not work like your regular drag and drop function. You can increase the number of rows or increase the number of columns, and by this way you can change the data limit of your table itself. Now for this entire range, there is only one name, which is called table 1 or table 2, whatever, okay. This name can be customized like what you already did for the power pivot, right? So if you want, you can go and change the name of the table. There will be a contextual tab here, table design tab. If you go in there, you will have the table name. You can call this, let's say, sales table, right? So don't use space in between. You will be allowed to use underscore or a backslash, which we use for HTTPS. Only few restricted symbols are allowed. You cannot use a cell reference. I cannot use C32 over there because it will take me to C32. So ensure that you are giving it a unique name so that whenever you work on that Excel sheet, you will remember that. The one good advantage of the array function is that now I have this table here, right? I can reproduce any part of the table or the table itself. Now we have given the name as sales table, right? Now this is stored in the Excel, like how it stores functions and formulas and the macros. These tables are also saved along with the column names. So wherever I want, I can go and call for that table, the entire table itself. So equal to sales table, yeah, and I will get the entire table here, but without any formatting. Yeah, fine. Till this, any doubts? Now none of the column names are included here. So if you want, you need to customize it. But for the session's purpose, I am not going to use the table references because it might be a little difficult for you to track what I am doing and what you are doing. Because just now some of you might get introduced to tables. So I am not going to use the table reference for any of the functions that I am going to do today. Am I clear? So I will be going with the normal cell references, right? You know what is absolute reference, what is relative reference, what is mixed reference. Any doubts in that? If you want, I will tell you. Yeah. Generally, we call C2, right? This is called relative reference. When you copy paste a formula which is given equal to C2, and when you copy and paste it, the number of cells you move, the reference will also keep moving, correct? This is called relative referencing. When you add a dollar symbol before the row number and the column number, let's say C22 is there, $C $22, then it becomes absolute cell referencing. This is called absolute cell referencing. Then there is third thing which is called mixed references. Either the row or the column will be absolute, the other one will be relative. The other one will be relative, $C22 or C $22. These two are mixed references. Then we have table. There's one more thing called named ranges, which I'm not taking you through because table is more than sufficient. Okay. Any doubts till this? Right. So now I'm going back to the sales data. If you look at the sales data here, invoice number is there, date, customer name, GST details, state to which it was sold, then the product and the category which was sold, then the number of units, its unit of measurement, then the sales value details, GST percentage and the amount, then the total invoice value followed by HSN and other details of receipt modes. There is one more table which I have given, which is for the e-way-bill. Which e-way bill was raised against which invoice number. Right. Now, generally, when I want to identify what was the e-way bill's value, generally, if some value is given here, we would like to cross map that e-way bill value and the invoice value and see whether they are matching. If there is a problem there, then there can be a chance of a penalty, right? So now we have the data here. Generally, we would use a VLOOKUP, right? But the problem of VLOOKUP is what? What are the problems in VLOOKUP? You have to first keep the unique value that you are looking up for as the first column of your data. Suppose if it is in the last column, what will happen? VLOOKUP won't work. In the VLOOKUP function, the first argument is what? Lookup value. This lookup value should always be to the left side, complete left side of your data. If it is not there, then your lookup function will not work. Correct? Second thing is that it can look only from top to bottom. It cannot go from bottom up. And third thing is that there is no wildcard matches. What is a wildcard match? Is when I don't know some number exactly. I don't know the number exactly, but I know 90% of it. The last 5% or 10% I don't know. Let's say a name. Yeah, let's say a name. Commonly mispronounced names. Yeah. Saran, S-A-R-A-N, S-A-R-E-N. Pronunciation both Saran. But what was given there? You do not know. Now, when you are searching for such names, it will be difficult when you are going to use a VLOOKUP to search for that. XLOOKUP will do this much better. Okay. I'm going to show you all the different types of matches. If you have any doubts, you stop me. You can also work simultaneously, right? So for convenience, I'll switch on this mic. See, I have invoice numbers, certain invoice numbers. I need the invoice value and the e-way bill value, right? I want the invoice value and the e-way bill value. They are in different tables so that we can practice some XLOOKUP functions, right? That's why I have given that. Now, equal to XLOOKUP. Of course, XLOOKUP will work only in the latest versions of Excel, 21 and above. If you are holding a older version of Excel, it may not work. All the functions that I am going to do today will not work in the older versions. That's a word of caution because only new functions I have taken. I have not taken any of the old functions. So if you don't have the latest version of Excel in your laptop, please share with your friends or share with your neighbor. Okay. So now I am giving the XLOOKUP. If you look at the number of arguments over there, just take a look at this. No, first is lookup value, same as VLOOKUP. But look at the next item. No, it says lookup array. Go to VLOOKUP. What it will say? Lookup table. Lookup table. The entire table I have to choose. I cannot choose a specific designated area which I want. I have to choose the entire table. Array means what? Any idea what is an array? A set of cells, that's it. Any random set of cells is called an array. It can start anywhere, end anywhere. There's no perfect size for it. Yeah. Now I'm going to give the lookup value, which is my invoice number 009, which is given here already. Then it asks for the lookup array. Now I don't have to choose the entire table over there. I can choose only what? That invoice number column. Okay. I'm going to the sales table over here. Okay. I'm choosing only the invoice number column. But please keep in mind, whenever you are giving two arrays in one formula, ensure that in formulas like particularly XLOOKUP, the array sizes are same. Otherwise, you will not get the results. For example, now we have given lookup array. Next one is what? Return array. Return array and lookup array should start at 2, end at 102. Whatever column you choose, that is different. It should start at row number 2, end at row number 102. Okay. If you are making a mistake there, then you won't get the output. Okay. Then comma, right? Then I have given a comma. Then I'm going to choose return array. What do I want here? Invoice value. Let me go to the invoice value column. Okay. So this is the invoice value column. I again start at 2 and end at 102. I'm just cross checking if it is correct. Here itself, if you want to make absolute, just press function key F4, so that you don't have to go and reapply for both the cell references. F4 once again. Okay. If I have to do that now for A102, then what I have to do? I have to do it once here, then again here. Yeah. So when you are giving the function itself, you are giving it properly. You can do it one shot for both the starting and the ending cell values. Okay. Then generally when we are using VLOOKUP, if some value is not coming out, then it will show an NA error, not available error. So we used to use if error function to overcome that, correct? If error comes, then publish the statement. Now that is not required in XLOOKUP. You can give the error reply here itself. Okay. So here I can give within double quotes, invoice not found. Yeah. If suppose invoice number is not there, then it is going to give me that error. Followed by the match mode. In VLOOKUP there is only one match mode. What was that? Exact match. Or there was a second mode which was what called approximate match. 2 matches were there, not 1, 2, right? But here you have 5. Okay. Exact match. Exact match or next smaller item. Exact match or next larger item. Wildcard match and rejects match. I'll come to this rejects little later. Okay. There's a new addition to the function. I've put a separate example for this rejects function that may not be available in your system, but I'll share it across with you provided time permits. Okay. Now here I'm putting this as exact match. If you don't give anything also, it will keep it as exact match only, because that is the first option. The first option becomes default. If you don't want to give anything, you can just skip this by giving a comma. Anything in a formula, if the argument is going to be within a box bracket, it is an optional argument. Even if you don't give that, you will get the answer. Even if you don't give that, you will get an answer. But if there is an error, it will throw the error. But here we have said invoice not found to be the statement to be given when it is not able to identify a particular invoice. Clear? Then whether I have to search from first to last or last to first, and also do a binary search of that. The values will be converted to binary and then it will search. I think that complex searches are not there for us. So either we will start from first to last or go from last to first. So I am choosing the first to last. Even if I don't want to give anything there, it will by default search from first to last, because that is the first option listed out there. So I am not giving anything over there. I am just closing the brackets and I am giving an enter. Can you see it is giving me the output right now? Correct? Now let's say if the invoice number is 109, because that invoice number is not there in the list, it is throwing up the error message. Are we clear till this? Yeah? Any doubts till now? Any doubts? Now the same function, I'm just copying this function, I'm pasting it here. Instead of match mode being exact match, I'm going to do a wildcard match. Okay. When I'm going to do that, let's say I have some invoice number. I'm not sure whether it is 45 or 145. Okay. If it is there, let the system get me the output. Okay. So I'll replace that with a star mark or a question mark. What is the difference between star mark and question mark? Question mark means one character not known. Only one character is not known. I'm not sure if it is 0 or 1, then I can put it as question mark. If I replace that with a star mark, it means that multiple characters not known. One or multiple characters not known. So it can be one character missing or it can be multiple characters missing. So based on the situation, you have to adopt the star mark or the question mark. Yeah, in cases of names, like let's say Saran, S-A-R-A-N, S-A-R-E-N, what we discussed, A or E, I'm not sure. I can replace that with a question mark. But A-N or A-E-N or E-E-N, I'm not sure. In that case, I have to replace it with a star mark because more than one character is not known to you. Okay, so now I'm replacing this with a star mark and I'm copying this formula and I'm pasting the same thing here. But instead of exact match, I'm doing a wildcard match and it will get me the output for that, provided it is able to find that. Now it is not A3, it is A4. Okay. Yeah, it shows 18,500. Shall we go and check that? I'm coming here. Invoice number 45. 18,500. Are we clear with these two things first? Any doubts till this? Try these two things. If you have any doubts, you let me know. Try it. If you have any difficulties, you please let me know. Now one more problem with VLOOKUP is it can do only vertical lookup, right? XLOOKUP can do both the functions of vertical and horizontal lookup. This function can replace both of them simultaneously. Any doubts? You please tell me. See, whenever a list is displayed, no, whenever you are typing the formula or anything, a list will come. When you have to choose an item from that list, you have to press tab. Don't press enter. Enter means the formula will get accepted. If you press tab, it will choose that. Okay, so be very careful when you are using that. Yes, sir. No, when the data comes to you, when VLOOKUP comes, it will not come with the circumstance. It will come only with the circumstance. It will not come randomly. When somebody is telling you over phone, you have heard it. I'm not sure what is he spelling. Now that's when it becomes a problem. Because in VLOOKUP or XLOOKUP, you need to know the exact text. When you don't know the exact text, how will you match it? That's when this wildcard characters come into play. HA or only A will not know. So you can add a star over there. Even if it is not there, suppose SA only is there in the actual data also, but you are trying to say S star A, still it will get you the output. If it doesn't find SHA. Yeah. It will get only the first output. Yes. But same drawbacks are there. They have not removed it completely, but to a greater extent, it can give you a better result. You can do one more search also from last to first and see if there is something of that sort. Generally in invoice numbers we don't accept that kind of an error, but just to showcase you that I'm telling you. But in case of names, this will be helpful. Names, places, or let's say pin codes, there it may be helpful. Even in GST numbers, where we'll not know all the numbers perfectly, last 3 not known, last 2 not known, then you can try this. I have given a function called equal to formula text. Now there is a new formula that has come out. If you give equal to formula text and the cell reference in which you have given the formula, it will show the formula there. There is a function called formula text. Clear with this? Can I move to the next one? Can I move to the next one? Next one is the trim reference dot operator. Okay. Now this is something very, very critical. Please listen carefully. I'll show you how it is to be done. Then you can try this. Okay. If you have any doubts, you stop me there. Okay. Now I have the list of items here, which is a summary. There are two-wheeler parts which were sold for 30,000. Then there were some bed sheets, batteries, washing machines, all these were sold. Now these are stock items. The manager wants the category, or you want to know what category or what division under which this product would fall under, right? Now when you are going to do a XLOOKUP, then what will happen? Generally it will give you the output. But the problem is, when I am adding a new line item here, will it get me the output automatically here? No, you have to again redo the formula, right? Every time I add a new line item here, I have to add the formula, keep on adding it. So it is going to take a lot of time. One is I have to reapply the formula for every cell. Our agenda is to automate. So now when you want to or try to automate this, there is something called a dot operator. Now this dot operator would stop running the array series when it finds an empty cell. But when it finds a value cell, it continues. So it trims the total length of the array for which it has to apply the function. Okay. Now generally when you are giving an XLOOKUP function, you will give like this, XLOOKUP, right, of two-wheelers. This is what I want to find out, right? Then the lookup array is basically the product description column that is available. This is the master basically. Right side what you find is the master. Okay. So I am choosing the lookup array here. So I am taking this lookup array. Then the return array is the category that I need. Okay. Now this is the general function you will do. Then what you have to do? You have to copy paste this. Correct? You have to copy paste this. Now instead of doing this, what I am going to do is, I am just changing this function a little bit. Just take a look at this. Instead of giving the lookup value as one particular cell, I am going to give the lookup value as an array itself. Okay. How am I going to do it? I am going to choose the columns from where the Excel has to look into. Okay. I am choosing till this 20th line or 25th line, whatever. Okay. And then if I give apply, it is getting me the output. But wherever there are no values, no, can you see this? It is showing me NA error, right? So the array function will work within XLOOKUP. That is not a problem. Now I want to stop this application whenever a blank value is found, correct? So now what I am trying to do here is, I am just going to this function once again, and after that colon mark, you find that colon mark over there now. After that colon mark, I am adding a dot. Okay. Now you could see that it will stop whenever there is a series of blank cells is found by the system. Okay. If it is not visible, then I will zoom it up a little bit so that it will be clear. Can you see this? After the colon. Okay. This is called the dot operator. This function will trim the overall size of an array for which the lookup is to be done. Please try. This M365 is not going to cost much. Per annum it would cost somewhere around 6,000 rupees, and you can easily use it in up to 30 systems. If you want to use it in different places, 6 user IDs will be given. Each user can put it in 5 PCs. Home premium. No?
So Microsoft 365 family pack will have 5,500 rupees the price. 6 users. Each user can have it 5 devices. So only one laptop. You can have it in the mobile or tab. Different this one. So 6 users you can split into the team and then do it. Recommended to start with and then move to professional.
This dot operator is the latest function. 365 only it works. That's why I told you. All the function that I'm going to show today works only in 365. See, this is something which I wanted to tell you. It will throw any error when there is a blank line in between. Okay. In that case, you combine it with if error. You have to combine it with if error. Okay. Or in the XLOOKUP function itself, you can add the error line. Yeah. Yeah, very much. But you have to use the print operator, double quotes. Till B25. If you want to increase it, you can just increase that bandwidth. See, but ensure that this B4 to B25, that is different. But the next two arrays, no, they should be of the same size. If they are of different sizes, it is not going to work. The lookup array and the return array should be of same size, the length. Yeah. Or if you are going for a H lookup, then the breadth. This is now. If you don't have this, then how can you do it? The older function was called offset function. Have you heard about offset function? This is a print function basically. Offset will try to print whatever you are trying to give that. Okay. So let me show you how the offset function works. See, equal to offset. Okay. Then it asks for reference, right? Reference is nothing but the value in this particular cell, and then I am trying to continue this function to such an extent that to the length of the data available, system has to look into. How will I know the length of the data? I need to count them. Correct? I need to count how many values are there. If I use count function, it will count only numbers. But I have text here. So what function can I use? Count A. Can I use count A? So I'm going to use count A. Okay. And again I'm choosing the same length of items. Okay. I'm choosing B4 to B25. Okay. Now what will happen? It is repeating the same line item. Right. So now what this array function does? Basically it identifies the item and repeats it. Now I'm going to combine this with my XLOOKUP. I'm going to combine this with my XLOOKUP. I'm going to build my XLOOKUP around this offset function. How am I going to do it? Just take a look at this. XLOOKUP. Okay. Then immediately I'm using the offset function, and then lookup array the lookup array is going to be remaining the same, and my result array is also going to remain the same. But the problem with this is, can you see this? It stops exactly when a blank line has come. After that it has not moved, because after that the count function won't work, so it will stop there. So there are drawbacks in this. That's why this dot operator would be a better function in that scenario. Okay, any doubts till now? Any doubts till now? Offset function I don't want you to try, but keep in mind you can use offset also. Yeah, question mark and star. Repeat that. See, Saran is there. When they are telling you your phone, they say Saran. You are not sure SHA or SA, right? H is there or not, you do not know. You put a question mark over there, then what happens? System will look for SHA and SA both. After that, the full name is there, RAN. SHA RAN or SA RAN, you do not know. So replace that H with a question mark. What system will think is, yeah, this is a wildcard character. If it is there, I'll try to fetch. If it is not there, I'm not going to fetch. Question mark is a wildcard operator where there should be a character and then you use that question mark. Okay. If it is SHA and you're not sure whether H is there or not, but you want to get the output of only SHA. You want to get only the output of SHA, then question mark should be used. But when you use the star mark, even when we search on Windows Explorer, no, sometimes when we don't know the file name, what do? We replace it with star mark, right? Why? Whatever may be the text, system will capture it. It can be any number of characters, sometimes 0 characters also. So when you apply a star mark, yes, star A, then it will get you the output of both SHA and SA, whichever comes first. Because end of the day, XLOOKUP is going to return you one output. But XLOOKUP can also give you multiple columns of output, an array output. Okay, an array output also, provided you combine it with choose function, which we are going to see a little later. Okay, choose columns is there. I'll touch upon choose columns, then come back to XLOOKUP to explain that. Okay, you can also give multiple criterias in XLOOKUP. You can give multiple criterias in XLOOKUP also. We are giving that lookup value, that itself can be multiple also, right? Now, because this is the first time, I don't want to load up too many things. It will run above our heads, and then we'll find it difficult when we go back home and practice. There are a lot of YouTube channels which you can watch daily, whatever YouTube time we are spending. Just insert this, another 10 minutes or 5 minutes, that will make a difference. Yeah. Now coming to this filter function. Okay, generally we used to use filters, right? How would you do? You'll apply the filter, then bring down the list, search for it. Yeah, this will take some time by itself, right? Now there is a filter formula. Okay, let's see how to apply this formula. I'm just typing here filter. Okay, then it asks for the array directly. This array is nothing but the output. Okay, so I want the output, so I'm choosing, I cannot choose the header, I have to start from the next line. That's why I've already given the headers over there. Okay, so I'm choosing this data here. Okay, then it asks include. What is to be included? That is nothing but the criteria and the column in which you are going to apply the filter criteria. Now what was my criteria? That is already given there. State should be Maharashtra, right? So I'm going to choose the state column, right? And then I'm giving equal to, okay, I've already typed Maharashtra here. If I don't have it, then I can put it within double quotes. Whatever text you want to give after equal to here, put it within double quotes, like what we use in SUMIFs, COUNTIFs, same way, right? If it is a cell function, then you don't have to use double quotes. Then if empty, then I can give a error function, error return function, but I don't want to do that at this point in time. I'm just giving it like this and give enter, and then I'm going to get the outputs. This is one criteria filter. You don't have to apply the filter, you don't have to remember the shortcut, how I have to apply, then go there, take the mouse, pull it down, because our articles used to do this, right? Yeah, every office the same issue only, no? Now, when it is multiple conditions, how am I going to apply this? Just take a look at this. Equal to filter, right? Equal to filter. The array part doesn't change. Okay, array part doesn't change. Then followed by comma. I have two filters now, right? One is what? The state, and then on the category, right? So choose the state column first. So before choosing, I am giving a 0 bracket open, right? I am giving the first array and its condition, okay, and its condition, followed by the second condition. Instead of AND operator, we are here using the multiplication operator, which is nothing but asterisk, right? Then use the or give the second criteria, which is your food, and you'll get the output. Clear? Any doubts in this? You want me to repeat any part of it? Yeah? What you can do, you can change this into a list also. This condition what you are giving there, you can change it to a list. Once you change that list, you will get the output. That way also you can do. Any doubts in this function? I am going very slow because I want you to try it simultaneously. If you have any doubts, please come back. Filter based on single condition, filter based on multiple conditions. As many conditions you want to add the multiplication symbol, add the criteria along with this conditioning has to satisfy. Please try if the function is working in your system, please try. Filter may work in 2021. But 16, I don't think filter condition, the filter formula was there. Any doubts to this? So when you are using VLOOKUP, then you get details from two different softwares. There's a formatting difference how you handle it. When you are using VLOOKUP with the sources and outputs from different sources, and there is a formatting difference, how are you handling it? Manually copy the format. What are the other options you tried? Manual is the last option always, right? Didn't try Power Query. Huh? Most of them. See, you can, when the source is known, okay, when the source is known, and there is an option called Get Data in Excel under Data tab, no? There is an option called Get Data. You can apply a sequence of steps every time the data is pushed, or when the data is pulled from there, the data will be taken, the series of steps that you have put in Power Query will be applied, and your data will be loaded into Excel. I'm just giving you a hint, you try it. You try it at your end. Power query.
Sorry to budge in. Okay. This is one of the general problem faced by most of the. So one data is in, this is let's say master data where you're trying to look up. This is in a number format. This is in text format. When you do a VLOOKUP, we'll get error. So one of the answer is manual formula where you can just go and change either this one or this one. Okay. Anything else? Manual. That's what same only. What you said is manual. No, every time you have to go and convert. I'm assuming this data will be only in one format. Master data will only be in one format. Okay. What you told is also get data, you go and get it. For that you have to learn Power Query. You have to master, then you have to come here. Okay. This is also a problem. Let's say when you have a number, let's say 1, 2, 3, and 4. If I want to do a sum, what will happen? So what should I do? This is a practical problem. No? If I do a sum, sir, you are having only 4 lines. You are able to see, and then you are able to change. If it is a 2-3 crore records, then 1 year only it was scanning through it. Yes, tell me, sir. I need the answer as 10, not as a 7. So if you right click is a manual activity, every time we have to keep doing it. Okay. Sorry, you have to be quiet. He's attending my multiple classes. Okay. Just listen here. We need to change the data. We need to change the formula. I am not of a view to change the data. Okay. Never change the data. Keep the source data as it is. Never change the source data. Keep the data as it is. Okay. What is minus into minus? Plus. Okay. So same formula I'll write equal to sum. I'll prefix double minus and then I'll select the range. So what it will do is it will convert each of the cell to a number, then aggregate. It will convert each of the cell. Can you see the formula here? I'll just. Is both the range and formula same? Boss. Okay, so similarly, when I do a regular VLOOKUP XLOOKUP, when we do a regular VLOOKUP XLOOKUP, let's say we do it XLOOKUP, this value, select here, comma select here, okay, we'll get an error. Just prefix double minus, that's all. We have to understand what is the master data format. If the master data is in a number, please come and prefix double minus here. Understood? This is where most of the people spend time. One of the error is if error, you already fixed it. But this is a practical issue. It will not be by it is by best practices. Okay. Thank you. Sorry.
So filter is clear and this one is clear. Shall we go to the next one? Yeah. Double quotes. Sorry? Ah. And double quotes will convert that into text. Yeah. Yes. Everything will be converted to text. Then search will happen. Because and double quotes will convert to text, no, concatenate. Shall we move to the next thing? Now we have this big sales data table, correct? But do we need all the data for some analysis that we do, or for all the analysis that we do? Let's say we are doing a GST analysis. We may not need the entire data, right? I'll need what GST number column, and then I don't even need the name most of the times, right? I'll need the invoice value, GST amounts, and the total invoice value, right? So what I've done to ease out the process is I've already copy pasted a simple transpose option. Okay, what I did is I added the column numbers here at the top, right? Then copied these two rows and pasted it here with a transpose option. Okay, so you find all the column names here, right? All the column names are available here. So for a moment I'll remove this. Yeah, now we are trying to choose the columns that we need as output. Okay, I don't want the entire thing. I want a specific list of items from the entire list of columns that I have listed out. Only a specific list of items as my output. So equal to choose calls. Choose rows is also there. Choose calls is there. Choose option is also there. Choose rows, choose calls. I am using choose calls because I want the entire column to be reproduced. Okay, so I am taking this, and it asks me what is the array. Array is nothing but the original source from where you want the output. If you have already created a table, then you can give the table name. If you have already created a table, you can give the table name. But I have not created the table here, so I am going back here to the sales sheet, and I am selecting the entire data, right? Including the heading. I have chosen everything, right? Now let's come back to this, right? So I have chosen that. Then the column numbers that I want as output. Okay, the column numbers, what do I want? I want invoice number, correct? So comma 1 means what? The invoice number column. Then the GST number, which is 5, right? Or date might be required because when you are doing the reconciliation, which month it relates to. So 1, 2, 5, right? Then taxable value is 14, right? CGST is 16, 18, and then 20, right? And if required, I can add the invoice value column, which is 24 also, right? And then close the bracket and give enter. It will get you the data. Suppose if there is any data in between, you will get the spill error. Move your data one more column outside so that you will get your output. Okay, suppose if my data was here, just take a look at this. No, it is throwing a spill error because it doesn't have the space to produce the data, right? So now you will get the output. Okay, the formula I have used here is, I will reproduce that here. Choose calls and then the columns I need. You can do this for choose rows also. Try this, please try this. The function is available, please try it. Now this way we will minimize the time that we need to work on the number of columns. When you are doing a VLOOKUP, XLOOKUP, HLOOKUP also, this will save time because you don't have to select the entire data. See, the best thing is get that home premium, which is about 6,000 rupees, like I told you. You can use it in 6 systems minimum. If you can afford, then 700 rupees per month is what professional package will cost. 700. If you take that, you will get all the softwares with the professional license, which will give you the best. And today technically every month update flows to Excel. Every month. Literally every month. Any doubts? You can choose rows if you are going horizontal. Now I have gone vertical. If you want to go horizontal, then you will use choose calls. Next function, shall we proceed? Text join. Okay, let me remove these things out here. Just choose. Here you will give the index number directly. Out of the total values that you have chosen, you will give the index number, which column number you want, that will be chosen, and this can be used when you are using a multiple output in XLOOKUP. When you want multiple outputs in XLOOKUP, you will use choose function instead of choose calls function. What will happen then is, let's say I have 10 columns, out of which 5 columns output I need, not continuous columns, but they are in different distinct places. Then I'll use the choose. I'll choose the index number of which I want the output, and technically, let's say there are 5 items listed. Okay, I'll show you with an example. Okay, there are 5 numbers here. So equal to choose. Okay, I want number 3. Okay, from out of the values 1 to 5, it will pick the third value and get me the output. Again, I have to give the values one by one. So in this case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Now out of this, if you see this, third value is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there, no? What is the third value in that? 3. That has come out as output. If I give 2, it will get me the second value as output. Okay. Now generally when you are using a text function, particularly on names like this, you would use a concat function, correct? Concatenation function. Concatenation function is again the older version of concatenation. Concat is the current function, concatenation is the old function. Even before that, if you go, you will use the ampersand symbol, right? Originally, correct? So equal to this cell value and then the space, right? Then you would again give and then the next value, correct? In concat function, what you did, instead of giving that ampersand everywhere, you gave comma, correct? Yeah, I'll just complete this function so that I'll make you understand what is the difference. Okay, then you'll give like this, right? Suppose if there is an empty cell, what will happen? Now there is an empty cell here. There will be 2 spaces added whenever there is an empty cell, correct? Because first name is there, middle name nothing is there, so it will add a space there. Because in my function I have given after the first name a space is to be given, then after the middle name also another space is to be given, so 2 spaces will be allotted. If you are using the concat function also, similar thing would happen. Concat text 1 comma, then within double quotes the space, then text 2, then again within double quotes the space that you need, and then the third, right? This is how the output used to come. So if you look at this, there are 2 spaces in Verma Enterprises and Patel Trading, correct? Now this text join function will help you avoid that. How? Just take a look at this. Text join, okay? The delimiter that I am going to use, I have to give first. The delimiter I am going to use is what? Space. So I am giving that within double quotes. Then ignore empty cells. Now this function was not there in concat. This was not there in concat. So what happened? Whenever there is an empty cell, it added double spaces. Now this will avoid that double space. So I am going to give true, ignore empty cells, and finally the text that I have to join. Now look at these length of these cells now. Can you see here it is 17 but here 18, that's because one extra space is there. Same way here also 17 and 18 because one extra space that is added for the middle name before and after, right? So this text join function will help you resolve that issue. Any doubts till now? Please try it now. If there is an option in your laptop, please try it. Split also, yes. Text split is there. After what indicator you have to split? Formula, man. I'll give the formula text here. So I am giving the splitter first, then the values that I have to concatenate. Okay. Any doubts till now? Next function, which is match and XMATCH. Okay. Match function itself had wildcard characters, so many other things. Okay, that itself was a very strong, thing. Okay, if you look at the match function, no, if you look at the XMATCH results here, even though there was a wildcard character here, can you see this? There's a wildcard character here. Still, I'm getting the output. There is a wildcard character here. Still, I'm getting the output using the match function also. Match function had a lot of advantages, but one thing that was not there was the regex function. Okay, regex function is a completely new function which you would not have used earlier, but now this gives an additional advantage when you are using VLOOKUP XLOOKUP. Okay, for example, when we speak about countries, okay, country codes, sometimes IN will be there, in some places India will be there, but both are same, correct? United States and USA, yeah, Great Britain and GB. Now these are commonly used terms. Rather than converting the data, what we can try to do is use that as a key for search itself. Okay, we can use it as a key for search itself. Now first let me show you the basic XMatch function, then I'll build on that basic XMatch function. Okay, so equal to before that we'll do this match function. Okay, equal to match. Okay, first is the lookup value. Lookup value, it is similar to your VLOOKUP function, right? Lookup value is nothing but the engine parts. Then the lookup array is the values here, and when I give the output, yeah, sorry. One more engine parts here. Yeah, so here I want to do an exact match or lesser match or a higher match. When it goes for numbers, you have to do that. When it is text, you use the 0 operator, which is for exact match, comma 0. Now it is getting me 7. If you are giving 1 or minus 1, it will take you to the approximate match, which will not get you the final result. Now this match function will work on a wildcard character also. Now this is the wildcard character. Here after SAR, the sarees is not complete, right? Designer sarees is a product name, where sarees is not complete, not one letter, it is multiple letters, right? When I am searching for wildcard characters in this place, again I am trying to use the same function, match function, yeah, comma, I am trying to do again with the 0 only, I am not giving less or more, still I am getting the output. But when I want to try a regex match, there is no option. Now cabinets, office cabinets, both are same, let's suppose. Cabinets and office cabinets both are same. I cannot get an output for that because match will look for the exact value like in a VLOOKUP or SLOOKUP. In VLOOKUP, SLOOKUP, now even text was not identified as a number, right? We saw that error. So how will it search for cabinet and office cabinet? Both are used simultaneously as equivalent words. It is going to be a problem. So what I'm going to do is, let me show you the XMATCH function first. XMATCH, okay, the lookup value is the engine parts, and the lookup array is going to be this. I don't have to give the order of match at all. Here it is asking for the match mode. No, I need not give this because default is taken as 0. Default is taken as 0. I need not give the search from first to last or last to first if I don't want that. Okay, so this way I'll get the output straight away. But now here it's a wildcard match. Next thing is a wildcard match. Now when it comes to the wildcard match, in the match mode function, you have to specify wildcard match. Otherwise, it is not going to function. You have to give there that I am doing a wildcard search. Okay, that's because in the all new XLOOKUP, XMATCH, and all the X functions that has come out, and the array functions, dynamic array functions, the match mode should be specified by you. So here I am going to use a wildcard match. Okay, am I getting the output here? No, because when you are using the wildcard match, you have to also use what? The search mode, which is going to be first to last or last to first. Okay, fine. Now, why is it? I think I have copy pasted, no? A4, right? So it is getting me the output. Now if I don't want this last to first and first to last, I can change that also into this. Coming to the regex mode, where I am going to give in the formula myself. Okay, cabinets and office cabinets both are same. That's what I am trying to say. Now equal to XMATCH. Okay, I said cabinets, right? So now whatever the regex content that I want to give, I have to put it inside double quotes because I am giving here. Okay, cabinets, alternatively called office cabinets. So you have a splitter icon in your keyboard. If you just take a look at the division symbol, no, divided by symbol, just before your just below your backspace, you'll find this. Use the shift button to insert that vertical splitter. Okay, insert that splitter and then give the alternative word. What was that? Office cabinets, right? Office cabinets, right? This or this, both should be taken into account. Comma, lookup array. The lookup array is this, and the mode that I have to use is the regex mode. Okay, so use the regex mode and you'll get the output, right? Try this. If you have the XMATCH function in your laptop, again only in 365 it might work, because this came years after XLOOKUP. So this regex function can be also used in VLOOKUP now. Lookup value is there, no? You can use the same regex function there also, where there is an alternative word. Alternatively, you can put this regex value in a cell also. You can put it like this. Sorry. Cabinets or office cabinets. You put it in a cell like this, then give the cell reference also, it will still work. If you are going to give within the function, use the double quotes. If you are going to give it in a cell and give a cell reference, then directly cell reference is sufficient, no need to use double quotes there. So the advantage here is wildcard search, regex search, searching from first to last and last to first. 3 items. No need to give A5 there, sir. A5 there. That's not it. Now you give. Lookup array is correct. You have given additionally A5. This need not be referred again, because this is something which you have given here itself already. Yeah. You need not select, because you are giving within double quotes. If you want to select, then give that regex value inside a cell, give that cell reference. Let's say India splitter IN. You give this content in a cell, then refer that cell for the lookup value. Something like that, what I have done there, no? Give like this in a cell, give the cell reference only as lookup value. Don't use double quotes there. See, instead of giving this entire text there, I can refer to this cell, okay? Or let's say in some cases United States is there, you want to change it to USA, okay? I don't want to type the entire regex value fully, okay? Then what you can do, then what I can do here, see, I am choosing office cabinets and, okay, now this and other things should be given within double quotes. So within double quotes and, okay, sorry, and double quotes, the vertical splitter and cabinets, that is the word I use, no? So cabinets, double quotes closed. Now this will also be taken as a single function. I will explain you how this works, okay? Now A5 has a value called office cabinets. A5 already has a value called office cabinet. With that I am concatenating the regex value. What is the regex value? Now if you take a look at this ampersand symbol is the concatenation function. Okay, I am giving only the alternative word. The original word is here. The alternative word I am adding here additionally, which is ampersand, and within double quotes I have given cabinets. Let's say United States is already there in a cell. USA is the regex word you want to use. USA is the reject word you want to use. Give the cell reference, then within double quotes you put the ampersand symbol, then within double quotes, vertical splitter followed by USA, close the double quotes. Now what will happen if you only apply this, forget the XMATCH and other things. When you just give equal to some cell value followed by and symbol, and then within double quotes you have given something, what will happen? It will concatenate. It will concatenate, correct? In the last sheet we have seen how concatenate works. Same thing will happen. Now what system will do? Apply these two, take the result of that as the lookup value, then go for the lookup array. You understand or not? What will be the returning of this function? Leave alone this XMATCH and K references. What will be the returning of this function? A5 ampersand within double quotes cabinets. What will it return? Office cabinets split cabinets, correct? Now that is the answer there. Now that becomes your lookup value because I have not used a comma anywhere in between. Now that becomes my whole of lookup value. Now comes the lookup array. Now you understand? So you can either give it in a cell, or you can type it manually within double quotes, or part cell reference, part concatenation. Unless we try multiple times, no, we will not feel little confident about it. No, regex function will work only if you mention it is a regex function. Otherwise system will look for the exact value, no? Exact match won't be there. Office cabinets, bar cabinets won't be there. If it is there, it is going to get you the output. But nothing like that is there. I am telling the system, no, it is not a normal search. It is a regex search. I have two alternative words which could have been used. So you search for this and also that. Yeah. Add multiple splits. That is the advantage of regex itself. Sum function, one of the most used functions, right? But if there is a error, will it give you an output? There is a error cell in between. Will it give you an output? Try it, no? There are some values. There is a error cell in between. Will it give you an output? Try in the next sheet, no? You already have the questions with you, right? Try the sum function and tell me if you are getting the output when there is a error cell in between. It shows that same error over there, correct? Yeah. So to overcome this, aggregate function can be used. Okay. But this aggregate function will ignore the error line item. That is where you need to be careful. Okay. Now take a look at this. When I give equal to sum of these values, then I am going to get the output as 0. Even if I use the subtotal function is also a similar function, right? What it will do, it will not take into consideration the hidden line items. If there are any hidden line items, it will not take it up for computation. That's why we use that in filters, correct? So equal to subtotal, yeah, and what is the function I will use here? 9 or even 109, both ways. Yeah, when I total this out, what will happen? I will get error. But with aggregate function, it will work differently. Okay, how? Just take a look at this. Equal to aggregate. Now this aggregate has too many functions. Okay, yeah, straight functions, hidden, non-hidden, all that is not there. Okay, now here I am going to use the sum function, which is again 9. Like in subtotal also we use 9, here also we are using 9. Then it asks me, what should I do? If you look at this, it shows ignore nested subtotal and aggregate function, ignore hidden rows and then do a nested subtotal, then ignore error values and do a nested subtotal. No subtotal and all here, it's a direct total that I want to apply. So I will come down. Can you see in the 6th point, ignore error values? So that is what I am going to apply here. So I will choose this ignore error values. Okay. So function number 9 followed by ignore error values and then the range. And I will get the output for the line items for which numbers are available. The error line items will not be disclosed. Yeah. Then same way, aggregate can also return highest value, lowest value and all that. Okay. So aggregate, if you look at this, can you see the large and small value? We have the function large and small now, nth largest, nth smallest. Yeah, that can be applied within aggregate itself. You don't have to use the large and small function separately. Okay. So I want the first largest or second largest, then I will choose this function number 14, then ignore error values again here. Okay. Then the array from where it has to pick the values, and finally K. K is what? N. K is nothing but the N. First highest value, second highest value means, first means I have to give 1, second means second, third means third, like that. 3. Okay, so here I want the second highest value, so I am giving 2 here. Okay, and then when I apply it, can you see the output? Yeah. So all the functions can be used. Of course, standard deviation is there when you are working in a market and things like that. Then you can use the standard deviation, variance. All that functions are also available, because for some stock items we may not have beta. Yeah. So when you are working out the average beta, you can ignore that error line item and then work for the others. Yeah. So in that place, rather than using the regular average function, you can use the aggregate average function to get the average beta than using the regular average function, because average function will take into account the error cell also and reply with the error only. If you are using this, you can ignore the error line items or nil value items and choose only the available items for your averages. Clear till this? Any doubts? Another 5-10 minutes is fine, no? We'll just continue. Yeah. Next thing is 3 different functions I'm going to use for the same output. I'm going to use indirect, I'm going to use switch, I'm going to use XLOOKUP. What is the purpose of indirect function? Any idea? Indirect will convert a text into a cell reference. Indirect function will convert a text into a cell reference. That is the purpose of that function. Okay. Now let me first explain you what I have done here, then you will be able to understand it a little better. I have chosen something called defined names in Excel. This is a function that is available in Excel as a facility first. Okay. First you did that VB, you remember? You pasted your VB code inside the macro sheet, then that became a function inside your Excel, then you used it. Now the same way, I have some values here, right? I'll choose these values. Okay, I'll go to this box. This box is called name box. Okay, I can give the selected array a name. Okay, so that way I've named this part as cash sales, these 4 cells as cash sales. Similarly, I've chosen these 4 cells, I have named them as credit sales. Now these 2 are fine. Now wherever I go inside this workbook, okay, and if I type equal to cash sales, it will fetch me this table. Wherever I go in this Excel workbook and give equal to credit sales, it will get me that output table. Okay, if I want to do a sum of this, then I'll just add what? Sum function. Yeah, then I'll get the sum value. This way I can do this. Now as I change here, it needs to change, then I need to do a little more. Now if I say, for example, here I have given equal to credit sales, credit sales. Now this is as same as what I have given here in this name box. Can you see this? I have given credit underscore sales. I have given here also credit underscore sales. Now if I give equal to sum of credit sales, I will not be getting any output, because this is a text. This is not a cell reference. This is a text. Now to convert this text into a cell reference, I will be using what? Indirect function, equal to indirect credit sales. Okay. Yeah. Now it has converted, but it cannot give me the output, because indirect function cannot give me a array output. So now, sorry, I made one small mistake. Now here equal to indirect, then the cell reference. Now can you see this? It is getting me the output array. Don't give like this. I made a small mistake there. Just, you don't type it like this. Don't give inside indirect credit sales, because this will consider as what? table. Okay, so indirect, then the text reference I have given, then automatically it has reconverted that into a cell range or array that I have stored, and it is getting me the output. Now whatever function you want, you add before this indirect and you will get the output of that. Before this indirect I am adding the sum function and I will get the sum. Now that is what I have done here, which is what? Equal to sum of indirect, okay, and the value that I have given in F2. F2 is nothing but what? The text that says credit sales. Okay, now what system will do? Convert that text into a cell reference, and for the list of array that is coming out as an output, it will do the sum. Okay, now the same thing can be achieved with the switch. Okay, what happens in switch? I have to first give the expression. Okay, what is the expression here? What expression I want to do? The expression that I want to do is that in the credit sales, right? The credit sales, okay, right, followed by value 1. What is value 1? Where should I search for this value? Now value column and result column are to be specified by us. System will not choose in the switch. Okay, in indirect function it directly took that entire column, gave us the output, but in switch you have to give the value column. Now my value column is available in, that is the same credit sales column is available in this C2, right? It is available in C2, and for that the result I want is available where? It is in the credit sales table, right? I need to give that. Now it will look little complex when you are looking at this. Okay, then it will get me the output array. If I want, I can add the sum function before this. Now I will explain you once again what happens here. First argument that we have filled up here is the expression. Expression is what I want to search for. What I want to search for. I want to search for credit sales. So I am giving, wherever I am given the text credit sales, I am giving the reference to that cell, which is nothing but my F2 column. Then I am searching for the similar value in an array, which will be a header column. Where is that header column? That is nothing but my C2. Then in that same column, what all outputs I need should be chosen, and that is where I have given my cell references, which is already stored. Now this might take a little time for you to absorb, because why should we do such complex things? Okay, but this will be helpful when you want to select a random set of cells. You don't want the entire output. When you want a random set of cells, now here I have given the names, so it becomes easier. But when you want only 3 or 4 cells as your output, then in that case which will be the easier option? Okay, but XLOOKUP is much more easier option. Now you know how to apply XLOOKUP already. Try that. You will get the output. Anyway, I will share the solutions also for that. Next sheet is the text functions. Before that, if you have any doubts, you tell me. Before that, if you have any doubts, you please tell me. Now here, there is a set of invoice numbers. It's a series, right? INV, then year, then the number is there. I don't want this prefix. I want only the invoice numbers. I want 001, 002, whatever is the invoice numbers. I just need that. What generally we will use? What generally we will? No, you cannot delete the original data. Please remember. Whenever you are receiving an Excel data, never delete the original data. Please remember that. You have to add whatever columns you want. Append only, no deletion, no dilution. Write function we'll use. Okay. But the problem here is, let's say this invoice number is like this. Can you use the write function? Up to 4 it is 004 prefixed with 00. But 5th invoice is prefixed with 000. Will you get the output? when you are using the function. Or let's say 1014 or 1015 is there. Now 001 is the prefix. By mistake they have given 001 as the prefix. But after 1000 what will happen? It will automatically increase. Even 1000 you take, no? The numbers will be 4 characters. Now how will you extract that? With the right function. Then you will get that hyphen. Then you have to go on again, find and replace. Yeah. So then that will get converted into number. When you are trying to map it against some other database, you will get an error, right? So to avoid all that, now there is a new function called text after. Okay. Text after. Okay. Now when you use this function, it will first ask you what is the text from which you want to separate out. The original text. Original text is in B3, right? Then what is the delimiter that you want to extract the data after from? Now there are two delimiters here. Can you see that? One is the hyphen and there is another hyphen there. Now we could have done this alternatively with our text to columns. But again, you will tamper your data. Now I don't want to tamper my data. I don't want to have two more columns and all that, right? So I am putting my delimiter within double quotes, which is nothing but the hyphen, right? Then the instance of repetition of that delimiter. Now my first delimiter came after INV. Second delimiter came after the 2024. I don't have to remember after what text it comes. I have to tell the system after delimiter's instance, I have to start separating the text. Now the second delimiter is what I want to adapt, right? So comma 2, right? After this match mode and all you don't have to give also. Can you see this? Yeah, text after. Similar thing will work for text before also. You can try text before. I've given two formulas over there. You can use space also as a separator. You can use space also to be a separator. Yeah, text before, text after. Same way text split will work, and already we saw text join. Yeah. Yeah, you can change the formula, or you can put the symbols in a separate column. Use that. Of course, regex is not available here. You have to choose for each cell that cell reference and go ahead. Any doubts till this? Any doubts? Shall we proceed to the next thing? If it is little boring, you tell me. I'll make it. Then comes one more important function, unique. Have you tried this unique function? How many of you have already tried it? So when there is a series of items which are repeated, you want to get only the unique values out of it. I don't want everything, I just want the unique values out of it. Now states are repeated here. I want only the single state to be repeated only once. Let's say Bihar twice is there, I want only Bihar once, right? So equal to unique, okay? The array is here, right? The array is here, and I don't want to give anything else. I don't want it by column, or I don't want this to repeat every distinct item. I'm not giving anything like that. I'm just giving a comma, or even if you don't give a comma, it is fine. Okay, I'm just giving, because those are within box brackets, no? Those are optional arguments. You don't have to touch them also. You just give the cell values and give the unique function. It will extract out all the line items only once. You will not find duplicates in this list. Okay, unique function is to extract primary key items from a list of repeated items. Okay, you want to create your database, then you can use this.
I have extracted this data, but from this data can I apply formula?
Yeah, very much. Yes. If it doesn't work also, just a copy paste values would do. Yeah, You don't have to even copy paste everything. Just this first line item you copy paste, no, everything will get copy pasted. Because everything works on that single line item. That's why if you come to the other lines, no, it will show that formula at but little grayed out. Then you can apply a sort function and then apply the unique function alongside that also. See, this function is there, no? I'll just apply this, okay? Sorry. Okay, and before applying the unique function, I'll apply the sort function. Okay, sort is now out with the function also. Yeah, here I don't have to give the index A to Z, Z to A, all that. Default it is A to Z. Numbers 1, 2, 3 ascending. Yeah, everything ascending only, nothing descending. Okay, so I'm just closing the brackets here, and I'll get the sorted values. When we are working on all these unique IDs, no, we'll need them sorted when we are working for a database purpose. In that case, you can use this. GST numbers particularly. Yeah. Then unique values which are available only once. This is like in a set of values, one value would have come only once. I want to know that value. Which value that I come only once. Okay. So unique, then the array, okay, then I'm not giving any values here, unique columns, unique rows, all that I'm not taking. Return items that appear on exactly once, I'm giving the true option. And now if you look at it, Himachal Pradesh is the state that has come in the entire list only once. Just check that, cross check that if you want. Yeah, in the last parameter you add the true function. That will get you the output of the state that has not been repeated in the entire list. Himachal Pradesh would have come only once in that list. Yes. Number will be separate, text will be separate, always. Yeah, unique will find out. Unique will find out, but both text and numbers will come because they are not in the same formatting, no. So you'll have that issue. 101 and 101 as text are both different. They are not same. Yes. Minus, convert everything to numbers, then do that. Or and within double quotes. You don't give anything, that will convert everything to text, then apply this. These are some functions which I may not have given you, I think. Yes? Group by I have given you? No. So I'll just show you how this works. Okay? You can open a fresh worksheet and try this. Now let's say you want to do a pivot of one column alone. You want to do a pivot of only one column. For this, what you have to do, you have to still do the pivot. Then drag and drop that particular column, get the output, correct? For example, I want state-wise sale. What you will do? Prepare the pivot, drag and drop the sales, drag and drop the amount, then you will get it. Instead, try this function group by, okay? Now row fields, values and the functions, okay? These are the three things that it wants. Now the row field is nothing but what? State and sales, right? Now 1 minute. I'll do one thing because here I'm using the same thing here. I want what, two columns? Sales and invoice only, no? Sales pivot by using so I'll use these two columns. I'll better name them. Sorry. Now this column is there, no? I can name this as state. Yeah. And I want the invoice value as output, right? So I'll select the entire column out there and give the name as amount. Okay. So that I don't have to remember. Yeah. So equal to group by state, value should be extracted from amount, okay, and the function that I want to apply is sum, okay. Do I want the field headers? Then you can choose it as yes. But now it may not get me the field headers because when I am selecting the sales and amount column, I did not choose the field headers, so it may not get me that field headers, but I will still get the output. Yeah, instead of going back there again, coming back, you know, just to show you how named ranges works. Or you can give the cell reference also. Go to the table, choose the reference, but when you want the heading to be reapplied, ensure that you are selecting a data from the header. Okay, ensure that you are choosing a data from the heading line. Okay, I will show you that also. Group by, okay, group by, row field is nothing but, I go to the sales table, state column, I choose the column from the heading, I choose the column from the heading, choose the entire column, okay, comma, value is the taxable amount column, or the invoice value column, I'll choose from the heading, okay, then apply the sum function and then show the headers, which is nothing but 3, okay. Now you see the heading also comes here. Yeah, same way there is a function called pivot by. Instead of generating a pivot, you can give what should be your rows, what should be your columns, and you can generate an output. This is for only one column. This is pivot of one column. One column for which what is the result? Pivot will have rows and columns both, right? Row header, column header, then the value. That also can be done with pivot by function. Similar lines you have to reapply. I'll show you an use case also in the next sheet. Lot of things are there. Daily something new comes up, like I told you. We have to be prepared. Problem is now how much we are going to teach our articles. And that too they are not interested. Correct? Yeah? They are in their own, world, universe, where they want to use ChatGPT to do everything. Even if eating is possible through that, they will do that. Yeah? Quite unfortunate, but that's how it is going to work in the future. Gen Z எப்படி இருக்குன்னா Gen Alpha எப்படி இருக்கும்? இப்போ நம்ம பார்க்குறதுலாம் Gen Z. கரெக்டாக நம்ம ஆஃபீஸில் இருக்கிறவங்களாம் Gen Z. Gen Alpha வந்ததுன்னா எப்படி இருப்பானுங்கன்னு யோசிச்சு பாருங்க. யா ஒரு எல்லாருக்குமே தமிழ் தெரியும் நினைக்கிறேன், இல்லைனாலும் அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. ஒரு 1 week பிஃபோர் ஐ சா இன் லிங்க்டின் ஒரு பொண்ணு ChatGPT மட்டுமே வச்சு படித்து CA கிளியர் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஐ ஷோ அவர் ப்ரொஃபைல் ஆல்சோ. நான் என் பசங்களுக்கு அமிச்சேன், டேய் ChatGPT இப்படிலாம் யூஸ் பண்ணலாம்டா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. யூ சா தட்? ஷி இஸ் கேர்ள் ஃப்ரம் நொய்டா ஆர் சம்வேர், டெல்லி அந்த சைடில் எங்கேயும் வந்து. So anything is possible. You know something about ChatGPT, what it did? They tried to shut down the server of ChatGPT. It replicated 52% of its database in 15 seconds. While the command was received and shutdown process was running, 52% of its databases were already replicated in another server. இப்போ கிரியேட் பண்ணவனுக்கே அதிர்ச்சியாக தானே இருக்குது. அதுக்கு முந்தின வாரம் பார்த்த இன்னொரு நியூஸு, நான் சொல்கிறது ஒரு 6 months பேக். சைனாவில் ஒரு ரோபோட் 6 ரோபோட் அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கு. ஆமாம், இந்த ரோபோட் வந்து மாஸ்காட் ரோபோட். மற்ற ரோபோட்ஸ் வந்து இது சொன்னதை பண்ணலை, அதனால் அதை அரெஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கு. மறுநாள் காலத்தில் ஓனர் போய் பார்த்தா அந்த ரோபோட்லாம் வேலை பார்க்கல. என்னென்னு பார்த்தா அண்டர் சர்வேலன்ஸ்னு வருதான் அந்த ரோபோட்லாம். நியூஸில் வந்தது. Imagine what we are progressing to. So we are in a different league altogether. Let's be prepared. அதை பார்க்கும்போது நம்ம பசங்களாம் ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. So this is a pivot by table which I have done. Okay, I have pivoted based on the the payment type, cash sales or credit sales, and what category of goods I have sold under each category of cash and credit sales. So here what I've done, I've taken two columns. Just take a look at this. Y column, if you look at your sales data, Y column will be the type, sale type. Z column will be the collection mode. If you look at your sales data, no, Y column will say cash sale, credit sale, cash sale, credit sale, like that. Z column will tell you if it is cash, whether it is received in cash, or if it is received through POS, or if it is received through credit card, because it means there's no credit there. Cash is received immediately. அதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்கும் cash யூஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. கிரெடிட் சேல்ஸில் ரெண்டு தான் இருக்கும், செக்கும் இன்னொரு மோட் என்ன பேங்க் ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர். இது ரெண்டு மட்டும்தான் கிரெடிட் மோடில் இருந்திருக்கும். ஸோ ஒய் அண்ட் இசட் காலம் ரெண்டுத்தையுமே நான் இங்கே எடுத்திருக்கேன். எதுக்கு? ரோ ஹெடர்ஸ்க்கு. காலம் ஹெடர்ஸ் நெக்ஸ்ட் காலம் ஃபீல்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது பார்த்தீங்களா, அதில் ஐ ஹவ் யூஸ்ட் ஒன்லி கேட்டகரி and the output I have used the invoice amount column. Okay, so if you look at it, two columns of row fields, one column of column fields. Okay, row headers two columns, column headers one column, followed by the output that I want. And I wanted a sum function with total depth of 3. The 3 is nothing but show heading. Okay, and row total depth is nothing but grand totals and subtotals. If you want that, you can keep it. If you don't want that, you can keep it as no totals also. Okay, this will be as similar to the pivot table that you would create in a Excel. Okay, same output, but this will be more crispier than that table, because we need to use the user interface for everything, no? So we will avoid that. Next thing is by rows. You already saw an example of by rows, correct? One example was shown by Deepak sir, no? ஞாபகம் இல்லையா? பை ரோஸ்னு ஒரு ஃபங்க்ஷன் யூஸ் பண்ணாரு, ஞாபகம் இருக்கா இல்லையா? பை காலம்ஸ் பை ரோஸ்னு ஒன்று யூஸ் பண்ணாரு, ஞாபகம் இருக்கா இல்லையா? பை ரோஸ்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது, பை காலம்ஸ் மாதிரின்னு சொன்னார். அந்த பை ரோஸ் தான் நான் இதில் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன். ரொம்ப சிம்பிளாக எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணுறேன் பாருங்க. ஓகே, I want to know the total tax payable and cumulative tax payable. இது ஜென்ரலாக நம்ம எல்லாருக்கும் இருக்கும்ல, ஒவ்வொரு இன்வாய்ஸ்க்கும் டோட்டல் டேக்ஸ் எவ்வளோ பண்ணணும், அதே மாதிரி cumulative tax எவ்வளோங்கிறது. இப்போ லெட்ஸ் சே எனக்கு சிஜிஎஸ்டி இருக்குது, எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி இருக்குது, ஐஜிஎஸ்டி இருக்குது. இந்த மூணு காலமே நான் இங்கே கொண்டு வந்துட்டேன். சூஸ் காலம்ஸ் போட்டு இங்கே கொண்டு வந்துட்டேன். ஓகே, சூஸ் காலம்ஸ் போட்டு சேல்ஸ் டேபிள்லேருந்து காலம் 1, 16, 18, 20 மட்டும் இங்கே கொண்டு வந்திருக்கேன். ஸோ ஐ ஹாவ் இன்வாய்ஸ் நம்பர், சிஜிஎஸ்டி பேபிள், எஸ்ஜிஎஸ்டி பேபிள், ஐஜிஎஸ்டி பேபிள். இப்போ ஒரு இன்வாய்ஸில் டோட்டல் டேக்ஸ் பேபிள் எவ்வளோ அப்படின்னு ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னா பை ரோஸ் ஃபங்க்ஷன் போட்டு நான் இங்கே பண்ணியிருக்கேன். பை ரோஸ், ஓகே, இது வந்து அகெயின் அரே ஃபங்க்ஷன். I'll show you how it works. By row, okay, the array is all the 3 columns. And what is that I want to do? I want to do the sum function and close this. I'll get the sum. Scan function will do the cumulative totaling. Scan function will do the cumulative totaling. How? Give your starting value as 0. Then use the sum function. So what will do? 0 plus that line's value. Then already what is computed plus next line's value. Like that, it will do the cumulative function and give you the output. Okay. In the if I hashingradala na boardla system e correct panikum wherever formula is required. See, I'll show you that also. Equal to scan, initial value 0, array will be this entire E column. Okay, and the function that I want to apply is sum. Okay, this will be the cumulative tax payable for every incremental invoice. Okay, the last thing that I want to touch upon is date series. Date series use பண்ணிட்டு தானே இருக்கீங்க எல்லாருமே, இன்றியமையாத ஒன்று, கரெக்டாக? இந்த டேட்டில் நமக்கு ரெண்டு விஷயம் இருக்கும் ஜென்ரலாக. ஏதாவது ஒரு ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணாலும் ஸ்டார்டிங் டேட் போடு, எண்டிங் டேட் போடு, 36 மந்த்ஸுக்கு போடு, 180 மந்த்ஸ்க்கு போடு. இந்த 180 மந்த்ஸ் நம்ம போடணுன்னா நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? ஃபஸ்ட் மந்த்து போடணும், அப்புறம் ப்ளஸ் 1ன்னு போட்டால் வராது, டே தான் ஆட் ஆகும், கரெக்டாக? ப்ளஸ் 1ன்னு போட்டிங்கன்னா டே தான் ஆட் ஆகும். ஏன்? டேட் இஸ் ஸ்டோர்ட் as a number. Have you noticed it? See, when I am giving today's date here, okay, when I copy paste this as values, it is 45,801st day from 00001900. அதான் கணக்கு. If you want to see, just take a look at this. Can you see this? அதுக்கு முன்னாடி கம்ப்யூட்டர் இல்லை, கம்ப்யூட்டர் வந்தது அந்த செஞ்சுரியில், அதனால் அந்த செஞ்சுரியோட ஸ்டார்டிங் டேட்டை மட்டும் தான் வச்சாங்க. இதுதான் 2K ப்ராப்ளம். ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? 2K ப்ராப்ளம் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்கன்னா ஞாபகம் இருக்கும். இப்போது இதை வந்து நம்ம +1 அப்படின்னு கொடுக்குறோன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஈக்குவல் டு திஸ் +1 அப்படின்னு நான் கொடுத்தேன்னா நெக்ஸ்ட் டே தான் வரும். அதே மாதிரி யூ கேன் ஃபைண்ட் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் பிட்வீன் 2 dates. ஈக்குவல் டு திஸ் மைனஸ் திஸ் அப்படின்னு கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா 1ன்னு வரும். ஸோ இது நம்ம யூஸ்வலாக யூஸ் பண்ணியிருப்போம். இப்போது ஐம் கோன் கம்பைன் டேட் அண்ட் சீக்வன்ஸ் ஃபங்க்ஷன். சீக்வன்ஸ்னால் என்னென்னா, நம்ம ஃபில் சீரீஸில் சீக்வன்ஸ்னு நம்ம பண்ணியிருக்கோம் இல்லையா, அதே சீக்வன்ஸை தான் ஃபங்க்ஷனாக கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ ஐம் கோன் யூஸ் தி டேட் அண்ட் சீக்வன்ஸ் ஃபங்க்ஷன் டுகெதர் டு பில்ட் 36 months டேட்டாபேஸ். ஒரே டேட்டில் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகிற மாதிரி, லெட்ஸ் சே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் தி மந்த் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகிற மாதிரி 36 months வேணும் அப்படின்னா, ஈக்குவல் டு டேட், இயர் இஸ் 2025. மந்தில் நான் என்ன பண்ணிடுறேன், சீக்வன்ஸ் யூஸ் பண்ணுறேன். ஓகே, சீக்வன்ஸ் கொடுத்துட்டு மொத்தம் எனக்கு எத்தனை ரோஸ் வேணுங்கிறத நான் ஃபில் பண்ணிடுறேன். ஐ நீட் ஹவு மெனி மந்த்ஸ்? 36. ஸோ கிவ் 36, க்ளோஸ் திஸ், ஃபாலோட் பை 1 அகெயின். அவ்வளோதான். ஓகே, இது எண்ட் ஆஃப் தி மந்த் கம்ப்யூட் பண்ண கேட்டாங்கன்னா ரொம்ப சிம்பிள். ஈக்குவல் டு EO மந்த், ஸ்டார்ட் டேட் இஸ் திஸ், சேம் மந்தோட எண்ட் டேட் வேணும் இல்லையா. ஸோ ஆஃப்டர் ஹவு மெனி மந்த்ஸ்? 0, because it is the same month last date I want, correct? So put a 0 here and you will get the output. இதை இங்கேருந்து காப்பி பண்ணி, சாரி, இல்லை ஃபார்மேட்டிங். ரைட். ஸோ 31/1/2025, ரைட், கமா 0. இல்லை இதுலேயே சீக்வன்ஸ் போட்டும் நீங்கள் ஆட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். EO மந்த்க்குள்ளே டேட் ஃபங்க்ஷன் போட்டு சீக்வன்ஸ் போட்டும் நீங்கள் ஆட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். லைக் திஸ். See, instead of first, no, what I'll do, end of month, comma 0. Okay, 31/1 எல்லாமே அதே ஃபார்மேட்டிங் தான். ஃபார்மேட்டிங் மட்டும் நீங்கள் சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. சாரி, EO மந்தோட ஃபங்க்ஷனா? EO மந்த்குள்ளே நான் டேட் சீக்வன்ஸ் ஆட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், கடைசியாக கமா 0 போட்டிருக்கேன். ஏன்னா அந்த மந்தோட எண்ட் டேட் வேணும். 1ன்னு கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா 1 month லேட்டர் எண்ட் டேட் காமிக்கும். 2ன்னு கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா 2 months லேட்டர் எண்ட் டேட் காமிக்கும். Formatting you have to change. So any doubts in whatever we have seen till now? I'll share this sheet which will have the other functions also, group by and other things also, so that you can try it out. Okay. But one thing is for sure, unless you are in touch with that, you will not be able to do anything newly. நாம் எப்படி வந்து இந்த போஸ்ட் குவாலிஃபிகேஷனுக்கு அப்ளை பண்ணி பண்ணுறோமோ அந்த மாதிரி இதெல்லாம் பண்ணி தான் ஒன்றும் வேறு வழி இல்லை. எக்ஸலும் போஸ்ட் குவாலிஃபிகேஷன் கோர்ஸ், ஏன்னா டெய்லி சேஞ்ச் ஆகுது. இது அதுவாது 2 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை 3 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு தடவை ஸ்டாட்யூட்டரி சேஞ்ச் வந்ததுன்னா ஆகும். இது இவனுங்க நினைக்கும் போதெல்லாம் அப்டேட் கொடுக்குறானுங்க. ஓகே, இந்த XLOOKUP வந்தது 4-5 years பேக். பட் அப்போ பாப்புலரைஸே ஆகலை. நோபடி வாஸ் வரிட் அபவுட் இட். ஏன்னா அப்போ மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் 365 யூசர்ஸ் எவ்வளோ பேர் இருந்திருப்பாங்கன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா ஒரு 2-3% இருந்தால் பெரிய விஷயம் டோட்டல் எக்ஸல் யூசர்ஸில். But now that is not the scenario, and everybody has to use it because the complexity of data has increased. Okay, one of my juniors, I'll tell you a real scenario. One of my juniors, he did CA. He had a a time when he could not clear the exams. He came back to me for employment. He was employed with me. Then I told him, see, just CA is not going to be enough. Learn something அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். So he started learning one programming language. At least you need to learn. That is something which you need to keep in your mind. As a chartered accountant, whatever you do, you should know at least one programming language in addition to Excel. Excel is not a programming language. Excel is a tool. That's it. So அவனை இன்சஸ்ட் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருந்தேன். Then he went to a IT company wherein they were handling Microsoft's backend accounting. So he took hold of that opportunity, learnt DAX. He joined the company for about 7 lakhs after completing CA. When he came out, it was about 14 lakhs. Okay, in 3 years. His next job was in a company where he has to do only exclusive data analysis. Okay, he got placed for 24 lakhs. Just swapping from here to there because he knows DAX fully. And now he is not into accounts, he is not into accounting, he is not into MIS reports and other things. He is into defining MIS reports. He has gone for DAX programming along with another programmer in that company. Now he says, my line will shift, sir, should I pursue this? I said, okay, go ahead. Well, tomorrow you might be one more person like, the softwares like Winman, ClearTax and all. What they did, initially they did not do anything in CA. They straight away started in the software world. So that can happen. So one software can make a difference in your life. And that learning is important today because tomorrow you have to start using AI. AI can do the programming, but who will check whether it has done it properly? AI will do analysis. Who will check whether it has done it properly? So there is a prompt engineer required. Na? Who is this prompt engineer? Is there a specific course? Nothing. It is from our usage, from our experience what we gain, and we reapply that in a different form. So here everything revolves around computers anymore. It is not going to be without them. So we need to learn it. Either we need to embrace it, live with it so that we will develop, or we need to retire. Two options. Two options. Right from school level, sir. Right from school level. 7th standard kids are using ChatGPT for their projects. I have seen this live in my own family. They have been asked to identify strawberries DNA. They are sitting at home learning it from ChatGPT and then they are trying it. So imagine how far the world has progressed. So they don't need a teacher anymore. So things are changing. We need to apply more time towards AI. We need to apply more time. I think CAGPT is there. Then AI certification courses are there. At least level 1 you can try. So these things will help you in understanding how to use AI, how to use different things put together in one basket. Because we cannot anymore provide the old traditional audits unless we add some value to it, unless there is a strategic value to it. Clients are not ready to take that. Clients are with a different motive altogether. They want their the data sets up faster than anybody else. I need to know what is happening exactly now in the market. That's what the client is looking for. He is not looking for a 6 months old data, 9 months old data. And you won't believe ChatGPT is 1 year old than all of us are. Google search is live. ChatGPT is 1 year older, but still it is doing so much. Imagine if it is live. VLOOKUP? Sir, it is there from 2007 edition of Excel itself, sir. 2003-7 edition of Excel. But array outputs and all were included in that. But I don't think VLOOKUP is of any more use. It has become redundant already. Yes. With advent of XLOOKUP, VLOOKUP is already redundant. Nobody is using it. Once you start using XLOOKUP, no, you also will not use VLOOKUP. Guaranteed. Because there is no point using it, no. One column, that has to be first, then I have to get an array of output, then I need to use array function. If I am having a Excel with array function, XLOOKUP will already work on it, no. Why should I use VLOOKUP? So I will better use XLOOKUP. So things have changed. We need to pace up our speed. DAX. DAX is the programming language for Power Query. You would have learned Power Query from the morning, no? Behind that language, the formula for writing that language is called DAX. The formal name of that is called DAX. Like Java, what we call, no? Java, VB, like that. This programming language is called DAX. DAX. Yes. Python you need not learn anymore. DAX also you need not learn anymore. Ask GPT, na, it will work. I found Claude AI to be much better than ChatGPT. Those who are using paid versions, try Claude's paid version also, CLAUDE.ai. Okay. Then if you want to do research kind of a thing, then use Perplexity. Use that AI tool. That will be much better for research kind of a work, not for your regular work. Okay. Claude will be useful for regular work. Perplexity will be for research kind of a thing, where you want to give a project report and things like that. Perplexity will do wonders. Okay. So lots can be spoken, but paucity of time. I've already taken 40 minutes of your time. Yeah, AI tools, sir. AI tools, yes. Lots more are there. When you get exposed to that AI certification, you will get to know more of them. All the best. Try whatever is done today. Try 2-3 times. You will get different ways of doing the same thing again. Try that also. Be more, I would say, like what Deepak said, no? He said, do mistakes. That's how you learn. Because when I learnt Excel, my principal said, sit next to me, see what I'm doing. That's it. He'll not pause and show me the formula also. He'll do something, you have to sit next to him, learn. ITT, Advanced ITT was not like this in 2010, 11 and all. Now it is completely different. If you look at the Advanced ITT and ITT material, it will be like a complete computer science book. You can download that also and try all this Excel and Power BI from there also. Or if your juniors are doing, get the book from them, ITT and Advanced ITT book. You can learn Python, you can learn Power BI, correct isn't it, Vishnu? Python, Power BI, Excel, all these three are there inside Advanced ITT material, free for download also, no need to pay. Yeah, so that note I'll close for the day. All the best, thank you very much.